all the elected members and our Chief Executive and the staff, and also members of the public. You're very welcome. Live already? We are. Okay, so just so everybody knows that this is live. There's about 4 million people around the world watching. Well, that might be a slight exaggeration, but there's certainly a number of people who are starting to get in the habit of Zoom, which is great. So first of all, I just want to start the meeting with the council. We ask that through council's discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. The next thing is apologies and declarations. I don't think there are any apologies. All the councillors are here. The 2 community board chairs and Mike Edmonds is on the screen with us. Morning, Mike. Along with everyone else who's on the screen, so welcome. Declarations of interest can be expressed at the time if necessary. No declarations, so the next item is mayoral announcements, and I have a pleasurable announcement to make, and that is that I want to acknowledge the fact that as a consequence of the work of our staff at the Local Government Excellence Awards, sponsored by Martin Jenkins for Better Policy and Regulations, the Far North District Council were the category winner with the item Nothing But Net. And so just a huge congratulations to our staff. And I particularly want to acknowledge Anna, Cheryl, Catherine, Matt, Bill, Helen, Damon, Tanya, Rob, Guy, who also incidentally managed to come third in Dancing with the Stars recently, Thomas, Roxanne, Sarah, and that's the list of names, but I just want to say congratulations again to all our staff who are involved in this, particularly those people, but of course there are others who are in behind the scenes as well. Taiatara, previously known as Solvum, held their excellent awards last week. Was it last week or the week before now? Last week. These annual awards showcase and celebrate the outstanding people in Mahi that contribute to the success of the local government sector. Far North District Council won the Martin Jenkins Award for Better Policy for our Nothing But Net campaign. Well done. Nothing But Net is a digital strategy purpose-built by Far North communities focused on finding a solution to the digital divide. Now at this stage I've got to tell you that I'm going to have to go and show this to my grandson so he can tell me what the hell I'm talking about. IT, as you all know, is way above my pay scale. The approach has been accepted by all Northern councils as foundation document for the region as a whole to build on. So what we've done here now is going to make a difference across the north and actually across New Zealand, because I know other local authorities are also interested in what's happened. The judge said we commend Far North for its application of a sound co-design methodology and a new, to New Zealand, online engagement tool. We also recognise the Council's willingness to walk the talk and change its own internal service offerings. The Council's recognition that digital connectivity is of only limited value without sufficient levels of digital literacy, that's where they're talking about me, to take best advantage of the opportunity. We look forward to hearing more of the progress of the rollout and of the steps Council and community take to developing digital literacy in the Far North. So that's what the judges have said. They've commended. We have a presentation to make here, but Sean, I'll just ask you if you wish to make some comment before I make the presentation.
Thank you, Worship. Look, just to talk all of His Worship's comments, can I just briefly say thank you to Anna Mills for your leadership, Anna. You're a real star in our council, but also the cross-functional team, because council works against its stovepipes to get everyone working together. And it's a really good example of how you've got a wraparound team that's carried the whole project through to where it is. When you put us on the national podium for a piece of our work, you put the entire council on the national podium. We're really proud that you've sort of benchmarked us against other councils as a de facto extension of what this trophy represents. We're very, very proud, and to our public, we just want to say that whilst we can't please all the people all the time, the big program that we've almost completed and the next program that we're undertaking are full of really good pieces of work like this, and to be first place nationally is validation of our standards. So thank you very much to you guys personally and as a team. It's fantastic work.
Thank you. So Anna, could I ask you to come forward on behalf of yourself, of course, and the team, and to, just so that the audience can see the presentation that was made, this fabulous icon, which will, I don't know whether all the councillors have seen it, but I just want to say fantastic, congratulations, you make us feel proud.
This is incredible. Thank you so much. I guess I'd really like to thank, we had an external reference group and an internal reference group, so this is part of our internal reference group. Not everyone could make it today. Some people are on the screen, some people are here, and I guess just some special shout outs. I think too often the admin goes unseen and unthanked, so Helen, you were just a star. We had all of these community contributions coming in, and Helen just made sense of it all, took them all, built a big spreadsheet. It's stuff I can't do, and that's the power of having a team and drawing on different people's skill sets. So thank you, Helen. There was a lot of sleepless nights, and it was an intense few weeks. To Matt, my partner as well, very such a talented graphic designer, and I think we went through such an exciting process to gather everybody's contribution, and it could have just been a really boring document produced at the end of it, but you made it something cool and engaging, and and just the whole graphic treatment that you gave to the campaign was just fantastic. So thank you, Kat Langford. I know she isn't, and she's actually doing some mahi, but so yeah, she helped me test the engagement tool. It was a brand new tool. We had lots of late night conversations with our tech support. It's actually based in Spain, so it was all very new, exciting that she rode that journey with me. Damon, I wish you were here, Damon. Damon's the man. Damon is fantastic, and I think our council has just come such a long way in the last couple of years. I know there's forced digital transformation through COVID, but he was right man, right place, right time. He got us there. So he said yes to using the video ask tool, because I think other people would have said no. Well, it's never been used in New Zealand. Government's never used it. Local government's never used it. So that was just, thank you, Damon. You're just awesome. Cheryl and Bill, you guys are just pros. You know the business inside out. You make sure that your people have all the tools that we need to really thrive. So thank you so much for being such a huge part of this as well. We've got our external reference group. They're all tech professionals, and they all gave up their time willingly to support this. We've had entrepreneurs and game developers and software designers, and just great people who really believed in the kaupapa, believed in connectivity, believed in community enablement, and believed in the finals. And so I think this is just a great project that just brings so many different people together. I'm calling it a CCC. So it's a Community Council Collab. And my challenge, I guess, going forward is that this becomes BAU. this is how we do things.
Great.
Yeah, community front and centre. So, kia ora, thank you very much. You're going to stop. Can we bring the others up on the screen?
John, can you just comment first? And Rachel, you were at the engagement. Would you mind as well?
Oh, and I did forget, Rachel Smith. Yeah, Rachel, I do have to thank you. Your enthusiasm and your positivity is just incredible. So thank you.
Camera back on.
Come on, Damon.
Yes, I knew I would.
And the rest of you, if we just have a line up with David in the background.
Cheryl?
Bill, David,
Cheryl. No. Cheryl.
Come into the front. That's it. Move on.
You've got to kneel down.
My 70-year-old.
Three at the back, come around here.
You're allowed to take the brick home for a fortnight, and we want it back in the trophy cabinet.
You all right?
Hold on, Damon, what to...
Thank you, Rachel. And I just, concluding, just make the point that there's a tremendous amount that goes on in this council, as there are in local government right across New Zealand. We'll never ever get everything right all the time. There'll always be issues that the community expect us to be able to deliver, and we're doing our best. But what I do want to make the point is this is an example of the many hundreds of thousands of things that we actually get right. We have got seriously great staff. We really have. We're lucky to have the staff quality that we have. And this is just one example of the many things that are happening that the community probably are not aware of, that this council is delivering for the betterment of our district and our nation. So thank you very, very much for that. Right, so now it brings us to the agenda, and I just want to ask us to turn to page 12, and this is the confirmation of our capital program amendments for 2021-31. The report's there for those of you who have had the opportunity to read it. And so I intend to move the motion. Do I have a seconder? And then we can, so the floor will be open for discussion. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Court. Deputy Mayor. Right, so I think the first thing we should do is we'll pass it to Janice and or Andy, or Cheryl, whoever it is from the staff that want to make comments for us. And then we'll take questions and comments.
Thank you, through the chair. This is a summary of the changes that we would like to propose to the capital programme following the continuation of our planning work from December. We've got a number of items in the resolution. We separated them so that you can review them one by one. There is an additional one that we sent through last night that we would like to add in relation to Kaitaia Airport. It went out on email last night.
Yeah.
I'm happy to move the amendment. I'm happy to move the amendment to the Kaitaia Airport. That's not part of
With Andy agrees, we'll just add it in.
Thank you.
If that's, yeah, and you happy with that, we'll just add it in. Thank you.
Apologies, colleagues, we only got notification today that Lynn's would consider a 30-year lease for the site, so
Great.
We moved immediately to add in this so that we can carry on with the work all the way.
And that's important for Kaitaia in the region, actually. Can I just, sorry to interrupt you, Janice, I just want to make the point for those who are in the audience and also for those who are watching live. I think I can be corrected on this, but I think this is we've had up to 50 meetings on the long-term plan, workshops and different engagements. So I just want everyone to understand that this isn't our first shot at it and we're looking at it. This is a conclusion of a huge program. The staff and the councillors have been engaged and involved. You'll be aware that we had community engagement and people to make comments, and in fact they're still going on. I received one very late this morning, but I'm afraid it's too late to take into account. But so there's been a huge amount of engagement, and this is a combination of all that work that's been done by so many. So thank you, Janice. I'll pass the floor back to you.
That's all I need to say. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, all right. So what? Thank you. So what we'll do is we'll go through these item by item. So I want to take A1.
Excuse me, Your Worship, I'd like to ask staff questions.
Oh, please. Sorry, of course.
So my number one question is, with this millions of dollars being carried forward until the first year of our 21 LTP, what's the impact on the capital works program for that first year of our LTP? Because we worked really hard to reduce it down over the last 3 years to something that was more manageable and achievable, and we're just going to compound the problem that keeps getting drawn out year on year.
Through the Chair, the significant amount of money that's moving from the current year to next year is related to the economic stimulus employment opportunities funding that we got from central government. So some of those projects were planned to complete by June and they're not going to complete by June, so we're moving them partially into next year. And that's over $17 million of the money that we're moving. The actual council money in terms of projects is only $5 million.
Andy, do you want to add to that?
So I would also add that we'd be aware we've set up a separate team for delivering the external funding projects. That's created additional capacity for delivery. The team is funded through the budgets for those projects, and that will continue into next year to ensure delivery. So minimal impact in terms of BAU capital program delivery.
Kelly, does that answer your question?
I'm not comfortable with where we've landed, because the spreadsheet that we got attached to this was it's got funding lines for FNDC separated out from and MBE on a separate line further down. So, you know, to me it is coming to like 5 million of FNDC funds. That's a lot of money. So what will we not be able to do in 21? Now,
so through the
draft LTP.
Previous carry forwards, Janice will be able to confirm, was significantly larger than 5 million. I think this year was in excess of carry forward into this year, 21 million. So the delivery of the capital programme this year has accelerated, and we are delivering a lot more than we ever delivered. I think that's a key message over the last 3 years. The total volume of the capital programme year on year has increased. We've reduced the amount of carry forward from 21 into 5 million. A lot of those projects are effectively either in flight or about to get to be in flight. So I have confidence that the impact on next year's programme will not be significant.
And you'll recall we've had a discussion about this on a number of occasions, raising the issue that there's little sense in us going to the community and saying to them, we're going to do this, and then we end up doing that. And so what the staff have responded to finally is to get so that what's on the paper is realistic. And yes, there's 5 million, but Andy's just assuring us that we've got the capacity to deliver all that budget in the next year's or this year's coming program plus the addition. David.
thank you, Mr. I'd like to propose a couple of amendments, but first I wonder if we could have a little more explanation about Kaitaia. It's entirely news to me, 1.7 million. I guess you mentioned an email last night. I was at meetings last night and haven't seen anything this morning. As far as I knew, Kaitaia Airport was receiving one aircraft a day at the minute, so I just wonder what's the background to that. And then, as I say, I'd like to put some amendments.
I'll ask Felicity wants to make a comment and then we'll ask the staff to respond.
Thank you. Just on the Kaitaia Airport issue, those that live locally to Kaitaia would be aware that that current site has not had a formal lease in place for a number of years, if not over a decade. So 5 years, is it? So that's substantial for our area in the fact that we haven't been able to invest in that until we had that security of tenure, which is what this lease allows for. Kirikiri is a fantastic airport, and I celebrated that investment from our council into that airport, and it's shown that those visitors to our area are always very impressed with coming there, and unfortunately for Kaitaia, it has led to Air New Zealand removing some of the flights and having those out of Kirikiri. What this investment will mean for Kaitaia is that we'll have the improved facilities, and looking at the number of people coming into our area, that as well will in turn, I foresee, hopefully have additional flights as well. And if it's good for Kirikiri, why isn't it good for Kaitaia when transport links are so important to allow for growth, allow for economic development, and particularly for Kaitaia, which is an international size airport, allow for domestic product shipping as well. We can allow for larger planes because we do have that design of the runway.
And to be fair, it's always been signalled that this is going to happen as soon as we can get the lease sorted out, which now finally has come. It's been an issue that's been around for a long, long time, and we do need to deal with it. John, and then I'll take Sean.
Yeah, I'll actually, even though it showed up on the agenda today, which is a bit disappointing to be honest, I would have preferred a bit more warning. I do support the funding for the Kaitaia Airport. I understood that with the flights which were in jeopardy at one stage, there was medical staff and specialists being flown into the hospital, resulting in potentially hospital care being lost there. So, and as Councillor Ford pointed out, the potential for perishable items being flown out to exactly Kaitaia. So I do support it. Disappointed that it sort of came to the table very quickly in such late notice. And looking at it to be borrowing, so I presume that the impact on rates would be minimal. Yeah.
Well, in fact, with a bit of luck, the fees will cover from the airport. That will, Sean, you wanted to comment?
Just the additional comment that, yes, this looks like a loose end, but the couple of variables beyond our control are that Kaitaia Airport was the option to buy by Ngāti Kahu and Ngā Takato. There's been uncertainty about if and when they would exercise that option, and so we worked with them right up to the wire. And for as long as that's been unclear, the facility sits with LINZ and they lease it to us, and we have Far North Holdings Limited to manage it for us. Even now, as we go to this, the 30-year lease has not been signed. It's just the freshest information we have, but we have high confidence that this will now be done, and that's why we want to make budgetary provision.
Thank you. Rachel, you wanted to comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think the CEO has answered some of the questions, but I am keen to hear further information. I protocol what Councillor Clennon has raised, is that I'm not currently comfortable with the level of information that's being provided, acknowledging the workshop process that we've been through on this Capital Works programme. I'm in full support of enabling these outcomes for the district, but I don't feel comfortable at the moment with the level of information. So still keen to hear more. Thank you.
Thank you.
I certainly support the notion that it has got to be done. I am somewhat uncomfortable with the lateness of it as well. However, Sean, the CEO, has explained why that is. but I think that it is critical for the development and future of the area.
Kia ora. Just on Kaitaia Airport, I am in support of this, but I don't want us to think that doing this will be the saving grace to get Air New Zealand to return. Air New Zealand has pulled out of Whanganui City, which has a population of 50,000 people. They've pulled out of Kapiti Coast Airport, which has a population of 40,000 people. So I don't think that we should vote on this or get the message across to our public that by doing this we will see that. I don't want the public to think that we're voting this way and that could be the outcome that comes out of it. But Air New Zealand isn't the be-all and end-all of airlines to provide services across our district. I speak in favour of this, knowing I do want more information. I support that kōrero too, but the overall principle is that we know that we fly in doctors to Kaitaia Hospital. Kaitaia Hospital isn't just for the township of Kaitaia, it is for from the Mangamuku. All of our rural communities in North Hokianga have to travel there, so we need to get our doctors there. That's at risk because of the runway. That's why we need more information though. It's got to be done. So
I'll take the court in just a second. Just so everyone's aware, Great Barrier fly in and out of Kaitaia. They do a early morning service. They then do a midday, late morning service, and then an evening service as well. And for those who don't know, when Air New Zealand gave us advice they were putting out however long ago, I, along with a number of other mayors across New Zealand, like Wakatani, for example, then went and negotiated with Great Barrier and Chatham's Air to ensure that there were services provided. And that's why those services are now there. And the last discussion I had with Great Barrier, they certainly intend to continue on. Their concern was making sure that the runway itself was adequate. Of course, there was also the issue that's been raised several times, and I won't raise it again other than to mention the health issues as well. Councillor Court.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the interest of the commentary that's already been made, I will not reiterate what's already been stated, but I think for governance comfort, because this has arrived so late, would my colleagues entertain a subject to, and the subject to, it would be that the lease is produced, the signed lease is produced, because at the moment we don't have one, and a report to the Infrastructure Committee detailing what the capital expenditure is to be spent on. One of the things I'm very mindful of at the moment is that Kaitaia is not a total mobility service, so we do need to address the needs of all of the customers that go through the Kaitaia facility. So with your blessing, Your Worship, that to the resolution that the money is subject to those two provisos, I think we give a great deal of governance comfort at this table.
I'm happy to leave that in a second so we can discuss it when we come to that item. Okay, look, we've had a general discussion. Now I'm going to go through point by point. So I want us to...
Sorry, Your Worship, just a point of clarification. What is the process that we're looking to follow for proposed amendments? I've signalled that I've got amendments. I believe Councillor Clendon has signalled that, and Councillor Stratford also.
When you come to the item on here, or at the end, you still...
Okay.
Please then give a note, tell us about the amendment.
Fantastic.
Happy to take those.
The difficulty is I'd like to propose a couple of amendments. Because the numbers are aggregated, it's actually a little bit difficult to know exactly where these line items that I'm concerned about appear in this list.
There, okay. So perhaps if you want to tell us what those are now, Janice and Cheryl may be able to give us advice.
Sure. It's in relation to a number of our line items headed maritime facilities, specifically breakfast day, which there are 2 items, and then Rakatanga. So I'm not quite sure where those numbers appear. Total.
Just pause for a minute. Do you need time or
about 2?
They are in the section updates to existing projects, I believe. Maritime, boat trailer parking, Ratcliffe's Bay, are they the 2?
Yes.
Yeah, they're in the section updates to existing projects.
So what's that, what number is it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4. Item 4,
Item 4, David, okay.
2.4.
Sorry, no, we've got it right in, you're happy with that in the resolution? It's A4, is that what we're talking about, Jenna?
Yep.
A4?
Movement of 2495080.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what we'll now do, David, you okay with that?
Sure,
When you
I'll
come
come
to
to
it.
it when we get to that point, yeah.
All right, and if there are other amendments, as we go through each of these, please indicate that you wish to make them. So take A1. Any discussion on A1? If not, we'll move on to A2. Any addition to A2? This is essential, of course, it's part of our water project, and the government are also giving us huge support in this regard.
So how much have we already put towards the dam? We've had it as a council resolution previously.
Yeah, thank you for remembering that.
Operations.
It was publicly cleared that the minimal was much larger than this to try and cover the uncertainties, and this number is frankly about half of what we expected we may have to pay.
Okay.
So it's good news, but thanks for remembering that this has already been through a decision.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stratford. A3.
Your Worship, can I seek clarity, please, in relation to the matter that was just tabled? So we have in the spreadsheet Maritime Rangatani boat ramp and boat trailer parking at Reckless Bay at Wombalora. And these are signalled as proposed changes by financial year. I'm not sure that I have governance comfort at this point in time that if we were to move this resolution and there's a subsequent amendment later in the day, the impact that would have on the resolution that we're about to move. I'm aware that some of my colleagues have got some additional capital projects that they're going to promulgate today, such as tsunami sirens and other projects. We've got these two here which we haven't taken a decision on. So I'm not sure that I've got comfort around reforecasting budgets totaling 7.759 million. I'm not sure that we're in a position to move that.
Not sure we're in a position to
move that yet, Your Worship, and I'm
move what yet?
I'm going to propose that this item actually be left to lie on the table and be visited at the end of the day.
This whole motion?
This whole motion, once the deliberations on all the components, individual component parts that appear elsewhere in the agenda have been deliberated on, because there might be a movement in the financial position, so our chief financial officer would need to make an adjustment.
Right, just pause for a minute, please. Okay, well, what I'll do is we'll carry on just discussing these at the end. I won't put the motion, but we'll lie on the table until we've come to the conclusion, and then we can put this motion. Just in case there is any issues that raised during the time of discussion, so that we can then consider those. Okay, so A3. If not, we'll come to A4. David, you wanted to comment on A4?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, sorry.
No,
Rachel, you wanted...
apologies, Your Worship. I'm just trying to wrap my head around when the best time to comment on the relevance of what I'm looking to achieve. I'm happy to take after councillor comments.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just preface comments with saying that I've nothing against voting or voties, and the boat ramp study we got, I think, just in this last week, indicates we have a shortage around the Bay of Islands particularly. But these two projects do concern me, and I have raised this before, but I'm not persuaded by some of the responses. The Ratcliffe Bay proposal, which is essentially boat trailer parking, 2 line items over the next 2 years to spend just over $1 million, presumably design and construction, and then further down a proposal to spend 1.4 million on land purchase. To me, that's an excessive amount. That comes to $2.41 million to achieve 18 trailer parks. if we were to expand that, that comes out $134,000 per park. I think that 1.4 million is completely excessive and way beyond the value of that piece of property that's been considered. I would suggest that 1.4 million be reduced to $500,000, which would reflect a more realistic evaluation. The 722,000, which presumably is for the construction development of the parking area, which is currently just a paddock. I think that's something the Infrastructure Committee in the future might have a close eye to. It does seem an enormous amount of money for the level of development that would be required there. But on that one, the specific amendment I would suggest is reducing that 1.4 million line item to 500k. The second one is again the Rangatane development, the proposed program development there. I would suggest that $1.2 million proposed for the next financial year be removed in its entirety. This has been an ongoing issue of concern, as we know. There is PGF funding for $2.45 million available, which would achieve a better, safer boat ramp, a new jetty, have some formalising of the temporary parking that happens Christmas around the reserve, and who knows, maybe even a public toilet, which has been long called for out there. The original PGF application for that project is seriously flawed, and that carries through to the whole project. The PGF application suggested that improving that boat ramp, this, in fact, by spending this amount of money for a reclamation and trailer parking, would, quote, improve the productivity of the commercial fishing fleet and potential for new tourism ventures. I'm not sure in what way any commercial fishery operation out of Rangatane, if indeed there is one, would be enhanced by the provision of some very expensive trailer parking. Similarly, I'm not aware of any tourism venture that is being held back by the lack of trailer parking at Rangatane. I think the whole proposition is flawed, frankly. The application goes on to claim overwhelming support for the project and that some local opposition due to an increase in traffic. That ignores the very strong and consistent opposition and concern from some locals around Rangatane at the scale of the project, which is significant. My significant concern is that if Council puts this $1.2 million, that's really only going to be a down payment. We'll get significant demands and well-justified demands for improvements to roading, footpaths, boardwalks, general health and safety stuff for that community and environmental protection. And I think that that's nowhere acknowledged here. Farmworth Holdings did come to the submissions with a request for 160k for provision of those ancillaries, which I think would be seriously underestimating the real cost to council over time. There's also obvious confusion about what the total project would cost. According to these documents we have, it'll be 3.65 million. In the information that went out to ratepayers, along with their rates demand, it's identified as a $4.2 million project. So which is it? As I say, I think it's going to be a money pit idea. I don't see the serious justification for such a significant development. Yes, we can improve that ramp, make it safer, make it more convenient. We can restore the jetty and accommodate extra parking there. But I think the scale of this and the potential for it to balloon out, frankly, is such that we ought not to approve this $1.2 million line item at this point. My final comment is again the justification for claims significant iwi support. Ngāti Rehia has signed off, and with all due respect to them, that's their right to do that. There are at least 3 groups who claim mana whenua status who have voiced opposition to the project, not least of all Ngāti Mau, whose Wainui Island area barely 400 metres away, and they have expressed very strong opposition to the project. So again, to propose that there is iwi support is actually a little bit misleading, I think. And I really think council is buying into a budget blowout, and B, continued significant pushback from a concerned community, including local hapu. So the amendments I propose, as I said, is to drop that $1.4 million for Rathwest Bay to 500k, and to simply put a line and to remove that $1.2 million contribution to the project.
Okay. That's an amendment.
That's a proposed amendment, please.
Right, is there a second for the amendment that's been put?
I'll second.
Radford, I'll ask the Chief Executive.
Thank you. I'll just,
I'll beg your pardon, sorry, Kelly, did you want to comment? I'm sorry.
Oh, Councillor Clendon has covered all my argument. I would just add that although we've tidied up the report that was done, the maritime study that was done, it now reflects the name Rangitane Residents Association. I do not have confidence that they've actually been engaged in that by RAMP study, and I think that that process of engagement around the Rangitane project has been flawed. That's all I'd like to say.
Thank you. Right, I'll turn the floor.
thanks.
May wish to comment.
On the first issue of the two, Ratcliffe's Bay first issue, Rangitane second, they obviously sit within a suite of, and we take all our direction from elected members around trying to get our North District residents into the water to get pay for their whānau or whatever other water recreational needs they may have. And as you know, we've been through extreme detailed process on Windsor Landing or now Rangitoto to get to the result that gives us an option there. And of course, Ratcliffe's Bay and Rangitane are the next two cabs off the rank, but they're all contentious and there are more to come under a more general study that you've asked us to do about the disposition of access to the water points around the district. With regards to Ratcliffe's Bay, Councillor, we are just literally technically following the resolution that this council has already given us about how to advance the Ratcliffe's Bay purchase, and using one of our respected councillors to go out and actually have a look at it on the ground. If we were going to undo this, if we're going to change this now, we would be undoing that former resolution. If I can give you some comfort, Ratcliffe's Bay, and I have to treat carefully here, Your Worship, because of the commerce that's involved here and because it's an issue under publicly excluded. And there's a real limit to what I can do there, but I think you'll recall that, let me be oblique, that the council is in the process of negotiating that sale, and the number is far from clear. But the number that's in the spreadsheet is the one that's in the resolution you passed us, and it defined the envelope within which we are working. If you were to take that away, then, or to reduce it, then it puts at risk the project, and we would ask that it be left as it is, with the expectation that we won't be spending the entire amount. The rest of that I have to leave to the process because there are valuers involved at the moment.
Just pause, have you finished with that? Because we'll just pause there and take this one at a time. And I just remind the council that we have had this discussion, and the whole objective was to allow the Chief Executive to come back and report to us to be given the authority to try and resolve the matter. Councillor Court.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm actually going to speak in opposition to the amendment, and I want to preface it by saying that I am being lobbied quite hard by both sides of the community of Rangitane, and with the wisdom of job, I'm supposed to sit here and decide who's right and who's wrong, and I don't think that's my job. That makes me feel very, very uncomfortable. In my perfect world, we would find a mutually agreeable solution for that community amongst the people that live out there. That clearly hasn't happened, but I don't want to close the door on that happening. So what I would like to do is leave the funding in the budget, subject to being able to arrive at a mutually beneficial solution that the community can agree on. If you take the money out of the budget, we shut that door to them, and I don't want to do that. So I would be very comfortable if we could leave it in there, as long as there was a clear expectation to the staff and farmers holding that it's not to proceed until such time as we have arrived at a position where we can agree on. That may not happen. I accept that. It may be that views are so diametrically opposed that we're never going to land on that position, but I think we owe it to that community to give them a chance. It's a significant investment, not just in the boat ramp, but in a whole bunch of social infrastructure that need to have that conversation around. And with regards to Ratcliffe's Bay, I'm also mindful that that is a very sensitive negotiation. It's still in public exclusion. I would like to see that budget remain, but again, the same rider applies. Chief Executive is to bring a report back to Council, and we'll make the ultimate decision on how that money is spent in regard to Ratcliffe's Bay. But I concur with my colleague, it is a very expensive piece of real estate, and we need to be very careful how we tread forward with limited ratepayer reserves. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Court. I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to also comment. I should have allowed you to finish Rangatani too as well, and then I'll make some comments, and then we'll take other comments if there are any.
Yeah, right, thank you. Just a brief comment that I completely acknowledge what the councillor is saying about Rangatani. It's contentious like the others. Maybe it's more contentious than the others, and that's an ongoing process. It's an occupational hazard, and there are alternative futures for this. But to keep our options available, we need to put the LTP as we have. Foremost in our mind is that the funding agreement from the Provincial Growth Fund is just over $2.5 million of the $3.7 million project. That is very substantial and significant relief to the ratepayer. If we don't advance on the timeline that's budgeted here, then we will lose that money and would have to pay for the entire project with again, an impact on the ratepayer. So we're imploring you to consider this as it's proposed.
Thank you. I just want to follow what Councillor Court has said and agree that the issue of Ratcliffe's Bay is challenging, as I'm sure Councillor Clinton knows, having visited it there, and that it's an issue, nevertheless, that we need to find a resolution to. And the only way we can do that is to ensure that we give the authority to the Chief Executive to be able to speak for us as the thing moves forward. It is important we find a solution. It's been at this table once before. We have agreed for it to move forward. Nothing new has changed since we passed that last resolution. And the whole purpose of it was to allow for the Chief Executive to come back and inform us of this is where we're up to. And I would like to say I too won't be supporting the amendment on the basis that we need to allow that discussion to happen. So that's the first thing on Rangatani. I've been involved with two meetings in Kerikeri office. I've got to say it certainly is contentious, there's no question about that. There are two distinct groups, one that has a view that it shouldn't proceed the way it is, the other is that it needs to, and again there's differences between different groups as to how it is. My concern with this is, again, having asked for the thing to proceed, is that we do put at risk the 2.7. That and quite honestly, that's a significant amount of money that ultimately, whatever we do, if we don't proceed down the road we have, that the ratepayers will then have to pick up. And quite honestly, I don't think that's sensible for us to make that decision. And I think it's sensible for us to proceed, continue along the lines that we have already, and again, allow the process to take its time. So those are my comments on it. Does anyone else want to make? Rachel?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to comment on the two items. So the first item of Ratcliffe's Bay, it's well known that I'm a sucker for process, and I have to total for the words of the CEO. This is a process that has been through the correct channels, that Council has given an indication of the direction of travel, regardless of how members have felt about that, and I don't feel comfortable relitigating that decision-making process at this table today. In terms of the Rangatani one, I'm going to put my cards on the table. I don't know where I sit on this, and I think for me that really highlights the issues with the process that we follow and the connection that we have as an organisation, as a governing body on behalf of our communities, and our CCTO, who is charged through a statement of intent to deliver X, Y, Z. And I think when we take this conversation higher level, and we know that Rangatani is not the only contentious project around our CCO delivery currently, we take it higher than that. It highlights the need to get a better connection between our organisation and Far North Holdings going forward. So I absolutely support the sentiment. We are stuck in the middle, and I am feeling like I'm sitting on the fence right now. If we had the understanding that there was an ability to shift that budget to look at the fact and acknowledge the fact that more work needs to be done on this project as a whole, we are not ready to be spending that funding. I would be in favour of that. However, I don't have the information in front of me today to make an informed decision as to whether or not we can defer. So I just wanted to put my cards on the table, and I will process that in my head, but I'm currently on the fence, and wanted to take the opportunity to highlight the fact that the statement of intent process is in the pipeline at the moment, that we will go through that with Whānau Holdings again between now and the end of June, and I would encourage my colleagues to keep this process in their mind as we go through that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, is anyone else? John, do you want to comment?
Yeah, so this is something, it's like most of the councils, I guess, in reckless playing. I've heard both sides of the argument. I have to admit, I don't think we've handled that too well in terms of the consultation that's been occurring there. And how we go forward, though, is a concern. I don't want to lose the initiative, as Councillor Court mentioned, the money that's been there, and given that we've got so much on the table at the moment, although I agree with my fellow councillor here, Councillor Cleandon, in the concerns he had both for Ratcliffe Bay and Rangatani, I share those same things, but I'm hoping that processes we put in place will work through it, given concerns with overall cost we're going to face as ratepayers, and potentially not losing the PGF funding, although I don't want to be pushed when some money thrown on the table and you must do this. When you do that in urgency, you tend to do the wrong thing. I'd like to see the right thing being done in here. So I'm looking to Sean and staff to actually manage through this process. So on that basis, because of the unknowns that I have in terms of what risks could result should this be hindered, I can't support the amendment, although I very much have concerns that Councillor Cleandon has.
Okay, thank you. I think we all do, of course, John. You're quite right.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. Just wanted to speak from a community perspective with both of those items. The boat parking at Ratcliffe has been put forward by the Whangarai community and supported by Linda Mills and is in our strategic priorities list to increase and improve boat parking. And as per Councillor Smith, this has been through a process. It is a substantial amount of money, but this is something the community has been pushing for. And with regard to the Rangatani proposal, yes, it is a substantial amount of funding, PGF funding, and I realise there is criteria that comes attached to that. However, from the community board perspective, we actually have been presented to public open forum by the Rangatani Recreation Association and the Residents Association, and are well aware of two opposing groups and opinions, and a lot of passion in the community about this, and I feel that a lot more work needs to be done on this before it's progressed, so that the community is happy with the outcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dave, you want to comment?
Yeah, I'd just like to express my support for Councillor Court's opinion there, and direction perhaps that due process needs to be observed and followed so that the CEO can go through that and keep us informed.
Thank you.
I'm aware of the growth fund of something around 2.5 million, and we need to use it quickly. And as our chief executive just said, we may lose it if we don't use it. But we're talking big money here, and I want to ask, where is Janice? Janice, what's our current debt at this very moment? Is this going to have a big bearing on all this, and particularly rates? What's our current debt?
Just over 50 million, I think.
Is it?
50 million.
And will this have a big, much of an impact, or will it have much of an impact?
It's currently factored into the equations because it was factored into the current year and into next year. That's why it's in the schedule to change.
Yeah, so it's already factored in, Maddie, for the ongoing years. All right, look, we've had...
Can I just make a further comment about the amendment
one
proposed?
final response on the amendment.
And Deputy Mayor's proposed further amendment. Was that on the table? Okay.
I'm sorry, Worship, I don't believe I proposed a further amendment. I was just reiterating proper process that all decision making ultimately reverts back to the community or council.
Yeah.
Well, just coming back to Ratcliffe's though, that was unbudgeted expense from, it wasn't in a budget. We had it added as a resolution of council. And my argument in support of that, was along the lines of community board member Ward, but there is significant, what are the words? There's significant site and Māori values around that harbour, and I said I would not support it if we were going to be doing a reclamation, and then lo and behold, the Maritime State went into detail about having, need to do some reclamation along there. So I no longer support that proposal, and for the Rangatane, I just want to, be totally brutally honest and cynical that I do not feel that proceeding with the Rangatane boat ramp project is going to engage the whole community, because right now there is division, and I'm seeing one group's view being upheld by High Holdings, and that's not fair. That's not democracy.
Thank you, Chris.
And just the statement of intent that was raised, we've always got a majority of the status quo around this table. So I don't have faith in the change of statement of intent.
Thank you. I'll take Felicity, and then David's right to reply.
Two questions, Your Worship. So the first one, just to clarify the amount of funding from central government for the Rangatane project.
It's 2.7 million.
2.45.
2.523.
Sorry.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so that's been confirmed from central government. And the second question is, does that project have a current resource consent?
Your Worship, if I could try to get the EPA on straight.
Sorry, what is it, Dave?
Currently, if Farnell Holdings are approved by the EPA to put it through the fast track process, which would cut short public participation in any further public participation.
I need to do that to get to 2.45. Okay, Felicity, is it?
Yeah, so those are my two questions because they haven't been addressed. Definitely the latter part. The resource consent and any RMA that is taken into account for those environmental issues as well as environmental issues, and there are appeal processes. So I'm not here to be a RMA lawyer here today, and I think it would be a missed opportunity from our council to miss out on that amount of funding, given that for every $800,000 is a 1% rate rise.
Thank you, Councillor Boyd. David, you're right to reply.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll just respond to 2 points. I recognise this reckless state as a negotiation, which makes it slightly sensitive. But I have to say that if I was happen to be a vendor, I'd take considerable comfort from seeing this item. That sort of sets the bar for negotiating the sale price of that piece of land. It's quite clearly tagged as purchase, and the other $1 million, 1.1 million for the development of the site. So I think it's slightly perverse, frankly. It's signalling to a vendor that sets the bar for the purchase. So not the way I'd go into a negotiation. In terms of Rangatane, yeah, simply that there is such strong and in my view, well justified opposition. I'm not persuaded. The only document we have to work with is a heavily redacted document. So I frankly don't know what the implications of withdrawing FNDC financial support would mean for the 2.45 million, which I think is the amount we have online here. I'm not sure about whether 2.5
we would lose it.
Well, okay. If that be the case, then I think we could do better with providing a better level of service to voters and indeed accommodating the wishes and needs of the locals. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there.
All right, thank you. So I'll now put the amendment.
Point of clarification, Your Worship, are we voting on this now or are we voting on
We're
this?
voting on the amendment now,
To put
because, and then the rest of the line,
Right,
just
thank
as we agreed. So the amendment is that the 1.4 allocated for RACTA from existing projects be reduced to 500 and that the budget available for Rangatani be removed.
Yes.
That movement of 5 for existing projects now need to be retimed. Okay, so that's the amendment. All those in favour? Order. Thank you. Are those against the amendment? Show your hands, please. Right, vote by division. Okay, all those in favour? We'll,
You have to call it out, Your Worship.
I did.
we'll call it out. Thank you. Right, I'm against. Councillor Cord?
Against.
Councillor Clinton?
In favour.
Councillor Collard?
Against.
Councillor Foy?
Against.
Councillor Radich?
For.
Councillor Smith?
Support.
You're for it. Okay. Councillor Stratford?
Support.
Councillor Tepanier?
Support.
Councillor Busich? Thank you. So that's 5 all. I will use my casting vote to vote against, so the motion is lost. Okay, thank you for that discussion. We will now move on to A5. Any points that anyone wishes to raise on A5?
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm a little bit lost as to when to raise my points and when not to raise them. I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit lost. So I'm just going to raise it here and we'll figure out where it's relevant later. So on page 17 of the proposed capital works program and the long-term plan, and apologies, I don't know where that is on the one on the screen, there are 2 line items. The first is for Waipapa Bay Sport car park surfacing, and the second is for Waipapa Bay Sports field drainage. The Waipapa Bay Sports field drainage budget of $650,000 is currently allocated in year 1, and the car park surfacing is allocated in years 3 and 4. I would like to propose that we switch those 2 around and retime them so that the ceiling is retimed to years 1 and 2,
Okay.
and the drainage.
Can I just ask you to pause? I'm just trying to figure out whether what you're asking for is relevant to A5.
That is why I raised the point, is that I'm confused as to where it's actually relevant, unfortunately.
Because what I'd like to suggest is that we'll just continue on with A5, and then because we're not putting this motion until the end of our discussions, we'll then come to you and you can put your amendments if that's okay.
That's fine. I would just like for some clarification perhaps from governance between now and then. I have added those amendments to the recommendation. However, I believe that they may actually be, or further points, sorry, I believe they may actually be an amendment to one of those recommendations.
Yes.
But we don't need to discuss that now, but it would be great to get that advice before.
Take advice from Janice.
If all we're doing is like for like swapping the numbers, then it would be part of 4, but the number won't change because we're just moving them. But we'd include them within
Yeah. Sorry, I tried to raise it in 4, but we moved on too quickly.
For clarity, Your Worship, I think all such amendments on the floor from elected members should be dealt with individually as part of the second item, and then documented and minuted. Otherwise, they get lost in the ether.
So when you say part of the second item?
So when we move on in the agenda
Yes.
to the long-term plan deliberations, we have all the issues there.
Okay.
At that point, I would strongly encourage if elected members want to introduce something new,
Yes.
they introduce it at that time. It becomes moved, seconded, it's recorded, and then the staff can make an adjustment if required
As required.
to item 5.1.
And the reason why we're leaving this to lie on the table is that if something does come up that affects, then we can go back to the council. We won't, believe you me, we won't overlook any issues that you need to raise. We will take them into account. So can we go to A5? Are there any comments on A5?
Sorry, you say you're leaving it to lie on the table, but then we're continuing on through it.
We're continuing on then through the second part, which is to do with on page 19, all those items, and that would be an appropriate time, and then if it has an effect on capital, then we can go back and deal with it.
Just for further clarification, Your Worship, it is just retiming. There's nothing new. It's just simply switching the timing of two line items related to the same project.
Yes, I understand that. So let's do it when we get to that. Okay, so just anything on A5?
So can we just be point? I can't find it in the spreadsheet.
We haven't come.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, comment A6. Okay, no comments. And then we've already dealt with Kaikoura Airport. We've had a discussion and approved that as well to be added in. Okay, so now that's just going to lie on the table.
Sorry, Your Worship, I thought there was to be an amendment or some additional wording to that.
Oh, I beg your pardon, for the Kaikoura Airport.
We did agree that we would have fit, as the mover of the we agreed that we would accept the addition of Kaikoura Airport.
Yep. Have we got that in the?
It's subject to, I think, was your language.
Yeah,
sign off by the infrastructure committee.
I don't feel the need to spell that out in the resolution because I consider that a matter of good governance, that no decision should be taken by staff independent to report back. But if it is for governance comfort that you want that included, I'd be happy to entertain that.
Yes. You're happy to leave it as it is, or to add some words in that it becomes?
I'm happy that as a matter of good governance, that all expenditure ultimately is reported back to council for decisions before it's committed, unless it's routine maintenance.
Thank you, Worship. A suggestion might be in the notes, or to note that in the notes that it will be brought to the infrastructure committee.
To the infrastructure committee to report back to council. Are you happy with that, Councillor? Yeah. Councillor Court, just hang on, Councillor Usage. Is that okay if we?
I moved 2 points. One was subject to having signed lease, which we don't have yet.
That's right.
And the other one was subject to a report coming back to the infrastructure committee, which detailed how the capital money was to be spent. And at the moment, we have no visibility of that. I'm happy to take that as a statement, but if it gives people governance comfort, I'm happy for it to be equally happy for it to be included in the resolution.
Right. So at the moment, we seem to be happy for it to be noted. Councillor Busey.
Yeah, I was just going to point out Councillor Court's other point. It's subject to signing the lease, which I presume would be done as well as a matter of good governance.
I've certainly taken it as direction that we will bring back the lease for signing to the infrastructure committee and if required to
report with the compliance schedule that everything else has been carried out by consultation with Edith and Hapu.
Yes.
Actually, well, indeed, that's who the lease will be signed with, actually. Okay.
Can we just have clarification? There was conversation about a report to council and a report to the infrastructure committee.
No, so it's automatic once the thing goes to the infrastructure, report back to council. So that's just an automatic system. So all we need to do is have a note that the matter will be taken to and reported to the infrastructure committee, and that obviously that the lease will be signed and brought back to council's attention as well.
And just further clarification that it's a note in the minutes, not an amendment.
Yes, just a note to the minutes, yes. Okay, let's turn to page 19. And so we can have discussion, I will move. Do I have a seconder, please? Yes, the whole resolution. Seconded by Councillor Court. The floor is open, and I'm going to turn the meeting to Councillor Smith. And Councillor, ask you to move your amendments and your discussions of points you wish to make.
Sorry, Your Worship, are we going to take these items one at a time?
Would you rather do them?
Absolutely, okay. I think it may become a bit complex if you want me to speak to them all at once.
If that
she needs more than 5 minutes for each.
Well, now we'll be timing that.
2 pages on there.
Yes, very good. Well, can I suggest that as you're sitting next, if you need to, a nudge every now and again might help. Okay, all right, so the issue of housing for the elderly. I just want to make a comment on that because, as you know, I asked Councillor Stratford, Councillor Smith, Councillor Tepanier and Councillor Floyd to be a council working party on the issue of housing generally, which of course included our housing for the elderly. Since then, there's been discussion around how we would administer this, and the Chief Executive's taken an interest, thank you, Sean, for the issue and suggested that what also we all need to understand is that when I first got informed, as the Local Government National Council got informed, was when we had a meeting, as we do 2 or 3 times a year, with the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, where the Minister of Housing announced that there would be a fund of 3.8 million to address issues of housing across New Zealand. And initially it was suggested that local government would be, some of that funding would be available to local government. It's since moved quite significantly, and now the way in which the whole issue is being administered and addressed is different from what was initially thought. However, there's a number of groups up here, right across the district, that are interested, and I think we've all been involved with some of those at various levels, that are interested in taking advantage of the opportunity that's presented. And of course, one of the consequences of that is that infrastructure needs, and of course the funding would be looking to provide that. Sean and I, and Dan and I have been discussing this, and a number of us have, but Sean and I have been talking to Far North Holdings on the issue of housing, and I just say I know this is housing for the elderly, but we've been talking, and Far North Holdings, Andy Knock tells me, in a position to actually take the administrative side of this. And one of the things I'd like to suggest is not just housing for the elderly, but that we accept the fact that we work with Far North Holdings and that we get them to come and do a presentation to us as soon as possible on the issue of housing, including housing for the elderly, so that they can tell us how they see and how they can work with the community groups that have taken an interest. And at that stage then, if it's required, and I think it is, I think it's absolutely essential that we have a hui with the various parties involved so we understand what the community's expectations are. As I've said, there's a number of groups, and I think it's important that while we can move this for the housing for the elderly, I think that we also need to take into account the wider issue of housing generally. So that's just a statement I have. Just on that issue. Does anyone else want to make a comment on housing for the elderly?
I would like to make a comment. Yes, so
Councillor Stratford.
Given what you said, Mr. Mayor, and looking at the wording here, you identified one or more community housing providers to purchase. Now, if I remember correctly, there was a bit of concern by ratepayers about losing or divesting of that option, housing for the elderly stock. And I'm thinking that perhaps this wording should change. One is to look at the best options for Far North District housing. You've mentioned Far North Holdings taking a role, and given how spread out we are, a number of Maori providers that are saying they may be interested, and how diverse it is, I'm thinking that just looking at one across the whole area, although you've got one or more, I think let's look at the flexibility there, but also look at the options that may exist, because it might be a partnership with Far North Holding, it might be sale, it might be something else.
Got a suggestion?
I've got the purchase to look at best option for Far North District.
So can you tell us which
council? So it's just changing the wording. So rather than saying looking at housing providers to purchase, because that's in concepts, made once.
Yeah, we can.
So that's my thoughts. So no, putting amendments in, I'd rather discussion.
So, Councillor Stratford and then Councillor Foy. this hand signals?
Sorry, I didn't find where it was. So we had a number of submissions on the housing for the elderly proposal. Options 1, 2 and 3 talk to us retaining them with some form of partnership or management arrangement. That totalled 346. 132 were against fully transitioning to another organisation. Amongst the organisations that expressed an interest in taking over, I am not confident, as the resolution stands, that we would be able to explore confidently the likes of, say, Ngāpuhi Iwi Social Services or Ngāti Hini Health Trust or any of our other social housing providers did express an interest. Did I mention that the Kirikiri Ratepayers Association, they had 100 residents that opposed the divestment as well, so that's on top of the 346. But I do not support divestment, but I am happy to put up an alternative motion saying that a panel of elected members are appointed to set up the criteria and approve any deal. That's where I am. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ford. And then Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. This important matter of housing for the elderly I had brought up previously. I'm glad it's been addressed. What I don't think was very clear in the consultation material is actually how much this is currently costing our ratepayers operationally, and also as a bow wave of capital investment that's been, that is required. In our last spreadsheet, it's highlighted $1.2 million collectively over years 1, 2, 3, or 400 and something thousand in years 1, 2 and 3. And I'm happy to spend that because it definitely needs that investment. However, in our workshop discussions, it was also highlighted a significant capital spend, almost $6 million. Off the top of my head, I can't see those spreadsheets here. It's not part of the agenda, but I think that number one, taking the burden off the ratepayer from allowing central government funding by having it as part of a separate entity is number one, significantly important for our council to take note of, and other councils have done that throughout New Zealand. I don't think that the ratepayer should be subsidising this when central government have those instruments if we did use this available option to divest. I also am aware that our current housing stock is very old. These were established in the previous county councils, and they are underutilised in terms of the sites. They have a lot more options in terms of infill development. A lot of them are corner sites, a lot of them are single level. We have a lot of options where we could do both housing for the elderly as well as social housing if those options were brought forward by this other entity, as well as a significant pool of professional backgrounds that these other entities would have, and would take the burden off our staff to be able to do what we are here to do, which is provision of infrastructure as per the Local Government Act. This is a social infrastructure, so I am key that that is not lost. So whoever we choose as an entity needs to have a focus that there is a social element to this, and that needs to continue. In our submissions, we did hear from the Switzer Home in Kaitaia, who currently not only provide housing for the elderly, but also medical care. So they have additional specialisations that allow for transition of care into the end of life. I think that those opportunities are significant for our community, and I don't want that opportunity to be lost, and also the opportunity to reduce the burden on our ratepayer. So I'm currently happy with the current motion. that says the wording of it, to purchase Far North District Council housing for the elderly assets. I don't think that the current amendment that says look at best options is practicable in the fact that we looked at several different options in our consultation document. And I'm not sure the time and how this works, but I want to speak against spending the approximately $6 million on renewals outside of the carry forwards, because I think that money could be better utilised for new housing at a better standard if we are to divest these assets. I think that would not be a good utilisation of our staff time. We have a huge workload that our staff can also utilise if we were to divest this to another entity.
Thank you, Leslie, for those comments. I just also advise Council that Whangaroa, what was the hospital, I'm not sure what the title is now, have expressed a view that they would be interested in working with us on the issue of housing for the elderly as well, and so they would be one of the groups. David, you wanted to make comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. General position, I'm in favour of divesting, but there is a bit of a hook in the motion when we say sale of assets. That would probably be taken to also refer to the land that these buildings sit on. And the outcome I want is to have these assets, this accommodation well managed. Frankly, I don't believe Council has a history of managing them well. We haven't had the resource to give the full wraparound support for the people in these units, and I think the community housing providers are far better placed to do that than we are. There's also the financial aspect. The CHPs can apply for funding streams which are not available to Council. Exactly how you finesse that, I'm not entirely sure. Would a nominal ownership or a $1 sale to a CHP of some or all of the assets satisfy the need for them to have access to that central government and other forms of funding? So I'm generally in favour. I don't think, as I say, we've done a good job of it. The assets are run down and very old, but I do think that we need to, the status quo just doesn't work. So I'm just trying to think how to best finesse this, the motion to commence the process of identifying collaborators within community housing providers to provide best ongoing outcomes for our, etc.
I think
semantics a bit, but I just want to capture a good process to make sure we get a good outcome.
Absolutely. I'll take you a minute, John, and Rachel, I'll take you next, but I'll just make the comment that I think there's general consensus that it would be better if we had people who specialised in the area looking after our thing. I don't think there's any argument about that. It's just a matter of making sure we get the wording of the motion right. And that's what we achieve. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of points that I was wanting to make. I take myself back to the initial conversation that we had around this matter, and for full disclosure, I'm still sitting in between a partnership and a full divestment between 3 and 4. I'm not clear on that, so that's the intention of what I want to raise today. So the focus of the outcomes that we were wanting to achieve was around the affordability and the protection of our vulnerable. We recognise, and I absolutely total what Councillor Foy has raised and what Councillor Kendon has raised, we cannot afford to continue to do this, and we have not done it well in the past, and we have no reason to believe that we will do it well going forward. It's status quo. So something needs to change, and I just want to acknowledge that within this, 54% of respondents did vote for change. So just acknowledging that. I guess what I'm looking for is some further clarification around what strict requirements might look like if we were to move into full divestment. I acknowledge on page 27 that it's stated one or more registered community housing providers with strict requirements to protect existing tenant arrangements and maintain or increase the number of units available in the district over time. So I'd really just like some reiteration and some reclarification as to what those strict requirements might be, acknowledging that we're looking currently in the preferred option to fully divest assets. So I struggle to understand what level of control we can have once we have divested those. I want to total what's being raised about we've always wanted to maintain a community-led level of service. So this isn't about one housing provider for the district. This is about working within the people, with the people, and you've raised that, Mayor Carter. I think what I am looking for, though, is some advice as to what next steps will look like in this resolution. I'm not comfortable that currently it's just instructing the Chief Executive to go away and do something. There's nothing to say at what point it will come back to council, what that will look like, what the scope of works will look like. So at the risk of beating a repetitive drum, because I feel like I raise the words next steps at every meeting currently, I'm looking for some guidance as to what next steps might look like in that. So two things, some clarification around strict requirements and some clarification around next steps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Buser, you wanted to take the floor. I just remind you you've already spoken once and just want to keep strictly. Councillor John, do you want to speak then, Kelly?
My put-out amendment is actually not correct because it's confusing. But we might Kelly can speak and I'll just make a suggestion.
Thank you, John. Kelly.
Just a question, what impact will the removal of $22 million of assets from our balance sheet have on our ability to borrow our debt ceiling?
The removal of the assets doesn't control our debt ceiling, it's our revenue that controls our debt ceiling.
1.75 times the...
It's revenue less capital subsidies times 175% is our debt ceiling.
But we set the ratio based on our assets, don't we?
No.
No.
The ratio is set through the local government funding agency, and it's something that we have to report back to them on.
Councillor Buser, do you want to...
Yeah, just
amendments.
So I agree with my fellow, all of them actually, saying, and I think we should be running it. No, I just want to have the wording, because in there it looks like we're trying to sell it to one organisation, and that's one more, but it's too diverse. And if you look at, for example, in Koto, there's Upward and Mapu wanting to do things as well, and there's other parties in different places, and we may not just selling them in other places. So, in saying all that, I would prefer something to the effect that says commence the process of identifying one or more community housing providers that would enable the best option for farmers, for best option for divesting farmers. I don't mind the word divesting because that's what we want to do, either partially or fully. You could actually add partially or fully in there. So that's my thoughts. So just
thank you. No, that just gives clarification. Does that lead everyone to... Council instructed the Chief Executive commence the process of identifying one or more community housing providers that will enable the best option for divesting farmers, council for elderly assets.
Councillor,
yes, sure, please.
Just with a small point, from an operational perspective, this is really good governance redirection. Thank you. I get this. The suggestion for the mover is that community housing providers in capitals refers to a specific buyer as the CHIPS that you would hear about that work with central government on funding such housing. So the option, I suppose, is just to remove the capital letters for CHP, so we're dealing with a generic pool of including the Switzers of life who are not necessarily designated CHIPS. So your intent is to make it more broad in terms of the options. We need to do that to achieve it.
We don't want to limit the options.
Yeah, but also given you mentioned that government's looking at housing, and I think Councillor Floyd raised it. It could be a good option there where emergency housing, housing for elderly, and social housing can be combined with one of those providers in a specific community. So that's what I mean. I don't want to cut those options out.
We don't want to limit ourselves by passing a resolution today that then cuts off an opportunity in the future as we just explore this.
Yep.
So can I just, before we get, Sean will just address Rachel's point, is that going to provide us with the wording we've got there now?
I think what was just raised is one or more and then no community housing, just one or more providers.
One or more providers, yep. Can we just take community housing out?
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. Sean, you want to address Rachel's?
Yeah, just come back to Councillor Smith's point. For your comfort, Councillor, I would not think of making any decisions about how to operationalise this. This is the basic direction from you to go away and find divestment options. All of it would come back to full council, potentially via a committee. And I think given the size of this, it will be more than one meeting over the period that it takes to transition, so that you know, certainly not sitting with the operators to take the option.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. On that, I would like to foreshadow an amendment, but I recognise that Councillor Busich has put one up, so some guidance on the process here would be great.
If you get us to change that substantially, other things you can add to that, which will include what you're...
I'm happy to table it for discussion. If you'll
so
allow.
you want to alter the wording of 1A?
You can foreshadow what you...
So what I was looking to put up was that the council instructs the Chief Executive Officer to report back to council, including next steps, the process of identifying one or more community housing providers with a view to fully divest Far North District Council's housing for the elderly assets, with strict requirements to protect existing tenant arrangements and maintain or increase the number of units and level of service available in the district over time. Apologies, that's a very lengthy sentence.
It's very long. Can you...
I've given it to Aisha.
We're just going to copy and paste it.
We're just copying and pasting it right now. Okay.
Sorry,
so this, just so I've got this right, what you're suggesting, Rachel, is this will replace 1A.
I feel comfortable that it is along the similar lines to Councillor Busich, however, I do feel that it is a clearer direction.
Chief,
it's comfort to people.
Do we want the words community housing taken out of that as well? Just advice?
Or do you want to change it to for social housing use somewhere?
If you just make it with little letters, it's generic. Take the capitals out.
Right.
That's
Can we just change those to small CHP? Yep, thank you.
I would prefer to keep the capital, the actual community housing providers, and that those providers who want to chip themselves up, because then we know it's going through an extra layer of regulation to ensure that
I just want to remind everyone here that, of course, we've all agreed that we're going to be talking with Far North Holdings, who are going to come back and give us advice on this anyway. This is just to allow us to recognise the fact that we had submissions on it, that we all agreed that we would like to pass our management over, because we, as we say, historically we haven't done well. So all we're trying to do today is get a resolution that doesn't bind us, so that suddenly we find that something but comes up with a good idea and sorry, we passed the resolution. So,
can I just add in a point of clarity though? Far North Holdings were going to become a community housing provider. That's the only angle I was supportive of them being in this conversation, because it is social housing.
yes.
I thought they were chipped up.
They are.
But so can I just clarify
No,
now?
they're not.
Sorry, you wanted to make a comment?
Well, it's just getting a bit messy. We've got 3 or 4
That's what I'm trying now to get to. I want to unmess. So what we need to decide is, are we happy with the suggested motion that Rachel has put up, or Kelly's got an addition in there, or John?
I've got one sort of put up on the table there already.
Yes.
But just discussing on that, what I've put up there just in defence, I think is general enough to include all of these things. Perhaps the one piece of that is missing is that it's going to come back to all of council in the detail.
Yep. Because
there's going to be potential detail in there. So I wouldn't like to be too subscriptive, which I think we are heading towards. Right. This could confuse and limit what Sean can do.
Okay, I'm going to take Rachel and then I'm going to ask, because basically we've got 3 proposals on the table and I haven't chaired this well. Rachel, you want to make a comment, please?
Thank you, Worship, and I just want to acknowledge that I do feel you are chairing it well, so I thank you for that. You're encouraging collaborative conversation. I guess I just want to signal to my fellow elected members, and this will apply to all of the amendments that I've put up today. I'm very mindful that as a governing body we have made some significant changes to the way this council will be re-elected, and it is quite possible that it will be a completely different body sitting around this table. So today for me the priority is ensuring that very clear direction is set with intention in our resolutions, which is why I've added that that last line on, John. So perhaps if you'd like to consider, sorry, Councillor Visich, if you'd like to consider capturing that part also to reiterate the importance of those outcomes that this council was looking for. I can't imagine this will be a fast process.
No, right.
So it's important that that direction is clear.
So, Mr. CE or staff, if you put an end that on what I put up there, you can pick out some of the key concerns that Councillor Smith's got in there, so that we're not, maybe broadens it, that we're not limiting the options. I think the need to report back to all of council is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So what are we doing now, Katie?
We're adding some and that's as to Councillor Visich's.
We're combining.
So
You're happy
Councillor
with that,
Smith, are you
Brian?
happy for
Yeah,
the
so-
report back to council?
After the one, was it? And that after.
Okay,
Rachel.
all right. Sean wants to make a comment, and then I'm going to move that we make a decision as to which one we vote on. Sure.
Please ignore this if this is not helpful. But today, what we came to get was your preference to divest the housing.
Kelly, do you want to introduce?
That's the main point, and not partially, but totally, because the numbers that are in the financial plan for the LTP, they are based on the recommendation that we completely divest. So I just ask, that at least that's clear, which I'm not sure, because at the moment it's instructing the report back.
And it's not.
But I wonder if it's helpful to just think of instructing us to divest and for the chief executive to come back with terms of reference for the process. And then all of these concerns, we can look at much more detail, and you can be quite sort of if you want it. But if that's not helpful,
Well, I've got to say that around this room we've all agreed we want to divest.
No.
Oh, we're not. Right, okay. The majority of us have agreed we want to divest. And basically what we're asking for now is a system which allows us to do that. And that's what I thought Councillor Busich had actually captured.
The reason I got partial there, just by way of clarity, if Farmer Holdings was involved, I don't think we can accept to be
Right,
partial investment, I say. So that's why I don't want to limit options.
So are you happy with the addition of 1 and 2, John?
Or retain land ownership.
That's right.
So
John, are you happy with 1 and 2 added on?
Land ownership of?
Yeah,
Or
that seems to be okay.
retaining
You're okay with that?
land
Right.
ownership of?
So what we've got now is
That's applied.
an amendment moved by just publicity. I just want to make progress on this. We've had full discussion. John is now moving, that's his amendment. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? And then I'm going to allow, well, thank you. I'm going to allow you to comment, Felicity, and then I'm going to put that together.
Thank you.
I have a comment to the amendment as well.
I just wanted to speak to part B, which we haven't really discussed it in the first part. My concern is if some of the very old and dilapidated stock are removed and replaced with new housing stock, that would actually have an impact on existing tenants' arrangements. However, the long-term latter part of part B would actually end in better outcomes. It would, though, for a short period, affect the existing tenant arrangements. So I just wanted to highlight that I don't agree with the first part of part B. However, I agree with the second part, which is, in my mind, the intent of what we're doing today to increase the number of housing units and provide a better level of service.
Thank you, Councillor Foy. Councillor Stratford, and then I'm going to put the amendment.
So I am concerned that where we're heading is not going to retain it as social housing, which is what these were always intended to be. So I am wondering if we can add somewhere in there.
No, we're not. Sorry, Kelly, but we're going to vote. We've gone around in circles on this.
And just to Felicity's point, we can't just, have people homeless while a house is being redeveloped. Existing tenant arrangements would mean that whoever takes it over would put them in temporary accommodation while they're rebuilding.
All right, so the motion on the floor has been moved by Councillor Buse, seconded by Councillor Tippett. I'm going to put the motion. All in favour, please?
Your Worship, can we please vote by division? Because
Yes,
as
we
was
can.
pointed out to me the other day, if you're watching remotely,
You don't know.
you
Okay.
don't see how people vote unless
Right.
the division box is put.
Okay, thank you. We'll
Sorry,
vote
Your
by-
Worship, at the risk of elongating, I'm not comfortable with the grammar being used.
Okay, well, you'll have to vote against it then. I'm sorry, we've had enough discussion.
It currently doesn't make sense, is what I'm saying.
All right, so can we have the vote up, please?
What's the grammar?
Where's the grammar?
Don't worry about that, Casey. Put the vote up, please. Okay, I'm in favour of the amendment. Councillor Court?
Opposed, Your Worship.
Pardon?
Opposed.
Opposed? Thank you. Councillor Clinton?
Support.
Councillor Pollard?
Support.
Councillor Ford?
Support.
Councillor Radich?
Support.
Councillor Smith?
Support with reservations of
Yes,
grammar.
thank you. Councillor Stratford?
Against.
Against? Councillor Tippett?
Support.
Councillor Busich?
Yeah, I support it, no trust, so.
Okay, the vote is carried. Thank you very much.
Your Worship, it becomes a substantive motion.
Big-
It becomes a substantive motion.
Right, yes. Okay, so we'll put now it becomes a substantive motion. Do you want to vote it separately or just show of hands?
At the end we vote. At the end we can vote on the whole.
Vote on it altogether. Okay, thank you. Right, so this has become now the amendment. Councillor Foy, did you have a question?
My point of order is about the matter they brought about the $6 million of investment. It's not currently in the spreadsheet, but it was discussed at the workshop. So I'm not sure the time that I bring that up to discuss, and I've already highlighted that, both in the workshops and.
Okay, just hold on. Hey, all right, I'm taking advice from the staff that we actually need to do these as we go through, all right, rather than do them as a whole, because otherwise we'll get to the end and we'll want to relitigate.
Yeah, I was keeping it in the back of my mind.
Okay, so what I'm going to do then is, and Felicity will come to your question, I'm going to, now it's become the substantive motion, I'm going to, do you want this by division or just by show of hands?
I think moving forward while we're changing, every vote should be done by
Okay,
division.
all right, can we have the division list up, please? I'm in favour. Now can't remember who else next.
On my screen and for.
Opposed.
Right, favour, Ann Court's against, David Clendon.
Support.
Collard.
Support.
Boy.
Support.
Radich. Smith.
Support.
Stratford.
Opposed.
Tiffany. Support. Busich. Support. Right, that substantive motion is now carried. Okay, so now, oh sorry, Felicity, you asked some question about $6 million.
Thank you.
Did you get an answer? Well, can you just ask it again so we can ask the staff to respond?
Thank you. Yes, I've raised it in the workshops, and in the last workshop that we had, some additional spreadsheets were brought to the table, and in those spreadsheets were on top of the carry forwards highlighted in the spreadsheet here this morning, which I fully support. The 400,000 or 470,000, years 1, 2 and 3, fully support that.
So what's the $6 million?
The $6 million is additional capital spending on the housing for the out of lease stock on top of this $470,000. The reason that I don't support that, as I've highlighted in the workshop and I'll highlight today, is that my logic is that with the clear direction from council that we to partially or fully divest our stock that the better use of that money should be considered at the time of having further clarity on that. $6 million is a lot of money towards, number one, new housing stock instead of putting into old buildings, particularly when we're not looking at the better utilisation of the site. If it's a corner site, if it is the right densities, if it's in a flood zone.
Okay,
there's lots of reasons why I don't agree with that.
Okay. Can we just have a comment, please? Is it a matter of...
Just that as per the consultation document, the cost for this was 4.09 million over the next 3 years for improvements, and a further 6.95 million over 10 years of LTP for refurbishments.
Through the chair, before me stay for the first 3 years while we work through this process, we will continue.
Okay.
And through this resolution, we would remove everything from year 4 onwards on the assumption that we concluded in 3 years.
Thank you, Richard. So my point is I disagree with spending the $4 million in years 1 to 3. I agree with the 470 odd in years 1 to 3. And I wanted to move a motion to that effect that I think that would be a waste of ratepayers' money, which could be more effectively utilised.
This is just about getting stock fit for sale to bring it up to market. There are other ways of doing this, like just fire sale type approach, but it's not best value for money by any stretch.
Point of order, can we please use standing orders? We have 1 day to do this work, and we're still on item 1. And what we've gone into is just a shambles. I'm sorry, Your Worship, but we do need to use standing orders.
And move on, is what you're saying. So when we come to the long-term discussion at that stage. All right?
Second, just 1.2.
So we need 1.2 and 1.28. Okay, so we're now going to, in 1.2b, isn't it? Yes. So we're now going to discuss items 1.2, 1.2a and 1.2b. Okay, so I'll move those 3 items. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. Now that's taken out now, by the way, subject to the 3rd item there, Northern Regional Council confirming the equal shareholding, that disappears out of that motion. Okay, is there any comment on that, please? It's been moved and seconded.
Sorry, what's the
So if you go to 1.2a, and then there's 3 bullet points, Northern Regional Council, Kaikoura District confirming their equal shareholding is taken out. Okay. Right. Vision. I'm in favour. Councillor Court.
In favour.
Councillor Cleandon.
Support.
Councillor Collard.
Support.
Councillor Foy.
Support.
Councillor Radich.
Against.
Against. Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Support.
Councillor Tepanier.
Against.
Councillor Busich.
Support.
Right, the motion is carried. Okay, so that brings us now to 1.3, and we'll go through to 13H. Okay, I'll move it. Do I have a seconder, please, for discussion? Councillor Busich. Does anyone wish to? Councillor Cleandon?
I'd like to speak against 13A, that removed from land value to capital value. The feedback we got from the submission process was quite strongly opposed to the sort of 3 to 1. It was, I think, about 23% in favour, the balance in favour of the status quo. I was thought quite hard about this, and there are pros and cons both ways, obviously. I think capital value is a fairly blunt instrument. There's a sort of a perception that it's much more fine-grained than it is. That, capital investment on a given property will be reflected in the rate movement, but in fact that's only very partially true. If you look closely at how QV arrive at these numbers, it is quite a blunt instrument, and I do think that it fails to really capture the, if you like, the embedded wealth in a particular property. Okay. The principle is that it's around the ability to pay, the assumption that a significant capital investment in a property indicates greater willingness or rather ability to pay. That overlooks the significant pushback we've had against the notion of householders who are asset rich but cash poor. That does describe quite a large number of our communities, of our residents. The one thing that really pushed back against my sort of enthusiasm for a change is the effect it had on the example of a horticulture property, whose rates would go up to the tune of about 11 times over 10 years. The rates burden, we're trying to encourage a shift to high value horticulture away from pastoral farming where the geology, or rather geography, accommodates that. We're investing significant amounts of money in water storage and reservoirs to enable that horticulture to develop and expand. But the effect on those properties would be so dramatic in terms of rates, I think it would be a significant disincentive to do that.
So, Councillor Clinton, are you moving an amendment to take that out?
Yes, I guess
Point of order, Your Worship. I'd like some clarification. I'm not sure that you could amend to do a direct negative that we would have to vote against, as opposed to amend the recommendation.
I guess I'm flagging that I will vote against.
Thank you.
Calculating the general.
Okay.
Against that transition from land value to capital value. It does require amendments.
So we'll have to then, to allow Councillor Clinton's voice to be heard, we will have to take that as a separate vote. Is there any other comments on Councillor Stratford, Councillor Court, and then Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind coming in.
And then Councillor Busis. Oh, did you want to make further comments?
Well, yes, I'm sorry, I do. I'm just unclear about the word of doing this one at a time. I also would speak against 1.3f, that we retain the current 100% availability rate for water and wastewater connections. My two things. Freshwater, delivering potable water to premises is a scarce resource. Capacity in our wastewater systems is also a scarce resource. By putting 100% availability charge, we're encouraging people or making it easy or logically consistent for them to purchase, or rather to add to the burden on those scarce resources. It also speaks against the resilience, in my mind, that it is a disincentive for people to provide for their own water, for their own wastewater treatment. I'm aware of the arguments in favour of spreading the cost, and I thought that the proposed reduction to a 60% rather than 100% made sense. So you're flagging that on the basis that you're increasing demand for scarce resource and working against resilience, that I would vote against that 1.3f, retaining that availability rate. The rest of the items under 1.3, I'm quite on the table.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stratford.
Yeah, I'm still on the fence about whether we switch from land value to capital value, but I just want to highlight that, you know, we had a presentation last year during COVID from Infometrics, and we had a report from Burl highlighting that rates affordability for our district is a huge issue. And when we were reviewing the rating and the way that we rate, I really regret that we haven't had a chance to look at what really ratepayers want us to do, so that you know, they're paying for what is important. But I think that the review has been great. You know, we did the digital engagement online last year, and that brought out, you know, lots of interesting comments. And then it's been an emotional rollercoaster reading all the hearing submissions and listening to them speak. And you can see the diversity, you know, in our district when they come to the table. But what the submission that really spoke loudly to me was Therese from Board Angels, where she came and presented to us on behalf of the voices that didn't submit and that didn't come and talk to us. The citizens that can't afford, they're below or even mid-income, the working poor, and so a switch from land value to capital value is going to make a difference of, say, $300 to those communities that have low incomes, low household incomes. But that's only because our rate increase is 5.5% proposed in the LTP. If we were looking at what was really important and, making our rates increase more closer to the 4 or the 3.5 that we've done in the previous 3 years, then there would be more affordability, and it would be slightly more in line with what household incomes are moving with. I don't know where I'm going to vote on the land value to capital value, but I do know that rates at $100 a week is not sustainable, and switching to capital value for a lot of the homes who have high capital value properties is going to rate them out of their home. In contrast, though, the farming communities that would benefit, have received a reduction in, say, 16 to 26,000. And I imagine that that's going to be an amazing reduction for them. But I don't think we're ready yet. I would like to carry on the journey of the review. I don't, if we stay with the status quo, I don't want this to be the end. I want us to continue the conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just like in governance comfort in regard to the program of differentials. It's not captured in the resolution. Part of the modelling, when we looked at significant variances, we had a conversation that we would move to work immediately on a program of differentials to address or start to alleviate the rest of the impact. I'd just like some words from the Chief Executive or the financial team on the timeline for that work and when we can expect to see that implemented.
Through you, Chair, I think at the discussion we had was to either do that as part of an LPP amendment next year, or when we have got a clearer line of sight of what the impact of the Three Waters reforms would be, and see whether those two things coincide to enable us to move forward in that space. It's not something that we've taken off our radar. I think it's something that, depending on how you vote today, is how we will need to move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd like to speak against item 1.3a. I don't support the transition to capital value from land value. It was very clear through the consultation process that we went too hard, too fast, too much, and it was blurred. So currently today I don't feel confident in the decision to shift from the status quo, so I will be supporting that transition. 1.3e, I hear what Councillor Clendon is saying. However, I do support the retention of the current availability rate. I would, however, like to acknowledge the need for a sustainability and resilience strategy for the way that we deal with water as a district in alignment with our climate change roadmap. I do acknowledge that has been identified in there. However, I would like to propose an amendment to 1.3. Sorry, I'm confused on my 1.3F, that Council retains the current availability rate for water and wastewater connections at 100% and instructs the Chief Executive Officer to develop a water sustainability and resilience strategy in the first 3 years of the 2021-31 long-term plan in alignment with the Far North District Council Climate Change Roadmap. I acknowledge I may not get support for that because of the unknown that we are in with the Three Waters right now. We are facing quite possibly all of this removed. However, I think it's really important that also with the conversations of the future for local government, we're willing to stand up and recognise what is important to our district. So it is a balance, and I recognise that. So it's simply a proposal at this stage. I would also like to, in acknowledgement of Councillor Court's points, request an introduction of 1.3i, that Council further investigates its rating system, including introduction of differentials and the uses of soups. We did not get this right this time, but this is not the end of the conversation. We need to continue this work. My understanding is this work has been ongoing since 2012, and I'm not willing to sit here today and accept that this is the end. So I'd like to very clearly indicate that this will be an ongoing process from the long-term plan. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Vucic.
Yeah, I support 1.3a. There's been a lot of work that staff actually did. I think good work. I'm a bit disappointed that figures went out that put just about everybody off, and I can see that that was confusing. But when we look at what was actually done subsequently in our workshops, and that is reflected in 1.3b and C and D, it actually brought it in line with what is actually expected, and in the funding community expected this sort of thing. Also, it meant that yes, there were some large rises. And but some of that meant that we're looking at the significant money being paid from big corporates and elsewhere from government that are coming in here, reducing the rates burden on the rest. Leaving it the same would mean that they carry that rates burden. I understand that rates is a big issue, and you can always argue and say people have been rated off their property. And certainly you look at be it a small sort of grandmother on a property in the Hokianga who's paying sometimes 30% or more of their rates. So there's an issue there, and there may be some ways of doing. There are ways of doing relief. So I don't tend to buy the arguments that if you've got a high valued property, you shouldn't be paying the rates. So as in terms of capital, so that's why I actually support it. I'm a little bit concerned in the process we went through. I remind everybody that this is the majority of the rates that we do in New Zealand. It's the way that probably would be pushed on us should we removed in some form, and we've got no control over it then, and we don't know how it's going to be phased in. So that, but I support it on the basis that 1.3b and C. So I'm not out of order here, because otherwise it gets really messy. So in terms of what you're voting for, so I'd rather we vote on all of 1.3 if we're going to vote.
You probably can't. Councillor Corey, you want to comment?
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to support what my fellow councillor Vucic has raised. Our staff have done a significant amount of work on this, and we've had numerous workshops. I agree that there was a lot that went out to the public this time, in particular the significant change of looking at the removal of the UAGC. When we looked at the new modelling and the fact that with retaining that the changes weren't as substantial, I think that maybe in hindsight we shouldn't have gone out with it all at once. But I agree that capital value rating with changes over 10 years allows us time to establish those differentials. 100% agree that our council needs to have differentials to allow for those outliers like horticulture, like big industrial activities. From my background in planning, I know that subdivision doesn't create effects. It's actually when the land is developed, it's land use that creates effects. It's the building, it's the built infrastructure. That's what creates the traffic effects. That's what creates the diversification in land use and the demand on council services that we provide. In terms of the point about water and wastewater connections, 1.3F, I support that being retained as per the current wording. In terms of our council and development rights, our council has to allow for connections for those and subdivision rights within our system design if that site is there. So if they're not paying towards that and utilising that, those services are being underutilised and the rest of the ratepayers are having to carry that burden. I don't think that that's fair. In terms of the soups and in 1.3a, the change to capital value come hand in hand. I'm glad that we did address that at the workshops, and I think that the current wording is fair and reasonable in the fact that when we get to years 5, we will have the differentials established, and the capital values will then allow for the differences in terms of the increase in capital to offset the soups. So, in short, support the current motion as worded.
Thank you, Mikana. I'm speaking in favour of transitioning to capital value. 71% of councils in New Zealand use capital value for rating, and we're doing it over 10 years, which was discussed, and we can tutu with that all of the way along that journey. I speak against retaining the UAGC, and I do so because that was a change that came through only at our last or second to last workshop. And what it ended up doing is what this says we're trying to achieve was fairer rates for more equitable rates across our district. It ended up throwing up the rates rather than down for residential properties such as those here in Kaipuhe, and I know same for those over in Hokianga, because as described in our own document, the US is a regressive tax, so it takes a larger percentage of income from low income earners than higher income earners. I would probably have been swayed to agree to keep it in if we also had on the table for discussion, which we don't today, removing the ward rate, which I think is unfair when we look at what we're trying to achieve through this. I went back to our initial conversations about how we slice the pie to make it more fair, and when we get to it, I'll be voting accordingly, knowing that it probably isn't going to be similar to my fellow elected members, but that I'm basing all of basing my vote off making our rates fairer and simpler and more equitable across our district. We definitely need to sort out those differentials.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to Dave Collard.
Just one comment, because there's enough being said really. I don't support the capital value rate, probably mainly because of the potential to rate fixed income people out of their homes. That concerns me greatly, and I just don't believe I have the moral right to do that. So the other stuff I'm happy to go with, but...
Thank you. Councillor Court, were you going to move a further section?
Your Worship, my apologies. I did signal an amendment, however, I didn't actually table it for a seconder. I didn't look for a seconder on my amendment, so I would like, with your okay, to look for a seconder on those, please.
So what's your amendment?
They're on the screen at the moment.
Okay, Councillor Smith, so 1-3.
Can I just have a further clarification? Will we be voting on each of these items individually?
We are.
Thank you.
So Councillor Smith, Council retain the current Valley Water, blah, 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 and instructs the Chief Executive to develop a water sustainability and resilience strategy in the first 3 years, 2021-2031, in line with the FNDC climate change. She's moving in addition. Do we have a seconder, please? Councillor Tepanier. Okay, so what we'll do then is we will...
Point of order, can we move F and I as two separate motions?
Yes, I'm good. Yes. So what I'm going to do now is accept that that's an amendment on the table. We will vote on the amendment when we come to it. If it's defeated, then we'll come back to the original motion and vote on that, okay? And then the second HOA, can we just go up, please? The council rating system, including introduction of differentials and use of SIPs. Okay, and you're moving that as well as an addition. Is there a seconder for that?
Your Worship, can I point of order? That would only come into play if 1.38 defeated.
138 loses?
Yes.
Okay, because it's a direct negative? Okay.
In that case, Worship, I would be happy to remove the last 5 words of that, as it doesn't need to be entirely defined. So I'd be happy to just cap it at including introduction of differentials. I don't believe that would.
Otherwise, you are.
If I understood Councillor Smith's intention, that was an alternate to 1.3a.
No, that was to cement that this will be an ongoing process, that we will continue the conversation regardless of the outcomes today. Thank you.
Okay, so is there a seconder for the 1.3i?
Yep.
Councillor Stratford? Okay, so we'll take those as we come to them. Sorry, Casey, did you?
Sorry, Your Worship, we have an amendment on the table for F. I'm just suggesting that we should potentially be voting for A, B, when we get to F, put the amendment for. Can we please do it neat and clean so
Absolutely,
that.
that's entirely what we're going to do.
So we'll vote on A. When we get to F, we'll bring the foreshadowed amendment onto the table.
That's correct.
And then after we get through H, we'll bring I onto the table.
Correct.
So at this stage, if we could just vote
Yeah,
on.
that's exactly how I intend to do it. Right. Thank you. Right, so what we're going to be doing now is by division.
Yes.
1.3a. Okay, so on against capital value. Deputy Mayor Cord.
For.
Councillor Clendon.
Opposed.
Councillor Collard.
Opposed.
Councillor Foy.
For.
Councillor Radich.
Opposed.
Councillor Smith.
Opposed.
Councillor Stratford.
For.
Councillor Tepanier.
In support.
Councillor Busich.
Support.
Shucks.
Because, Your Worship, you're against that, means we stick with land value.
Yep, so,
Or you can change it. but you
We
don't-
could change it.
thank you very much. Anyone else going to change the last vote? Okay, so the motion is
Lost.
lost. Okay, so 3B.
Worship, point of order, that has a direct impact on the later parts of
Other items there.
the other items in this motion. Please may we adjourn to discuss the other items with staff and get advice before we proceed with.
I think that's, you might want to do that in public.
Yeah, I don't think we need to adjourn. I think we can take advice now, can we?
Like 6, for example, we can't stop at 6 now.
No. Okay, can we please have advice of the impact, given that council are now proceeding with land value, what the impact of 3B, 3C, etc.
Just the first point before I hand over to CFO about which of these cereals, if any, are affected. Just remember that we need to rate something like 94 million in rates, and it will still be here, and year after B is still safe. This is about how that pie is divided across the rate ownership. So it's not terminal or critical, but it will make a difference to what share of the pie is paid by different sectors of the community. When the CFO is ready, she will talk about how there's probably only one cereal here that needs to be reconsidered. Janice, how many of the other cereals are affected by that decision?
Only H. 1.3G, council still has the option to move the stormwater to be on capital value, even though the general rate isn't, if it chooses to. 1.3H becomes mute given 1.3A has been lost.
So we would retain the uniform and general
That's a
code?
decision that you use.
Yeah, but we
Yes.
can vote on that.
Yes, you can vote on them right the way through to H without.
All right, so can we have the vote up, please? And vote on. Thank you. In favour? Councillor Court?
Favour.
1.3b.
Can I speak to that? Can I speak to that first? Please, before we go.
Okay.
Well, I want to speak to
Point
it.
of order, Your Worship. We took we've had the debate and now
We
voting.
started at 1.3a.
Are we going to relitigate each one? I just want clarity.
Well, I think we've
Order, John. Yeah, I hear what you say, Councillor Court, and you're quite right. The only thing is that having lost the 138 does have an impact on the balance.
I said that, Your Worship, but if I could restate my objection, my point of order is that you open the floor for debate on all of items A
All the way through.
to H. You received an amendment from Councillor Smith. You're now putting it, and you're putting it in part. It is, I'm challenging whether or not we can now reopen the floor to debate on each point.
No, and if I don't intend to, I'm going to allow Councillor Busich one comment and then we're going to vote.
If you go for the unit, if you actually drop the uniform annual charge, then you are doing on farmers what I showed up. They'll have got 30 to 40% rate wise. And that goes to the second point as well.
Yeah, thank you.
So status quo, since we voted for that, has to remain.
Thank you. Thank you. So on 1.3b, have the division, please. In favour? Councillor Court?
In favour.
Councillor Clendon?
Aye.
Councillor Collard? Boyd?
Favour.
Rowlett?
Aye.
Smith?
Support.
Stratford?
Support.
Kepania?
Opposed?
Busich?
Support.
Thank you. 1.3, that's carried. Please for 1.3c. In favour?
Support.
Thank you. Councillor Clinton?
Support.
Councillor Collard? Support. Councillor Foy?
Support.
Councillor Rutledge? Councillor Smith?
Support.
Stratford? Kepania?
Support.
Councillor Busich?
Support.
Thank you, that's carried. We go to 1.3d, retain the commercial differential at 2.75 in favour. Councillor Court?
Support.
Councillor Clendon?
Aye.
Councillor Collard? Support. Who's up? Come back again. Councillor Foy?
Support.
Aye.
Councillor Rowlett? Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Support.
Stratford?
Opposed.
Tepania? Councillor Tepania?
Support.
Councillor Busich?
Support.
It's carried. Councillor 1.3E. Deliberations 1.3E, retain the thing on favour. Yes.
Opposed.
Opposed. Councillor Clendon.
Support.
Councillor Collard.
Support.
Councillor Foy.
Support.
Councillor Rutledge. Councillor Smith.
Opposed.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepania.
Opposed?
Councillor Busich. It's carried. 1.3F. David, did you want to add an amendment to this? I can't remember. No, it's Councillor. Sorry, I beg your pardon. We've already got it. I beg your pardon, Councillor.
Everybody votes.
Okay, so now we're going to vote on the amendment. That's no. Yeah.
I seconded it.
Councillor is Stratford.
Oh, no, he didn't. I seconded the other one.
Yeah. Okay. So do we need to have any discussion or we just put the vote?
Can we speak to the motion?
You want to speak to the amendment?
Thanks to the amendment. It's just under F.
Very quickly.
While I
please.
understand the sentiment of the roadmap, I just note that it isn't possible, it's probable that our three waters are going to the new entity. I wouldn't want to use our valuable staff time doing this work when it's only going to be transferred to the new entity, which may redo it all anyway. Okay, I'll ask the Chief Executive wants to make a comment.
I just want to support the sentiment from Councillor Smith. But I think that problem, and I mean it is a technical problem, we, behind closed doors in your support, are struggling with how we're going to manage the staff workload on handling transition of a huge piece of our normal business staff strategy and portfolio across to another halter with the people that we've got. That's going to more than preoccupy every second of spare capacity we've got. This is a good idea, but actually, I don't know how we would start it. The only alternative would be for us to add budget line in here that could outsource the work. In essence, I would say that the predominant consideration is the government's told us to expect not to have any waters in the 24 to 34 LTP. We will be out of that game. So I'm questioning the same as Councillor Floyd. Why would we
thank you.
Take it in two parts, Your Worship, as was requested.
So you want the second part first? And instructs the Chief Executive to develop a water strategy. Is that what you...
If you can break it into 1.3F and 1.3FI, and we'll take it as two separate votes, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, Your Worship, we are just currently voting on the amendment, so it hasn't become the substantive. I'm not sure that that's needed.
Yeah.
The amendment is the and instructed, isn't it?
And instructed is the
That's
amendment.
right, so it hasn't yet become the substantive motion, so therefore
So
I'm
we're
not sure that
going to vote on that.
Can I have my right
You
of
can have the
reply?
right of reply very quickly, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I absolutely recognise what has been stated around this table. I would like to remind everybody that there will be a process of which the Council of the Day will need to decide whether to opt in or opt out on behalf of our communities once that legislation is clear. So I believe that this sends a signal. Should there be any changes, we do not know what that looks like at the moment. I recognise the CEO's comments around the resourcing concerns, which is why I've reflected that in the 3-year timeframe for this, that the CEO would have the ability to use his discretion as to where in that 3 years it would be delivered. And should the outcome of the Three Waters reform be different to what we are saying is probable, then there is the opportunity for the CEO to bring that decision back to the council and provide advice to reconsider.
Thank you. Righto. So can we put the division up, please? And we're voting on and instruct the Chief Executive, okay? Is everyone clear on that? We're voting on the and instructed bit. All right. Just put the vote up, please. Against? Councillor Corcoran? Sorry, I didn't hear Councillor. Against. Councillor Clendon.
Opposed.
Opposed. Councillor Collard.
Opposed.
Councillor Foy.
Opposed.
Councillor Radich.
Opposed.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Support.
Councillor Tepanier.
Support.
Councillor Vucic. Right, thank you. So we can go. Thank you. That's lost. So now we vote on 1.3F as is written in the minutes. Get the vote up, please.
Yes, Your Worship. You may.
In favour? Councillor Court. Councillor Clendon.
Opposed.
Councillor Collard.
Support.
Councillor Foy.
Support.
Councillor Radich.
Opposed.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Support.
Councillor Tepanier.
Opposed.
Councillor Vucic.
Support.
That's carried. Right, we come to 1.3G.
Yes, we do. Sorry, my first program.
Okay, and the vote up, please.
Yep.
G.
We are on 1.3G. We are.
In favour? Councillor Court. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Support.
Councillor Foy.
Support.
Councillor Radich.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
Abstain.
Councillor Stratford.
Against.
Councillor Tepanier.
Support.
Councillor Vucic. Right, that's carried. We now come to 13H.
Point of order, can I have clarity from the staff about this? This is the one that has a material difference and may be redundant now without, we're not changing to capital value.
We actually need to take it out. Do we take it out completely?
Yes,
We just don't vote on
because
it.
lost, H becomes new.
Mute. Okay.
Actually, let's think about that for a second.
Does everyone know what they were just voting on? I thought I was voting on the H.
We're voting on 13H right now.
No, just
sorry, we've just voted on 13G.
Yes.
Okay. And now we're deciding whether we actually have a vote on this or whether we take it out. And the advice we're getting is that we take it out.
Can I suggest?
But what we could do is vote it down.
If the mover and seconder are happy to take it out, that would suffice. Otherwise, we prefer the vote for clarity.
Would you? I can't remember who moved the thing. Ian and I didn't I? Oh, Councillor Busey.
I'm happy to take it out for clarity. The only reason we were debating on this was because SIPs would be captured in capital value.
Correct.
So we're not moving to trap capital value.
So have we all agreed we take it out?
But retain that sentence about I.
So we have to vote on part I.
So this is.
Yeah, we haven't got the Y yet. We're taking, so we've all agreed
Yep.
that we take 13H out.
I do agree, but I wonder should there be a note to the effect that this is removed, given simply to explain.
Just note that in the minutes. It was taken out because of the decision we've made on 13A. Okay, so now we move to 1.3I. Have we got that up there, please?
So that's.
Council further investigate the grading system, including introduction of differentials.
Yeah, can we have, so Councillor Smith moved it, but I don't believe we've got a second. Councillor Stratford.
Councillor Stratford second. Right, can we have the vote up, please?
Yes.
Right, in favour? Councillor Court? Councillor Clendon?
Aye.
Councillor Flood?
Support.
Councillor Foy?
Support.
Councillor Radich? Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Support.
Oh, you've already you. Councillor Stratford is?
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier?
Support.
Councillor Busich?
Support.
It's carried. Okay, thank you, folks. It's 12:30. Shall we? Lunch is ready. Shall we have a break and come back at 1 o'clock? Does that suit everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you all for your focus and interest and participation. We've only got another 3.5 days to go and we'll be finished.
I think so.
vacate the chair and Anne might chair the meeting. I've got a Zoom meeting at 2, but we'll just see how that goes. How's it going? Right, which now has begun again. I declare the meeting to resume. So I just need to draw to your attention that an item was left off for 1.3, and it's 1.3J, that council do introduce a small public good charge to all rateable properties for water and wastewater. It's in the agenda on page 35. And we just need to consider that, so I will move it. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Any discussion?
Yes. How is that a fixed fee?
Oh, sorry. I should have asked.
And what is the quality?
Dennis, just make sure you comment on it, please.
It's per rating unit.
Per rating unit.
$15 per rating.
$15 per rating
rateable
unit.
property for water and $15 per rateable property for wastewater. So $30 in total.
Okay, $30.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to speak against this with the retention of 2 points of the commercial differential, and I believe that we need to better reflect these issues in our fees and charges as opposed to a public good charge. So I'm speaking against the recommendation.
All right, I'm just going to ask, unless you've got something that's really important to say, I'd like to put the vote. Okay, can we have the green on for it? Councillor Ford.
In support.
Councillor Sendon.
Opposed.
Councillor Collard. Opposed. Councillor Floyd.
Support.
Councillor Radich.
Opposed.
Councillor Smith.
Opposed.
Councillor Stratford.
Support.
Councillor Tepanier.
Support.
Councillor Vucic. Opposed. Why do you guys do this? So I'll mute the casting vote in favour. I think I might go and take that 2 o'clock Zoom meeting now. Okay. Where the hell are we at? Right, so we now move on to 2, and we will do 218 is 23B. I'll move it. Do we have a seconder, please? To discuss. Good, thank you, Matty. Right, so the first one is council adopts schedule of fees. Can I just say, folks, by the way, please, if you've got something to make, can you make them quite succinct? Thank you. So the council adopts the schedule of fees and charges for 21-22 proposed. Any comments?
I have an issue with the water rate that we're proposing to charge. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but we were at 2.94 in prior year to 3 something. Now we're going up $3. What is it?
Per cubic metre.
Yeah. And the price of water is more expensive than petrol. So I'm opposed.
Sorry.
I'm opposed to it increasing.
Just correcting that, $3 a cubic metre is not $2 a litre.
Yeah. It's a cubic.
It's per cubic metre, yeah.
But water is life. It's a precious taonga. And, you know, we've just had the discussion about affordability.
Okay, any other points anyone else to make? Felicity?
Thank you. I've raised this prior with Dean, and I wanted to bring it up to the staff now. I don't need to do it this year. I could do it in the annual plan. Propose to remove the fees and charges for our fresco dining to encourage and activate the street frontage on main streets. It's a basic premise of urban design. And there's currently fees and charges associated with that, and it has another effect in terms of balancing areas, as I know that Councillor Court and Councillor Stratford are aware of. I just want to highlight that to the staff in this formal meeting. I'm not sure if
you're going to address it when it comes up at the annual plan.
Well, I could address it at the time of next annual plan, which would be after the district plan is proposed and has legal weighting.
Right, so
well, I'm not sure if Dean wanted to speak to that.
Your Worship, the intent is to review fees and charges as a comprehensive plan, comprehensively review fees and charges across council.
Could be part
of a future round of annual discussions. We have a separate process. We have discussed the possibility of looking at resource consent fees, which is a separate exercise again. So not necessarily for consideration today, but it can be
better for us to do. Okay, thank you, Mr. D.
I'm happy to.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, Council delegate CEO authority to make any final edits to the fees and charges prior to publication. Any comments on that, folks? I think that makes sense. Rating policy has been consulted. Council adopted amended rating relief, etc. Any comments?
I do have comments on this one.
Yeah, please.
I just wanted some clarification. So we've got 3 of our policies that are identified here. 21, email 21, multi-freehold land. The suggestion is to have that revoked. I just wanted some comment from the senior staff that in our what we received on the changes there, the reasoning was given that we'll revoke this policy because any arrears can now be written off by the CE under Section 90 of the Local Government Rating Act prior to a new user taking over a rating unit. I just wanted some clarity around they can now be written off by the CE, but what is our operational process to enable a new user of multi-freehold land to enaction that? Because we won't have a policy in which they then fill out a form or discuss with staff. How is that going to work internally for us so that they can actually get it written off?
Through you, Chair, we would get notification through the property team of a change of name. And at that point, then that discussion would be had with the CE initiated write-off.
Yep, that was easy. For the 2101 and 2102, let me just find it on my little one.
I've only been copied
I wanted to just get some clarity around, sorry. So what we are in fact changing here is the background corridor that goes with the policy in light of the change to the Local Government Rating Act. And could I just get some comment from maybe Janice? Our policy statement is to read that the council will charge any UAGC or rates with the exception of those that are set for the provision of new utilities to the balance of land remaining after the licence to occupy or informal arrangement has been recognised. So can you just talk me through that a little bit?
Yep.
Around what that exactly means?
So at the moment, we have a policy that says when we have a licence to occupy or an informal arrangement, we can remit the UAGC or the targeted rate, such as the ward rate that would occur on that licence to occupy. Under the new amendment to the Rating Act, it says you can only have one set of uniform annual general charges, targeted rates on the whole of the rating account. So you have to apportion those fixed charges to the licence to occupy.
So our 550 with voting would be apportioned across how would it be 450?
What it means is the people that are qualifying with a licence to occupy or an informal arrangements rates will actually go up
Yeah.
And that is not what the intent of the requirement to change was intended to do. So we've had discussions with DIA around changing our policy to put those onto the unused balance and then applying 20% to the unused balance. So that means that the rates don't go up for those that are caught by the change in legislation.
Great, thank you for that, Janice. I was happy with the Māori Free of the 2101 actually. The Amendment Act changed a lot of what I had concerns about with our proposed one anyway. My final question was, it's not within the scope of this, but is now the occasion to suggest amendments to, for example, 2113, our policy on incentivising Māori economic development?
We will be reviewing that for the next cycle anyway, because of the changes again coming through from the
July 2022.
Yeah, so we'll be reviewing it for July 2022 because our policy will address the issue of housing, and the amendments to the Act have brought that in, but we have until July 2022 to address that. So we'll be working on that with the Tahano team in the next period.
Okay.
Was that a yes or a no to the?
Don't amend it now. We'll amend it for July 2022 because we're not obliged to do it before July 2022.
I'm happy with that.
Okay, thank you. Right, significance and engagement policy. Comments. The council adopts the significant engagement following amendments. Section 9, matters of significance, criteria, etc., narrow threshold to read. The proposal has a long-term impact on well-being of iwi, hapu, whānau and their culture and tradition. Whānau, okay, and their culture and traditions with their ancestral water sites, wahi tapu, valued flora and fauna and other tonga. All okay? The council delegate the CEO to make any final edits of the policy prior to publication. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Can we take that as one vote or do we want to do it separately? Take it from that we'll do it as one vote. In favour? Councillor Court?
In favour.
Councillor Clendon? Support. Councillor Collard? In favour. Councillor Foy?
Favour.
Councillor Rush? Councillor Smith? Support. Stratford?
Support.
Councillor Teppan here? Support. Councillor Busich? Support. Thank you all. So that's 2 carried. Roading and footpaths. Now this should take even a shorter time. Kerry Road Network. In fact, David and I had a catch up with 1 or 2 people last night, I think, didn't we? So 318, council notes submission that there's no change. Oh, sorry, I'll move. I've got a second. So we can discuss it. Thank you, John. Right. Okay, I'll open the floor. Do you want me just to go one at one, or?
Councillor Smith has an amendment.
She's indicated an amendment, and then I'll take Councillor Clendon. Councillor Smith.
I'll also propose an amendment, but we'll see what Councillor Smith comes up.
This should be interesting. Game on. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to attempt to slow things down a little bit because I am getting a little bit lost. So I just want to begin by acknowledging the significant number of submissions we received through this. It is recognised in the report that there were some submissions, however, there were bulk submissions that put a significant amount of energy and effort into acknowledging the need for change. In the interest of keeping things brief, I want to acknowledge that councils prior to this have given a very clear direction that the Kirikiri bypass route is a priority for the Far North District. Yep. I want to acknowledge that this council again reiterated that through resolution in December of last year, and we are currently waiting on a report. So to keep things brief, I would like to propose an amendment that I believe I need to put in and that on this so that it becomes an amendment, but happy to take advice to that. The Far North District Council requests the CEO, in accordance with previous resolutions of Council, provide a report to the Infrastructure Committee in the first quarter of the 2021-2022 financial year on options to deliver the Kirikiri CBD bypass within the first 3 years of the 2021 to 31 long-term plan. I recognise that in an ideal world, I would be in a position to put an amendment up that had a dollar figure attached to it. However, that goes against my good governance grains, and that dollar figure would not be informed. So through frustration and lack of progress on that, I am happy with this amendment at this stage, recognising that I'm seeking your support to stress to the CEO the urgency of this work. Thank you, Your Worship.
I'm happy as the mover to include that in the motion. Councillor Busich, are you happy to second it?
No, I want it handled separately. I prefer. There's several reasons for that.
All right, well, therefore, Rachel will have to move the amendment.
I'm happy to move that amendment. Thank you, Your Worship.
Is there a second? Councillor Court seconding the motion. Rachel's already spoken to it. Councillor Court, do you want to speak to it?
I will, Your Worship, thank you. I've been in this council for 8 terms, and in 8 terms this has been a priority project, and it's stagnated. And it's stagnated for a number of reasons. The first one that immediately springs to mind is that just as we were getting to go collect $200, get the project over the line, the global financial crisis came and the pressure came on the Kirikiri network, and the project was shelved. Then we've had successive different governments come in, and each government gets to set the strategic direction of the National Land Transport Plan and the National Land Transport Fund. Various governments have put different weighting on investing in rural and regional and provincial New Zealand. And so when we've got close to getting past go with the right national funding instruments, they change and projects get parked. Then after the global financial crisis came, we had a new emphasis on this, and $30 million to deliver the project was brought to the long-term plan 3 years ago. There was a resolution moved at a meeting exactly like this to take that $30 million off the table and replace it with a integrated transport strategy for the district. That work has been done. But in the meantime, Kirikiri has continued to grow. And you can argue till the cows come home how big Kirikiri is, because mesh blocks don't align to the actual reality of the ground of who uses Kirikiri as their CBD. The reality is that Kirikiri is the only town north of Whangarei that provides a number of professional services that people need to access. Optometry services are one example. So the entire population of the far north will at some point come into Kirikiri and need to use our network and park on our roads. Whether they choose to admit to that or not, that is the reality. We know from our traffic counts that there's 11,000 vehicle movements a day go up and down Kirikiri Road, and that is increasing. And we have Kirikiri High School, which is contributing significantly to areas of congestion. And it just takes a casual observation to see that Kirikiri is coming to a grinding halt every single day at certain times. I understand in my road through the position through the Regional Land Transport Committee that we have not sought funding to do any capital works in the current funding period. What we have done is we've sought the money to do the investigatory work. But best case scenario is we're in a position to pitch in 2024 capital. And so the earliest we would see something on the ground would be 2026, assuming all the stars aligned. That is simply too long. We need to look at alternative options to get traffic moving in Kirikiri. So that I'm going to support, the reason I'm supporting Councillor Smith's motion is that working within the existing framework is not working for us and will never work for us. And I just want to conclude with the reality that the National Land Transport Fund is under significant stress. I've articulated that to my colleague a number of times. We know that Waka Kotahi will be entering the new financial year 90% of its 90% of the total 3-year forecast fund already committed to delivering on existing projects. There is no spare capital. So if we're sitting here waiting for that as the mechanism to deliver this road, it will be well beyond 2026. The bill is in decline as less people are driving. It's a fully hypothecated fund, which means Waka Kotahi must operate a balanced spreadsheet and they cannot borrow. So we need to look completely outside the square, and I don't know what that looks like. I would anticipate that the report might include targeted rates, development contributions, a number of different ways that we can get this project over the line. If we do not do that, our largest town will stop working, and we simply can't sit back and allow that to happen. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Foy, and then Councillor Clean.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I just want to clarify the wording of the motion in the first instance, to provide a report to the Infrastructure Committee within the first quarter of 2021-2022 financial year, which is fine, on options to deliver the Kerikeri CBD bypass, the last part, within the first 3 years of the 2021-2031 long-term plan.
By the end of the financial year 2024 is what that is.
So the report is coming to the Infrastructure Committee about the options but the CBD bypass must be delivered to make it to be delivered within 3 years.
We've passed several resolutions on that line already. But
Sorry, I'm happy for the report to come to the Infrastructure Committee. We've already invested in property, we already have outlines in the structure plan. My issue is the funding mechanisms, and Councillor Good has outlined some of those options, which I concur. We currently don't have development contributions. Traffic in Kerikeri is a result of growth. Who's going to pay for that growth is why development contributions exist. I'm not sure why our council is taking so long to do those, but I would like them to be done faster. I'm sure most elected members would. But there are priority areas such as the traffic concerns in Kerikeri. So I just wanted clarity from the staff about the workability of the current motion. It's not proposing any money in the long-term plan in the motion, it's just asking for a report.
Okay, I'll ask Andy to comment.
Through the Chair, appreciate the debate on this, and just looking at the resolution, just to put some clarity around the proposed amendment, which should perhaps refer to the western route, which is the one that we have been focusing on at the back of the JB John Butler Centre. So that's the current, just to put a bit of clarity around that resolution. In terms of where we are, we do have $10 million in the long-term plan for Kerikeri. It is around building the business case development. The staff have been focused on following the appropriate process to leverage 69% subsidy from Waka Kotahi for this project. It would also, the 10 million would be used to continue that process, traffic modelling, and also to undertake some low-scale capacity improvements around Kerikeri. That would be intersection improvements just to smooth the flow of traffic until we could potentially a more substantial project online. My concern, which I will flag to you at this point, is dealing with one problem in one area rather than a whole network approach does run the risk of pushing a problem from one side of town to the other. And as you deal with one free traffic there, it often causes a problem somewhere else. So I'm just flagging that to you as a risk that you might want to consider. And also that effectively, you're quite right, there are two ways of funding this, and staff have been progressing the funding by trying to leverage the NZTA subsidy, but of course you do have the option of funding the project 100% from local share and or other mechanisms of revenue. The Western bypass route is currently estimated to cost between 17 and 20 million. So that would be a significant impact upon rates in Kerry, should you decide to go down that route.
Thank you. David and then John.
Yeah, Mr Chair, I'd like to
Yes, as
propose
simple as we can.
a further amendment with the agreement of the mover of this amendment. I would propose that the words, the council note the submission, that the words following that be struck out, the bit about but no change, and in that place that it should read that council note their submission, comma, responds positively to community submissions, comma, and as a matter of urgency, bring forward investment into the Kirikiri Road network, including development of infrastructure supporting active transport modes. I'll say that again, we'll say it again.
Can we have that so we can type it up, please?
Sure. You just point of order, Mr Chair, we're dealing with that. They're not the same, they're two separate things. We're dealing with, first of all, the amendment as per Councillor Smith, and there's then going back to the substantive item, amending that. So I'd say deal with the first amendment first, please.
Yep.
My view would be that they are complementary and could be effectively seeking a same outcome.
You could signal that that's what I don't have an issue with that. But he's not amending what's on the table at the moment, so that's what I'm saying.
The amendment at the moment is that moved by Councillor Smith and Councillor Court. That's correct. You're looking to amend the earlier part table.
No, what's the amendment currently, I have no problem with. What I'm suggesting is some additional wording.
Let's deal with that first.
Sure.
John, you want to make a comment?
Well, have you finished comment on the Councillor Smith's amendment? Yeah.
Oh, actually, yes, I want to speak to my own.
My comment, I agree that Kirikiri is congested and there needs to be a whole of network solution. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're picking a solution here, and that's. But look, I'm well aware that there's a problem that needs to be done. We know we have $10 million set aside. We know we've talked about this. So that's one issue that I'm actually having concern with this amendment. I'm also concerned with the extra work that's going on staff to do this. I do know that the whole nature of council potential, the funding is going to potentially change Three Waters, and I don't know where that leaves us. That piece of work really should be done first as well, and therefore I don't know the impact on the rates. I know that, so that's my main concern. I might point out though also that not everybody in council is going to, the far north is going to go for services to Kirikiri, because in many cases it's actually closer to Whangarei for similar services.
Okay, thank you.
So that's,
thank you.
Yeah, so that's my comment. But just one other question I have is, I'll leave it for the substantive motion because I understand some of the concerns that were raised by ratepayers is not being stopped by this motion. Not the amendment, but the motion, but I'll leave that comment to later, please.
I'm speaking in favour of the amendment because it's for a report to look at those options. It's not promising. And we've heard that poor Deputy Mayor Court has been on this council forever trying to work on this with the current structure. So let's just try something else. I'm all for that. And we'll see what this report comes in. I might just come to my first infrastructure committee meeting when it comes across the table to have a look at what it's about too. So I do speak in favour of that, but I do acknowledge that Kirikiri is our biggest town. But I actually really like the fact that we've got services across our towns, like our hospitals in Kawakawa, like if in order you come to court here in Kaipiki in the mid-north, that we do actually share out these services, and we need to be making sure that our services are spread across all of our towns. But let's try and sort out Kirikiri.
Can we keep them succinct and pertinent, Kelly?
To quote that bypass Western Route, whatever we want to call it, delivering that is unblocking an artery and making the heartbeat better. So I support the amendment as well.
Thank you. We'll see, David, you want to...
Simply at this point, I'll speak to my own proposed amendment, but just in the context of this, to respond to Mr Finch's commentary, that if you fix one thing, you might end up making something else worse. I think my proposed amendment captures that we do need to look at the road network around Kitty Kitty. The CBD bypass is an absolutely critical part of it. Any model, any proposal into the future inevitably will come up with the obvious solution. We need that bypass, and that's a critical piece of the puzzle. So I'm entirely in favour of what's there.
Okay, thank you.
I have right of reply as the seconder. In regard to we need to look at the whole of the network solution, I concur with that. We did that in 2006. It was adopted in the 2007 structure plan, and it's been supported by as many as 9 independent traffic model assessments since that time. All of those traffic model assessments have come up with an integrated package of solutions. This is one of them. We simply cannot sit here and wait until we can do the whole city match in one fell swoop. This is a part of the puzzle. In regard to staff workload, this is a specialised area of expertise that I imagine would be contracted out. I don't believe we have the capacity in-house to do this kind of work. And I also just want to close with, if I was sitting on the board of Kotahi and I had a finite bucket of money, and that bucket of money said, you've got to look at all the traffic problems in New Zealand, and on one hand I had Auckland and Tauranga, and on the other hand I had Kirikiri, I know where the money would go. So any expectation that we can sit here and rely on Waka Kotahi to fund 69% is a very long bow to draw. So time to think outside the box. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so you want to respond?
Yeah, just briefly, if I could have my right of reply. Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to reiterate that this is a restatement of the clear governance direction that this council around this table set at our 21st of December 2020 meeting. This is not an additional workload. We put a date and promise against that resolution of March. That was not met. This is me graciously offering an extension of that date and promise and re-cementing it here. I want to toe for what Councillor Stratford has brought up. This is about community wellbeing. It's not just about congestion. It's about the fact that our largest town is currently overruled by vehicular pollution. We had a mum come to us as part of the consultation roadshow and explain that she couldn't walk through town with her 2-year-old because it wasn't safe because of the level of congestion, that she would have to harness her 2-year-old to be able to walk through our CBD. So this is not just about vehicular congestion. This is about community wellbeing. I also want to encourage everybody, our recent mark assessment has encouraged us to look at how we might be more of a less hooey, more doey council. We have planned this till the cows come home for nearly as long as my lifetime. Let's actually step this into action and GSD. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Get shit done.
I'm going to put thank you all very much. I'm going to put the amendment. In favour? Councillor Court?
In favour.
Councillor Clendon?
Aye.
Councillor Collard?
In favour.
Councillor Foy?
Favour.
Councillor Radich?
Against.
Pardon?
Against.
Against, thank you. Councillor Smith?
In support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier?
Support.
Councillor Busich?
Yeah, I do agree with it.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want to go back to 31A. David, you wanted to move. Have we got it up there?
It was there moments ago.
It's here.
Okay. And this is an add-on, and council notes the submission response positively. Community submissions as a matter of urgency. Bring forward the Kirikiri network, the whole thing. You have moved. You wish to speak? Briefly, please. Seconded by Kelly. Can you do it as succinctly as possible, please?
I can. It's just a good idea.
Well said. That was
in terms of the community submissions, there's very strong feeling in the community around Kitty Kitty that they were not listened to, and I think we need to acknowledge that. The proposal to invest in the Kitty Kitty road network is heavily supported in our own transport strategy, signed off in September 2020, under the headings of improving safety, managing growth, making best use of existing networks, improving transport choices, securing our transport system. Kirikiri Roading Network gets a tick. It's worth remembering between 2016 and 2018, 85% of the growth that occurred in the Far North District occurred in and around Kirikiri. That's straight out of the transport strategy. Again, from the transport strategy, I quote, Kirikiri Road, Heritage Bypass, Waipapa Road, these roads, especially Kirikiri Road, carry the highest volume of traffic in the Far North District. Under the heading of safety in the transport strategy, we identify three different significant safety risks, areas of the highest safety risk. Kirikiri network, road network, is one of those. Not only have we seen significant residential increase, but the increase in demand and use around industry and commerce is also focused on Kirikiri. That's where the increases happen. The further element, the active modes, the solutions is not just about more roads, clearly, it's a big part of it, but making Kirikiri, preserving the best of it and ensuring that it develops as a place, as I said, that people want to live and be. We need to look at active modes, which primarily are walking and cycling, and you can lump into that now electric skateboards and scooters and all the other sort of non-internal combustion modes, if you like. So it's simply a no-brainer. The astonishing thing about our existing transport strategy is having made this very powerful case for investment in a Kirikiri road network, then suggests that we start significant investment in the second of the 3 decades ahead. In other words, don't spend any money until 2030. That's simply untenable. I'd invite anybody to go up and down Kirikiri Road between about 8 and 9 in the morning or from about 3:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon and tell me we don't need to invest in that. So I will leave it there in the interest of being succinct.
Do you want to know?
It's just a good idea.
Does anyone want to speak against the amendment?
Yeah,
You want to speak against the amendment? I don't want.
Well, if you want to vote against, I'll speak against it.
No, I'm asking you, does anyone want to speak against the amendment? Because I want to move on.
I'm saying yes.
You want to speak against?
Yes, so you're forcing that position. But what I want to speak, and the issue I have is we are potentially bringing forth money we haven't seen what impact it's going to be, as I raised before, when we're going into a very uncertain time. So that's why I'm going to go against it, not because I don't think it should be done. Secondly, I do know that we will buy extra land if we need it from the bikes. We can do that. And other towns have people being knocked off their bikes. They need to be considered in that whole thing as well. So the issue is that there's a bigger picture here, and if we're going to focus on just this, I know there's a problem in Kirikiri, as you know before, but I can't see why we can't, what's stopping us from doing some of that as per, purchasing land for the bypass. We're looking at the design, which I understand is money for that. So I don't see the reason for that sufficient, except that it's trying to actually get a higher priority and a spend in an area there, which is mostly needed and probably in the highest case, but also needed in other places as well, including Kaikoura, where cyclists are being knocked off their bikes.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else want to speak against? Dave, do you want to write a reply?
I do take Councillor Richard's point, but I think the fact that we have problems across the district ought not to stop us from long overdue attention to an area we do have significant problems.
Thank you. Can we have the vote up, please?
We do have cycling transport.
Favour? Councillor Court? Councillor Cleveland?
Aye.
Councillor Collard?
Favour.
Councillor Foy?
Favour.
Councillor Radich?
Yes.
Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier?
And support.
Councillor Busich?
I suppose I have to say no now because
You don't have to say no. Okay, so the motion,
Don't have to do anything.
the amendments, as we've got them there, are carried. So we will now carry on. Can I just draw everyone's attention to 849, 20.12, right of replies in standing words. Right, we've done the Kirikiri Network. Council note the submissions with no change made to the 2131 long-term plan. Any comments on that?
Sorry, which one are you on?
31A.
I think we've just exceeded that, Your Worship.
Pardon?
We've just.
We're on 3-2. Sorry, beg your pardon. We're on 3-2 footpaths and walkways. 32A.
Move.
Fine.
Yeah.
Is it? The numbers.
32B.
Sorry, Your Worship, are we speaking on to these? Are we
If you
going
wish to,
speak
that's what I'm asking you,
3.2A?
please speak.
Sorry, I'm just a little bit confused. We're moving a little bit.
I'm on.
It is my first LTP. Thank you.
So which one do you want to speak?
3.2A.
3.2A, right?
And so very quickly.
Apologies, my notes are now not working, so I'm going to have to go off my mind. I note in the report that the Northland Transport Alliance could work with the Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board in the interest of capturing direction within resolutions. I would like to propose an amendment to include the words work with the Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board to undertake an investigation into pedestrian road safety in Rawene. To ensure that direction is set. Currently, the community boards are not considered as stakeholders with the Northland Transport Alliance, so it's very important that we set that direction.
Okay, thank you. If you can give that to the girls.
Second that.
I'll second it.
Well, we'll just move and second it. I move to second this.
Okay.
Yeah, so long as we'll just accept that as part of the next controversial.
So I'll speak in favour of that. You're probably not aware, we've had a death in Raleigh.
On the road?
Well,
Oh, really?
leading up to the aged care.
Okay.
I don't think it was a trip hazard.
All right, thank you. 32B. 3.3. And 3.3A.
Sorry, Your Worship, I'd like to speak about the footpaths and walkways. It's got here 3.2B.
3.2B, right?
Thank you. In terms of the notice period, it's not here as a specific resolution, and I'm not sure if it will come under the next one down, roading, or the footpath. Specifically relates to Ahipara seawall, $30,000
Oh, yes.
towards just the repair, the standard repair of the seawall. We've invested a substantial amount of money.
So have you got a motion you want to have?
Yes,
amended?
I just want to clarify by staff exactly where this would come, if it would come under the footpath aspect or the road aspect, because it relates to both.
So if we had 3.2,
So can staff just clarify that was
council notes,
3.3?
submissions and publicity. If we go to 3.2B, the council notes, submissions and adds 30,000 in to do the seawall at Ahipara.
Yes.
Okay. As a mover, I'm happy to include that in. Seconder, whoever the hell that was. Sorry. Councillor Busey, you happy to have that added in? Yes. Anybody comment on that? Okay, thank you, Felicity. Right, so we go to 3.3A. Notes and submissions, long-term plan, no change.
Your Worship, can I just make an observation at this point? We deliberated yesterday on the regional land transport plan. That now goes to the Board of Waka Kotahi.
Yes.
They will in turn look at all of the plans in the country. They will release their decision late August, early September. So our budget may not be sufficient. We may need to moderate the program depending on what level of buy-in we get from the Board of Waka Kotahi. I signal that only at this point in time because depending on how significant or not that decision is, we may be looking at an LTP.
Correct. Can we just note, are you happy with that, Councillor Court? If we can just note that this is subject to NZTA's deliberations. Okay, so we go to 3.4A.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, certainly.
Can I go back to 3.3 just for one?
Can you look at what, sorry?
3.3. It's road ceiling dust control.
Sorry, what number, Maddie?
3.3, the next item.
Yeah, sorry, which number?
3.3.
3.3.
3.3. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's, so we've come through here. Yep. So we just did 3.2, you're on the 3.3 road ceiling, 3.38. So, road ceiling, yes, Matty, you want to make comment?
Just querying the, on it's on page 40, you go in Paraborough Road, ceiling on that one, and it's already been done at this very moment. And I just want to know what the criteria was on that, because I see, I go back to the council meeting on the 24th of September 2020.
Oh, yes.
And this for, which was subsidised. And NZTA were looking at tar sealing up to the 400 metres. When I saw that, I thought, that's it. They finally used their brains. Because last year, Mayor Carter and I attended a committee meeting there, and all they talked about was that hill. And it is dangerous, we were there. And nothing else. And just like they did at Tahapa, they tar sealed that hill. Likewise at Spain's Road, they tar sealed that hill because it's a dangerous hill. And I thought when I looked at that, they're going to do it. But they went the other way, and they tar sealed an area where there's only 2 houses on it. So when I got onto Aaron about it, he said, oh, it's a dust thing. But I said, there's only 2 houses there.
I think the ceiling of
crazy.
Andy, the ceiling of the hill, I think from memory, it's in the program to be done in the next while. I think I've had correspondence from you.
I think you might be. Would you like me to just double check that?
If you would, but I think, Matty, it's in the program to be done. I've had correspondence. They've sealed the top bit, they've done the bridge, and now they're just waiting for the funding to do the rest of the road, Parapara Road. So.
The hill?
Yeah, the hill.
No, but what I'm asking is why didn't that money that they allocated,
because
including that straight,
yeah, because
why wasn't that diverted to the hill?
Because NZTA make the rules. They give you the money and they say, here, spend it there. We don't have any say in it. If we don't spend it where they say, we don't get it.
Well, they stuck that one up, didn't they?
Well, it's just how it is.
All right.
Yeah, no, I agree with you entirely. I would have thought we should do it, but nevertheless, we just can only do what they direct.
All right.
Okay, we note submissions 3.3A we're all good with. Twin Coast Cycle Trail, amend budget for community pump track adjacent to Po Kiratai to 61,000 and 61,000. We all agree with that?
Can we please speak to this item?
Sorry, I'd like to say.
Sorry, Felicity.
I'd like to speak to the councillor, thank you. So this item here was brought up about in our workshops, and very late in the piece in terms of our whole LTP discussion. It was debated at length. I did bring up the fact that it's fantastic for Kaipea and Portakere and the Eastern Wood to have a cycle trail. It's a huge economic driver. It's fantastic for the vibrancy of the town, encouraging active transport modes. But I also brought up that unfortunately Teku isn't fortunate to have that opportunity. In fact, we have not 1 metre of cycle trail in our district, and we are paying exactly the same amount in the general rate towards this infrastructure. This is a great investment for the proposal that we've already put forward for the extension from Okua to Kawakawa, and I voted in support of that. However, these additional funding requests are in addition to that money. It's a substantial request, and I did note also in the workshops that Teku are paying for our own pump tracks out of our water rate. We don't have the opportunity to try and say that it's part of a cycle trail because we don't have any cycle trail. I don't see that as being feel reasonable, and I have also proposed that we change the structure of the cycle trail governance body to ensure that there is investment into Teku and
well, across the north, actually.
Across the whole north, exactly. I just would like to speak on behalf of the ratepayers, and that I don't feel that we should be paying for this and not receiving any benefit and having these opportunities for our district.
you. Councillor Clinton, you wish to speak to this?
Yeah, just briefly, I'm just a little bit confused by the numbers. The proposition we spent 123,000 over 2 years to get 2 tracks. We're on page 41. We're told there's 82,000 plus another 20.9, 103,000. I'm just not sure. Just having said that, I would speak in favour of the tracks. We have a problem on their bikes in the main drag. Give them somewhere to go and give them money.
Yep.
But I'm just puzzled. It seems to be a 20k difference.
Okay, let's see if Andy can get us the information.
Sure.
Councillor Busich?
Yeah, I was speaking to you. This is an initiative that's actually happening. They were initially going to look at one, now they're doing two in 2 places. This is part of the Great Rides Trail, so that's the difference. And there's been, years of work that's gone behind the scenes in a lot of this. And I do agree, though, looking at I should point out that I'm actually on the board of the Cycleway Trust, and they've been asked to look at and actually built in other places like Kaitaia. And I think Andy was spoken to about that as well, and saying yes, they could do that. And also approached by NZTA, would they actually front it? And they're well happy to do that, including working with our councillors near us, for example, in the Kaipara, who are doing a track. So working, just to say, Councillor Coy, work is being looked at and proposed in that area which we can extend the track in various ways or assist in various things over there. That's the Cycleway Trust doing that, who are putting up money of their own in a lot of the things they do on that track.
I just also draw everyone's attention to 3.4D, where we're talking about exactly what you asked for, review, future investment, etc. And that's what that's there for, to make sure that we're spreading this fairly when we get to Councillor Court and then
Thank you, Your Worship. My colleagues are aware that I belaboured this point extensively during the workshop. I felt that the funding allocation was advantaging the southern portion of the district and disadvantaging the northern portion of the district. And I was very anxious to see that addressed. While I accept the rules of worship that the council reviews future investment in cycle trails for the district, what is not clear to me is when that is going to happen and how we can ensure that it is captured in that wording. So I would be happy with this as long as we had a note to the effect that moving forward that we want some clear timelines around the development of this new strategy, and that we want to ensure that there's fair and equal representation for and I'm going to call it the north, because it's at the moment all the money is centred in the bottom edge of the southern portion of the district. So I would like that to be captured in there, otherwise I'm comfortable.
We'll take a note and to capture that because it is important. Also, I just draw everyone's attention, attention to the fact that it's we who appoint the Cycleway trustees. And you might, well, some of you weren't even here then, but we actually then appointed people from different parts to make sure they're represented. Now that we have made the progress we have, or will have when we've done past this, and going from Hauraki to Opua will be on the program, we now need to, we as elected members need to come back and review the representation, because it needs to change. There's some personality changes anyway, and we need to make sure that it is inclusive across our district and also fits in with what's happening in the other districts as well. So, Sean, could we have an item on our agenda for, we'll talk about it, have an item on our agenda so that we can reconsider the membership of the Cycleway Trust as it's set. Thank you, Adele.
In terms of reference.
Yeah, we'll get all that stuff. We'll do all that with Adele. You want to? No, I've just asked Adele.
Just that we're not creating false hope or things. There is actually, according to the trustee, there is a special mechanism for how people actually are selected for those positions.
But
we have to still see that.
Of course, we'll have to reconsider all that, Adele.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I support Councillor Boyd and Councillor Walt's comments in this, and our board supports cycleways as well. So we've been hearing about these cycleways for years, like over 6 or 7 years now. we've had discussion on different members of the staff as well. And then we had workshops in various areas. So the cycleways that have been proposed are in the Tahuku revitalisation plan, and our board supports that plan, and hopefully they will be developed from that plan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate those comments, and you're quite right. I mean, we must remember that we initially got Horiki to Opua was the initial government funding, and the council of the day made the correct decision. Of course, it's now developed and now it's evolved with the train coming back that we now need to look further. Councillor Smith wanted to make comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. And before I do, I'd like to invite Councillor Floyd to consider whether or not she wants to put an amendment up to 3.4A of this. So I am in support of 3.4B, C and D, especially D in consideration of the points that Councillor Court has made in the interest of next steps, writing resolutions. My concern with 3.4A is that we are committing funds for 2 of our wards, and that does not sit comfortably with me. We are looking to increase our placemaking fund and our community grants fund through this long-term plan, and I don't know that I feel comfortable with this being the correct avenue to fund these. I fully support pump tracks in alignment with this, however, I also fully support a pump track in the Te Hiku ward as well, recognising the wellbeing infrastructure that comes behind that. Unfortunately, I don't bring a solution to my concerns to the table because I couldn't really get one around, hence my invitation to Councillor Floyd, but just wanted to speak against 3.4A.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Tiffany.
Sure. I just a question to staff, or clarification from staff. This already exists in the budget lines from the previous long-term plan for the pump track for Kaikohe, and what we're asking for here is the additional 20,000, which the numbers don't work, so can you comment on that with the actual resolution, which then could get split and shared across, so that would get like almost like buy one get one free for 20 extra K. Is that what's happening?
Through the chair, I understand from Adrian's submission that there has been some community fundraising, and so the cost has dropped. The cost for council has dropped to 61,000 per contract.
So that's an extra 20K.
We had already allocated 82.
We had for one.
And the community's done fundraising and
she's got a
okay, and then just to note, it's just one little mistake, but I'd hate someone to just read that section and think that we were going to resolve issues with a Kiri rail tunnel.
Oh, we've all been
Good point. We'll build 2 of them.
That's my point.
Just be very clear, because you've already covered.
Yes, thank you. I wanted clarity on point D, but I think that my fellow councillor Smith has raised a relevant item. I'm not sure if I need to raise it in this part of it, 3.4, but I could raise it at a later time that 61,500 be paid from the general rate towards the pump track in Hiku. That would therefore provide better ward equity, especially considering that we don't have a time frame that any cycle trails will be established in Te Hiku, and therefore wouldn't put the burden on the ward rate.
Okay, I mean, we've already given a commitment. Hang on, Dave. I've got Kelly and then yourself. We've already the thing that we're going to have a review. So that will be part of that anyway, Felicity. Kelly, you wanted to comment, and then Dave. Hello.
I just wanted to point out after submissions highlighted, a lack of support for the Twin Coast Cycle Trail. That 120,000 people use that trail, upwards of 120,000 people use it a year. Bulk of it are locals. And they're either from Kawahawa, Moeroa, Bay of Islands, or they are coming from Te Hiku as well, or Whangarei. And it's not for tourists, and that's a theme that came through in the submission. A lot of people use it to get to work, and a lot of people just use it for exercise. Kaikoe have a massive uptake around here, and as nearly all the schools have a group of bikes that deploy to that cycle trail. So whilst we're talking about addressing the need in the northern part of the district, I just don't want to take away from how important this infrastructure is for well-being in our communities. Thank you.
All the Te Hiku are asking for, which I support entirely, is that they want the same, and that's fair enough. Yeah,
just a comment on this. I'm looking forward to the day where Councillor Foy doesn't have to say not an inch, not a metre of cycle trail in Te Hiku. I'm looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward to the mayor cycling on the cycle trail from Waipapakuri to Kaitaia.
Well, there you go.
I'm looking forward to Councillor Collard doing that trip on his own.
Mine boggles at the thought.
Perhaps we could get a uni bike and double.
No electric bike.
Give me a cycle trail and I'll make it happen.
Okay, thank you. So we've done 3.4a. Any problems with 3.4b? Makes sense. Approve diverting funds from cycle trails to upgrade safe lighting for Kaikoe Rail. Any objections to that?
Cost neutral.
Yeah. Yep. 3.4d, we've talked about the investment and the etc. And I've already, you just heard me instruct the Chief Executive to make sure that's an item for us to consider. So we will, other roading issues, 3.5. Council notes the submission for no changes in the long-term plan. Okay, so what I intend to do now, we've got to the addition.
Hey, sorry, I did want to speak to that item. Sorry.
Yes, Quago.
Yeah, it's okay, Kelly. Turn her off.
Do you want your laptop?
I'm sorry, in all due seriousness. The Station Road link in Kawakawa that needs sealing is a bit like the Parapara one, you know, up there. When we next have our road sealing budget, can we please make sure that the roads captured in this LTP are considered, and that somehow the NTA made the money go further, so we were able to throw in some little short seals, and that's how Parapara got sealed, and the hill's still coming. Station Road have been coming to council for since 2011 or 2010. It's the train. It's next to the train station. It's the only road right in Kawakawa, like in the city, that's not sealed, and it's a hazard. We've got an aging residents there, and stormwater issues. It needs to be addressed. So I just didn't want it. We're not going to seal it right now, but I don't want it forgotten about. I don't want to be here for the next LTP and not have been addressed.
Andy will have taken note of both Parapara and the Station Road.
Yeah.
Andy, do you want to comment?
Fully understand the depth of feeling in the community around city roads, and that's across the whole district, and we clearly have developed a prioritisation process with the NTA to prioritise those roads. As you'll be aware, last year the NTA brought forward the seed programme to elect members to agree, and of course elect members don't agree with staff recommendations, so they can make their own resolutions, as they are doing today. We as officers will give you our best technical advice, and you then put the political names across that.
So do you want to comment, and then Rachel?
I just want to clarify, we're bringing it up now, I just want to clarify about the wording. If it was in this part here, other roading issues for the seawall issue, if it was in the footpath part, it might be better to be in this other roading issues that covers both footpath and road.
So do you want to add some in?
This is the seawall part? It's here. A line item for the, in year one, yeah.
Okay.
That could be included instead of in the footpath and walkway, just in the other roading issues in 3.5b. Just so that it's clear that it covers both footpaths.
just stop this round. Thank you. And Rachel, you wanted to comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to propose an amendment to 3.5A.
Yes.
The amendment.
Just hold on for a second, just in case. Was that right? What else have you got?
The amendment reads that Council notes these submissions and requests an update report to the Infrastructure Committee in the 2021-22 financial year on the potential alternatives to the use of glyphosate and other toxic sprays on road reserves.
Have you given that indication?
I will send that through now. Thank you.
Can I just say, not that we only do this every 3 years, but getting amendments ahead of time for the staff and for audits actually would be a hell of a lot helpful.
Mr. Chair, on glyphosate,
Point of order, Mr. Chair, I haven't spoken to my amendment as of yet. I'm looking for a seconder to that amendment.
Seconded, right. So just hold order, please. Yeah. Can we just hold on until we get it up on the screen? So Casey can get it. Here we go. Here we are. Right, now Rachel, you wish to speak to it, and then John wants to speak.
Thank you, Your Worship. We received a significant level of submissions in regards to this, and this has been an ongoing topic of conversation around this table since the beginning of this term that I'm from. I can't speak on the conversations prior to this. I note in the report that it's indicated that work has been commenced to investigate alternatives, and it's really important that that work is reported to Council to enable any further decision making. I do want to acknowledge that there is a subcommittee of the Kakui Hokianga Community Board currently investigating this. My intention with this amendment is to ensure that there is some decision making capacity at the Council table around this issue in the first 3 years of this LTP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stratford. You seconded. You've got a right to speak, and then I'll ask Councillor Busich.
I'll just add to that we had an alarming number of submissions wishing for us to address the use of glyphosate, and we've got a climate change joint committee looking at how we can make impacts on our carbon emissions, but how can we sequester carbon if we keep killing the soil?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Busich.
Yeah, I'll just, it sounds like Councillor Smith actually knows of that happening, that there is a glyphosate committee set up within the Kaikoura Community Board and charged with looking at that issue and looking at solutions, bringing it forward to the council. So I didn't want confusion. It's also being discussed by a number of people from Kirikiri and Paihia, I believe, and maybe even Tihiku. So it may actually be a joint committee to look at those problems. And in the last discussion, they were looking at that was looking at being broadened.
Okay.
So that's just information.
Thank you very much.
Can we see that menu?
Other question?
But I can't see it.
Oh, sorry, I'm not on the screen. Sorry.
Right, so what we're going to do now is go back. We need to go back to starting 3. Well, hang on a minute, just don't move that. So that's the amendment is moved by Rachel and seconded by Kelly, and then there's a further amendment, 3.5, from which I seconded, Felicity moved, and I seconded, around the 30,000 for the A-Para seawall. So Council notes submissions make no change in line, and the Council sees submissions and requests an update on infrastructure. Okay? All right? Okay. So what we'll do is, as we start up at the top, and as we come to each of these, we'll then move the amendments. If they're passed, then they become the substantive part.
So just a point of order, I think, does that proposed amendment from Councillor Ford not contradict the headline? Wouldn't that DK require an amendment to the LTP? They're asking it to be added, so we can't pass both.
I see.
Oh, sorry, but the amendment that is on the screen in the red there, 3.5, has already been agreed upon. But we haven't voted yet on Councillor Smith and Councillor Stratford's amendment.
And then we'll need to change 3.5. Okay. So then we'll let the Council note submissions and and makes the following changes. Okay?
On the current amendment, may I speak in, I just wanted to speak against that motion and the fact that staff haven't responded. Are the staff able to respond before we have a vote on that? I'm not sure how much work or not is associated with that.
Stray stuff. It's work underway.
So through the chair, we fully acknowledge the community concern around the ongoing use of glyphosate, and I've had various personal representations made to me in the past, particularly from the community lobby. We have done some initial work, and I'm aware that also there was a big debate in the council around the use of glyphosate, which still is timelines. I am aware that the cost of the alternatives to glyphosate that I'm currently aware of is potentially around 6 times the cost of glyphosate, and that was mirrored in biofuel transport. That potentially would mean a 1% increase in rates to support that. So we're happy to do some more work around that in the report.
Which is what's been asked
It's
for.
just a bit of, just to give you a bit of context of where we are and the potential costs.
Just remembering that John Busich just told us there is already a committee which we need to expand to make sure it takes into account other areas. Sean, you wanted to comment?
Just to talk about the GM's sensible warnings, but to reiterate, we're dead keen to look at this as well. This is a great suggestion and it's new support for it, so we'll get amongst it. It's a national issue, and I kind of regret that we thought about a remit at the local government conference on this ourselves, because there'll be a way of doing this study, because every other council in the country is increasingly interested in this, so that's the track we'll get down. But yep, looking forward to providing information.
Okay, so we go back to 3.1, so vote, and now the final district council, we've got amendments there. Sorry.
We're going to vote everything for items.
Right, okay, all right, thank you. So can we go to 3.
There it is. The red is the amendment that have been made.
Okay, so those are the amendments that have been put. Can we have the vision up, please, voting?
Do you want to see the whole thing?
See voting on anything.
Do we want to take it as a whole, folks? Because if we do, we'll then have to vote on Rachel's submission amendment first.
We voted on some of these, your worship, so I'm a wee bit confused.
Yeah. Okay, all right, so let's vote. Can we go, sorry, Casey, can we go to Rachel's amendment? Okay.
Here we are. So we'd like to vote on the amendment.
Yep, so this is, yep, in favour. Councillor Court.
Opposed.
Opposed. Councillor Clendon.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're voting on Rachel's.
We're voting on Rachel's spray amendment.
Yes, support.
Support.
Just so it's not on the line.
Collard. Councillor Collard.
Support.
Councillor Foy.
Support.
Councillor Radich.
Support.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Support.
Councillor Tepanier.
Support.
And Councillor Busich.
Can I have one assurance from staff before I vote? And that is, you wait until the committee, the community board and the public have responded before you write your report over the top of what they're doing.
Yep, we'll take that into account. No, yep.
You're going to support it.
Okay, all right, so that's carried. Can we just go back and check now to see which of we've already voted on, please? Can we go back to 3.1? So we've already voted on 3.1A, haven't we?
So if I can clarify, you moved everything listed under item 3, so anything related to the roading and footpaths. So the ones on the red on the screen were the amendments that you have voted on.
We voted
so
on
now this is the substantive motion in relation to all roading and footpath matters.
Right, so including all the amendments, so now we need to vote in favour. Can we have the vote up, please? This is voting on the what, folks? So I'm in favour. Councillor Court. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Favour.
Councillor Foy.
Favour.
Councillor Foy. Councillor Radich. Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Oh, aye.
Councillor Tepanier.
Support.
Councillor Busich. Thank you all. So that brings us to now to number 4, water supplies. General water, 418, the council makes submission with no change to long-term plan. Any comment? I'll move 4. Do I have a second? Any comment?
I'll abstain from this.
Pardon?
I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Abstain from that, okay. Councillor Tepanier.
I note that captured in there is the fact that there are comments from the public about us enabling and encouraging homeowners to install water tanks. More education required around water saving and conservation.
Yep.
During our last drought, I had thought that we had an amendment or recommendation or something to that effect that was about getting our comms on our website up to date in terms of helping people understand how they could install water tanks. I just had a little check again of that and nothing actually has changed there. Okay. The likes of Auckland Council have got, like all of the steps you'd need and all of the rules around it to make that easier. I'd hope that we're noting that this has come through, that would be active before next summer, because I had thought it had already come through council.
Thank you, Councillor Tepanier. The Chief Executive will take a note of that and make sure that is addressed. And
Your Worship,
there's some more information coming up tomorrow.
I think it would be good to have a resolution because this has been going on 2 years and we've wanted that website updated.
I'd suggest an amendment, or if the mover is really happy to include something to the effect that we have a resolution for communications on our council communications developed.
Sorry?
I'm going to ask Councillor Stratford to help me with this.
Note the submission, so we'll have to change the council note the submissions made to the long-term plan. Okay.
And commit to
updating
our website communications.
Around water tank, empowering water tank installations. Empowering water tank installation on private property by private owners.
On private property by private owners?
Yep.
Councillor Stratford.
This is just putting into words as a resolution what we've already discussed at this table.
Does anyone want to speak against the resolution? No. That's already seconded. Kelly seconded. Okay, so I'm going to can we have the vote up, please?
Can we just make sure we've got the wording right?
Yeah, it's close enough. We'll give it a wash.
And now I don't feel left out because I've had an amendment. Sorry, Sean.
Let's move by the amendment. Well, in fact, I'm happy. No, we'd better leave it because you want.
Oh, do you want an amendment?
So, move Councillor Tepanier, seconded Councillor Stratford. Right, and we can have the vote, please. Just in a second when we get this done. Here we go. Okay, so yes. Councillor Court.
Aye.
Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Support.
Councillor Boyd.
Support.
Councillor Radich. Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier. Support. Councillor Busich. Goodness, 100%, we're getting better. Okay, so that's for water supplies done. Wastewater. I'll move.
That was an amendment.
Oh, sorry, that's an amendment, so now it becomes a substantive motion. We have a vote again, please. Aye, for me. Councillor Court, Councillor Clendon, Councillor Collard, Councillor Boyd, Councillor Radich, Councillor Smith, Councillor Stratford, Councillor Tepanier, Councillor Busich, carried. Okay, thank you. Wastewater, general waste and council note submissions with no changes. Are there any ones? Rachel?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to ask a question that would then guide my next steps. This council resolved to purchase the Waipapa land. There was a directive to investigate infrastructure options for Waipapa. We heard loud and clear through submissions that there was a need to address the growth that's occurring there and the current lack of infrastructure. So my question is that ongoing work, or do we need to look at committing a resolution of this council to give that direction?
It's central ongoing work at that entire site in question, and lots of councillors involved in what its alternative uses are. The plans for the district plan zoning accordingly.
Apologies, I was just asking about the infrastructure requirements for Waipapa, not about that specific project, but the allowances for infrastructure requirements going forward to accommodate for growth.
So through the chair, a area of land has been identified as a potential site for wastewater treatment and for water on the Waipapa Sports ground area. That's probably the limit of the detailed work that's gone into future revision. The resources I have are concentrated on the resource consent renewals, infrastructure strategy. These are the future pieces of work that we need to put a programme around that isn't yet in place.
Thank you, Your Worship. So an acknowledgement of the fact that my understanding is the infrastructure team is undertaking a piece of growth strategic work. My preference would be to put in resolution and acknowledge that this work needs to be ongoing.
Okay.
I do have some wording.
Yes, please.
That council.
Just let me make sure Casey was time and contains.
So we do need a mover and a seconder on the waste.
So it's second, right, moved by Rachel, seconded by, I'll move and second it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Right. Hang on just a second, we'll get that one. Smith.
Motion on the screen or the motion?
So, council notes and submissions. Can we just put that, okay, thank you. So the changes of council notes and submissions, and then Rachel.
And continue to investigate wastewater and water infrastructure options for the Waipapa area. Sorry, I have sent it through on Teams.
Okay, thank you, carry on.
In alignment with the Kirikiri Waipapa structure plan, report findings to the infrastructure committee the first 3 years of the 2021-31 long-term plan. Looking for a seconder of that amendment, please.
I've already done that.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, does anyone want to speak against?
I want to speak midway. I have a concern that this is going to push back the work stream that staff are already trying to deliver. And then we've got other communities that have raised the issue of not having a wastewater treatment plant in their community, and we're not addressing them as well. So I think that we need a process of identifying which new treatment plants are considered before we throw them into a stream. There is no process that exists. But Moerewa have been wanting to connect to Kawakawa for a long time.
Okay, Councillor Court wants to comment. We'll just wait for Andy to.
I just want to support the comments made by my colleague. I'm very mindful that Moerewa has significant wastewater overflow issues, and we've been trying to find a solution there for some time. I'm also very anxious every time I hear someone making decisions on what's happening with the residual allotment at the Kirikiri Waipapa Sports Hub. Please don't make any assumptions that the land is going to be available for wastewater. That is a governance decision. And thirdly, I'd like to remind everyone that the Resource Management Act compels council to consider the infrastructural needs of a district and to provide for those infrastructural needs for 10 years. So I do not think we need a resolution to do this. And my next final point is that I'm a little bit concerned about how many reports we're commissioning here today. And I know that everybody's heart is firmly embedded in the right place, but the collective workload on this organisation, which has a very small workforce, our wastewater team is 7 people in total, our whole waters team is 7 people in total, just to keep, not to lose sight of the collective impact of what it is that we're asking to be done within a very tight time frame. So I'm sorry, Councillor Smith, I can't support the amendment, not because I don't think it's right, but because I think it's already captured in the legislation and it doesn't need us to spell it out. Thank you.
Councillor Usage.
I was going to say the same thing, so we're any more time. I think this is a good idea.
Okay. Any other comments? Adele?
Just one sort of comment. Thanks, Councillor.
Quickly, yes.
A little in consideration for other areas, for consideration for sewage, is Pukanui. I have been asking for that for 20 more years. Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, Michael.
Your Worship, in light of what Deputy Mayor Paul has said, I probably won't request a report on the next item. But I guess where this is coming from for me is a first we're going to the LTP deliberations is the wording of our recommendations that we note the submissions but make no change to the 21-31 long-term plan. That doesn't mean we're not doing mahi in this space, but just the very wording of it suggests that, oh yes, thank you for telling us we're not going to do anything. So I don't know if the wording of our recommendations themselves can be changed at all to reflect the fact that work is happening in all of these spaces. Because when I read it like that, I feel like I want to make an amendment that something's going to be happening, which already is happening, so that the public don't just see that, oh, council's not doing anything, or that council's not doing anything.
So perhaps we could just write across this thing, but we note the submissions and we're going to do nothing because we already are. Oh no, that's not quite the right word, is it? But no, seriously, we do. I agree with you, because if any of the audience are reading this, they'll be sitting there thinking, "God, at least myself." So, Andy, do you want to comment? I was just waving your pen.
So through the chair, just in terms of the resolution, the resolution, then to achieve an immediate start or within the 3 years, I've been asking for additional tax budget of 150,000 because we do not have the internal resource to do it. We would have to put it out to consultants. So I would ask that the amendment is changed again to reflect the need for additional operational contributions.
I mean, and you're quite right, Councillor Court's quite right, that we need to be cognizant of the fact that there's a limited work staff that we have. And this needs to fit in right across the board. I know, appreciate its urgency, but so then Pukanui is the helpless.
Growing. Point of clarification, Your Worship. Is it a timing issue in that we're going out to consult on our district plan and yet we haven't made provision for this? But the district plan, the rules of the district plan are quite clear. The Farnworth District Council shall provide, not may, shall provide infrastructure that is required to support 10 years growth. So if we know Waipapa is growing, it is axiomatic that there should be budget in the LTP to do this work. The fact that I'm now hearing that there isn't budget in the LTP to do this work is causing me a bit of disquiet. So I just want some clarity around that. Is that just a timing issue and we have to wait for the new district plan before that transfers across?
Through the chair, it is to some extent a timing issue, but also a resourcing issue. And I do quite often sound like a broken record, but every time we're asked to do work outside or alongside the long-term plan and the planning plan process, we clearly don't have the resources to do that with the limited team of people. The key part is the team that would do this work are extremely stretched. We have the resources, we know the issues around Taika, we know the issues around Kaikoui, we know the issues around Taikaia that we're grappling with. We have the infrastructure strategy, we have the water safety plans that we have to work out. But it just is the internal capacity within the team to do that piece of work within a three-year time frame, as well as reflect the needs that you've identified around the district plan needs across the whole district. So it is just chunking off little bits at a time. putting forward a resolution that we just need to flag the additional costs and resources needed to actually meet the expectations.
Sorry, with respect to worship, and much as I love Andy Fitchinstein, that didn't answer my question. I'm fully aware of the capacity constraints within this organisation, a wastewater team of 7 and climbing. But regardless of who does the work, we need to have budget in the LTP to do the work, and then if we contract it out, it can be done internally. My question was purely in relation to a disconnect in my mind between what we're legally compelled to do and the budget in the LTP. It's immaterial to me who does the work. Just I want to know governance comfort that we are connecting the dots between the district plan, identifying areas of growth, the infrastructure team planning to accommodate that growth, and the appropriate dollar figure appearing in the LTP. And I've just got a sense at Disquiet somehow that this is an example where we've got a disconnect.
Felicity.
Thank you, Bishop. I'd like to speak in support of the motion. I note that this is one of the key elements in the infrastructure strategy. The district plan is planning zonings that should be based on infrastructure, but we have no infrastructure coming. We're playing catch up with our existing infrastructure systems where we should be doing both. We should be planning for growth, which is Waipapa as our fastest growing area. It's actually outgrown all of its zoning, let alone its infrastructure. It's built on a floodplain and it's zoned industrial, and it's the main hub that has state highway through it. So it actually has the proper transport links, unlike centralised Kerikeri Township. Can we request staff please to tell us the number to include in the long-term plan to ensure that this is addressed? Because in our workshop we did ask Andy how long it would take to get this addressed if there was clear governance instruction to build a water treatment plant and build a sewage plant for Waipapa, and the answer was 3 years if we were given clear instruction. What we're here to do as governance days to give clear instruction to the staff. This is a priority, we want to allocate funding to it, tell us the number, put it in the budget.
We've got this, there's a lot of work to be done. These are good points, and I completely concede that we need some more clarity around this. The infrastructure strategy is more clear now than it's ever been in terms of the big wastewater issues that are in our district future that were never mentioned in previous infrastructure strategies, so we've got to read about that. But I think Andy and I have to agree that if it's not clear in your minds, we haven't made it clear, and we need to go back behind a closed door and make sure that we've got these points that Deputy Mayor Court raises joined up in our own organisation. There's no shock there, there's no surprises, there's no extraordinary ask there. There's absolute common sense for us to plan and put in front of you a more clear growth strategy with corresponding technology placement and size of facilities in the long term. So can we take that away?
Okay, all right, I'm going to put the amendment. Can we have a vote, please? Favour? Councillor Court.
I'm sorry, Your Worship, I was in a trance. What am I voting for? I'm going to
Thank you. Councillor Clendon. Support. Collar. Floyd.
Support.
Radich. Smith.
Support.
Stratford.
Yeah, I'm thinking still. Opposed.
Stephen. Support. Usage.
No, start reading.
Okay, thank you. Right, so the motion is carried. Now becomes a substantive motion.
May I have some clarity, Your Worship?
Yes.
Because I thought we just worked out that the entire district needs this work done, and that we need $150,000 of extra funding to do the Waipapa piece in that time frame, because we have zero capacity for this extra work. And it's
asking you to bring a report back to us on how that can be done.
No, he's saying to include $150,000 as part of the amendment. Is that what you're saying?
You're working as 150k.
We have to do the work that we don't have the capacity for. We propose, we are reaffirming that we've got to do this across the district. For this piece of work on Waipapa alone to be accelerated in that time frame is out of kilter with the district-wide strategy, and we can do it, but it's just going to take extra funding.
We don't need to do it across across the district. We know that Waipapa is our fastest growing area. That's clear. And it's in our infrastructure strategy currently. What we're saying is put the money in it to do it now. We know we have to do consent renewals across the district.
I just don't think that other councillors have told me that they agree that Waipapa is the highest priority, except for this moment.
Point of order, thank you, Your Worship. My initial question was I was seeking governance comfort that we had the resources available to comply with our Resource Management Act obligations. The answer to that question did not give me comfort, therefore I addressed that with this amendment.
So we've got to put some money in. So who's going to move for the 350k?
So it's 150.
350. Oh, 150. 150k.
I'm happy to move 150.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, we need to change it too, obviously.
Say that again. So Chloe has merged that way.
Or we could get Rachel to amend her existing motion.
Well, we've already voted on it.
Okay, do it again.
And we don't know who yet.
Who was the second?
Do you have a second?
I'm happy to move the 150,000 additional budget without the work. And can we seek clarification of the staff about the duration? What year in the LTP is? This is his first 3 years. Is that?
We would look to spread that over 2 years of the LTP.
75 a year. Yeah, and years 1 and 2.
Yeah, it is a budget.
Years 1 and 2, first 2 years?
Yeah.
Sorry, just for clarity, you want that not to be 75k a year, each of years 1 is a total of 150?
Total of 150, that's the total of 150.
May I speak against that?
Okay. Right, so let's move and second. Kelly, you want to speak against?
Yeah, just, I don't want to take away from what we're trying to address here, the growth, but the fact is we've got a change in legislation, the work that's been undertaken to try and catch us up on our consents for our wastewater treatment plants. We're under pressure there. We've got pump stations that are leaking or not functioning 100%. Stormwater egress getting into systems all across our network. Pipes that need clearing or maintained. We've got our Three Waters reform work stream that we're trying to address as well, and not to mention Pukenui and Moeroa and the other towns that we haven't identified as needing, that we haven't addressed properly. I think that this is decision making that is not taking into account the whole picture on our Three Waters.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak against?
Yep. For the same reason that we're just pulling things out of the fly, doing a bit of a lolly scramble here, setting priorities without considering the whole big picture as our staff advised us. So I'll be speaking against this, and given that we have the whole Three Waters reform, I think it's actually not responsible as well.
Okay.
Thank you. I support this and I move this because this has been in the infrastructure strategy for some time. When looking at growth statistically, Waipapa is by far the fastest growing area. Even to show that it was supposed to be a new ward in a representation review to reflect the growth. In terms of good planning, we can't plan properly unless we have the infrastructure first. Yes, I agree with Councillor Stratford that we need to do our business as usual. That I don't dispute that. I support that. I support the good work the staff are doing. But what we should be doing at the same time is having a different arm of council that are also planning for growth. If we only do business as usual, the growth aspect will not be addressed, and we will have central government that won't be planning for our growth because, in my view, the new Three Waters entity will put the high growth areas first, and therefore Waipapa and Kerikeri will miss out once again and be put on the back burner to Auckland and Whangarei.
Okay, thank you. I just remind everybody that given we've passed the first resolution, the staff can't carry it out unless we now vote for the second one. Right, so vote please. Aye, in favour.
Aye.
Councillor Court. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
Favour.
Councillor Radich.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Opposed.
Councillor Tepanier.
Abstain.
Councillor Busich.
No.
Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you all very much. So we come to solid waste management. I'll move the resolution. I beg your pardon, substantive vote. Vote again, please. Can't we just copy the last one? Aye for me, Councillor Court.
Aye.
Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Radich. Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Opposed.
Councillor Tepanier.
Abstain.
Councillor Busich.
No.
That's carried. Thank you. Right, we come to 6, solid waste management. Any comments? Beg your pardon?
I just want
I'll move and second. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Thank you. I'll move it. Oh, Kelly's moved. Oh, okay. Move and second. I'll second.
I have a general comment.
Yes, please.
I'm not going to add any sort of motion to it, or just
I'll vote for that.
you think for that. But note that I presume the normal work will be done, that our contract is coming up here, so there'll be work done for the contract in preparation of it. I think start.
And he's holding his head in his hand as we talk about these things. David, want to
I don't want to go to the wire and then say, hey, look, we've got this rollover, so I want the work done on that.
David?
Yeah, thank you. I support the motion, but I would note just for the record, we know there's a lot of unhappiness about the current status of solid waste management. What the reality is that internationally, nationally and regionally, there's an awful lot of balls up in the air. There's legislation going through about container deposits. There's work being done on a regional approach to solid waste. So just to acknowledge the concerns and objections to what we're doing now, and I agree that I think most of us would agree what's happening now is so far from ideal that it's not funny. But I don't think it's the time to start making significant fund changes. I think over the next several years there will be some amendments required to how we approach the whole question of solid waste, and I think that's a good thing. But I think for the minute we just have to wait till a few of those rules settle into place so that we know what is the broader context that we can operate in.
Thank you. I won't put the motion. Moved and seconded. Can you have the
Oh,
vote,
sorry,
please?
yes.
Aye. Councillor Court. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier. Councillor Busich. Right, thank you. District facilities.
Your Worship, could I make a point actually with regards to rates at the moment? So this is just information. We add all these extra things. We're trying to run a bit of a rough calculation of where our rates sit. And at the moment, with what's on the paper, it's sitting at 6.72%.
Sorry?
6.72 rates increase for year one. We started off originally consulting on 5.52, so we're not out of the park yet, but we are through a 6% quantitative
We're close, we go 7.1.
Before we pass that 6. Okay, so we're still in the envelope that we set for ourselves as a not to exceed, but sitting at 6.7 at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Make a comment though? We've, over the last 6 years, we've sat at a 3 to 4% increase. So, you know, somebody may have set an envelope of 7 point something, but even 6.72 is not acceptable to the ratepayers.
No, well,
Keep repeating yourself.
then someone's going to have to, it's not
on target for us to try and reach.
The issue is then someone's going to have to decide what we cut out.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, supporting facilities.
On that note.
7.1. Oh, sorry, I'll move. Do I have a second?
And I have a question for staff.
Right.
Your Worship, sorry, excuse me. Your Worship, do you mind if we just keep it nice and clean again like we did in the first item of the agenda and just move in second for each item in case there's...
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're moving 7.1A. I'll move Kelly 7.1A.
Sporting facilities. I've got a question.
A question on sporting facilities? Or, yep. You're second.
Thank you.
Yeah, please, away you go, Kelly.
Okay. In the staff report, the issue of having a dedicated sport and recreation position hasn't been addressed. That's probably because this is more speaking to capital works program. Through the CEO, managed to address that issue because it is apparent from submissions that we received from the sports clubs that it's presenting issues around prioritisation with the regional fund.
As has been signalled in our conversations, this is a hot topic, right? It's not actually confirmed yet. We put our hand up to say that this one position is asked for with regards to reserves, sports and recreation. But we have not got that confirmation from you about growing staff by that number, that the salary is not in the budget that's proposed in this LTP. The intent is there, but we need your approval and the budgets to follow. Can I suggest that it's a relatively minor variation in the bigger scheme of things, but we wouldn't have presumed to put in
Further question then. A couple of years ago, we added a swimming pools staff member, and that staff member hasn't actually attended the pool meeting at Bay Islands Recreation Centre. So I don't know what their role is, but couldn't, you know, that person or the funding around there be?
We can well look at that as well. That member is funded out of the cost savings when we saw the contract for pools. That was
we added budget.
But thank you for the suggestion. We'll also make sure that's one of the options we look at.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure I'm satisfied, but I'm sure my colleagues will raise it.
Can we put the vote up, please, Casey?
Your Worship, can I please just ask for a point of clarification? I indicated in the first item that I was seeking to shift 2 line items to reallocate. I'm just asking as to whether or not this is the correct place to be doing that. That is in the first item.
This is to do with the Waipapa Sports Club?
So it's to do with sporting facilities and the capital works program.
It's here. It's here.
Yep, I think this is an appropriate place. Yeah. You want to move?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's proposed 7.1A that Council approve the movement of $650,000 from 2021-22 to 2023-24 for Waipapa Bay sports field drainage to allow for a strategic approach to the providing of sport and recreation facilities in the far north. And 7.1B that Council approve the movement of $211,360 from 2023-24 to 2021-22 and $325,290 from 2024-25 to 2022-23 for Waipapa Sports Car Parking surfacing. Apologise for the lengthy wording of that, but it's tricky to capture it.
Cost neutral, isn't it?
It is cost neutral. In fact, it perhaps even provides a slight reduction in year 1.
Feedback from the team is that the drainage needs to be done at the same time as the car parking, or we'll have to dig it up to do it again. So moving it out to year 4 is not good idea.
Are you talking about baseball?
I'm sure, I'm just looking for clarification as to what field drainage has to do with car park ceiling. I did ask the question of the team yesterday and this was not indicated to me.
No, I've just asked Jeanette and she said the field drainage has been deferred for a number of years, and if we do the car park first, we may need to dig it up again for the stormwater diversion, if required, following the field drainage. So their preference would be to keep it in year one.
So the reason that I've raised this is because currently we are developing a Bay of Islands sports hub. The Kitty Football Club are housed at the Bay Sport facility currently as one of the 12 constitutional members. They are the only user of those fields. When they relocate to go to the Bay of Islands Sports Hub, there is currently no plan for the use of those fields. So I'm uncomfortable with allocating ratepayer money of $650,000 in year one to a significant drainage project that's been needed for over a decade when we don't have a long-term plan for the use of those fields currently. That was the intention of my reallocation. And Your Worship, in my defence, I did do my homework on this one yesterday.
Yeah. Can we see the wording, please?
Your Worship, I'd like some guidance on this one now because due to the technical advice that we've received, I don't know if I feel comfortable with it. So perhaps what I'm looking for is an assurance that at adoption point, there may be another opportunity to do this and we continue to do some further scope since it is only reallocation. It's not new spend. That's what I'm looking for.
If I read the councillor, that's much more acceptable rather than a specific reshuffling, because the situation we're in at the moment is that there's two really big pieces of work around these facilities. One is around what is the Waipapa, Will Taylor's on this at the moment, what is the Waipapa Kiri footprint long-term for the disposition of all the codes. This feeds on from the GLG work that was originally done, because only when the big footprint is set with the future in mind can we say what is the Bay of Islands Sports Hub footprint need to be future-proofed. A lot of good work's been done so far, we haven't quite got that big picture within which the little picture fits. As part of that same conversation, Bay Sports is very central to the question, what is its future? There's another piece of work about standardising models for how the economics of each of our district's sports facilities gets more standardised, because they're all quite different. These two significant pieces of work will spit out the answer about what investment goes into what parts of Waipapa's sports facilities in what sequence. And no matter what we decide here, that will be something that sits in front of you that will dictate the wise course. To rearrange, what we've got in the proposal is our best guess of what you're going to need to keep your options. For you to rearrange that here it's not the end of the world, but I just wonder if it's worth your consideration when really these big strategic pieces of work you've already sent us off to do and they're in progress.
Chair.
Your Worship, I hear that. I'm not sure that it answers my question as to whether or not I could look to reallocate this if necessary when we look to adopt the long-term plan as opposed to in the deliberations today. That was the clarification I asked for.
No. We can't change when we come to adopt because we haven't been through audit at that point. So any changes we're making need to be agreed today, and then we move through audit to adoption.
Andy, have you got anything significant to add to the...
I just thought it was worthwhile. We do have Jeanette, the asset management online, who could speak to the relative timing, but I understand that the drainage, doing the drainage may require excavation in the car park. So the timing has been clearly identified to do the drainage work first, because you may need to outfall through the car park, and then resurface the car park, doing it the other way around means you might have to dig up new work. That's the practicality as opposed to any strategic issue.
Your Worship, my job is to sit here and make decisions based on the information in front of me. So given this information, I'm no longer comfortable with this amendment and I'd like to withdraw it, please.
Okay, all right. And I think I seconded it, did I?
Your Worship, a point of order. So the current motion is signalled to be withdrawn. However, all it is the retiming aspect. I think that we could address this later in the deliberations today. My fellow councillor has done her homework, and I feel as elected members that we should not be put in this situation if we've hadn't been given the information in a timely manner. Can we just put this one aspect off until later in the meeting today?
Well, I don't know about that, but I do think that there's opportunity for us, given that we've got the budget out there in its parts anyway, that can be changed as and when it's required. So it's not essential that we do something today. Councillor Views, it's very quickly.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm very uncomfortable. Well, I'm uncomfortable. I think we're stepping outside of the governance level decision, which is build a footpath, to build a sports complex, and we are now starting to direct out the construction will be done in all the construction. So
it's withdrawn anyway now.
Yeah, so
yep. Okay, so I'm going to put the original motion. The first one's 7.1A. Aye. Favourite for me. Councillor Court.
Aye.
Councillor Glendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Pepinier.
In favour.
Councillor Busich.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to 7.2, Swing Bridge, that we engage with the broader community, etc. to review. Any comment? Oh, sorry, move and say I move. Thank you, John. Otherwise, I'll put the vote.
Can I have a point of clarification on 7.2? I don't know if it's a unique question. It's said to secure funding for the project. Can I clarify, is that external funding because council aren't funding it?
Trying to get external funding.
Yes, it's been identified as potential to.
That's right. So the answer is yes.
Is Mike Edmonds online?
He was.
I'm just confused because this went to the Kaikohe Hoki and the Community Board, and they came and told us that the community did not want the swing bridge, and the money was diverted to other community infrastructure. I believe it was the playground. Now we're hearing that they do want the swing bridge, and I'm just not actually clear if this resolution is representative of the community or it's representative of a submitter.
Perhaps I can answer that. Since then, I've been several, and there's nobody from here, but there's several meetings out there, maybe started about me actually, and there's been a lot of submissions saying that this is crucial, and they were complaining that that wasn't actually the resolution at the time. Maybe the best interest at the time, but it probably more likely a mistake.
Thank you. So can we have the vote up, please? Beg your pardon? Oh, more.
Can I just get comment? So that 100,000 was removed from the capital budget from the previous one, because this community, from what I understand, they think that there's still in existence $100,000 for this bridge or for something similar. And what I read in this today is that that actually is not the case. And now we're going to just say that we'll have a conversation about trying to secure the full funding amount for a bridge replacement. Is that the case?
It's the case, yes. We're going for TIF funding.
I can, Chair, I can say a little bit more on that. Yes, the 100K was actually, it wasn't spent on something else, it was just taken out of the budget. When it was realised that there's, 100,000 wasn't enough to repair the bridge and that the bridge needs to be demolished. So that money was just taken out of the budget.
I would want to keep it in the budget.
I think that the typical process would be applying for TIF funding and putting 50% in the top.
But would have to have that provision available.
Through the chair, TIF funding with the TIF funding rounds each year currently, and I can't foresee where government will go with TIF funding. March and April, we have flagged the Boardwood Swing Bridge as a potential TIF application for the August funding round this year. As later members of directive, then potential TIP funding comes through committee boards initially, and then comes to assignment committees. And of course, at that time, we seek to support the local share elements of that.
So we're removing the provision, any provision at all, and we can still apply to it. But at our last meeting, you talked about how we were lucky enough in our previous funding rounds to get more than our fair share. So we can't have a hope and a prayer that we would be successful going forward with them. But now you're telling me that we're going to have a hope and a prayer that we put this through to. And we're also removing this 100.
So through the chair, we referred to infrastructure committee to the market around that priority for TIF may be elsewhere in New Zealand. However, since that committee date, I have had a number of questions regarding our submission to the primary schools and energy authority. So look, I can't really comment around where MB see our submissions in terms of the other submissions that have been submitted related to prioritisation, but at this point in time, they haven't discounted any of our March submissions.
I would move an amendment to keep 100,000 as a provision in here, because at our meeting our last meeting at the Broadwood community around this, that was not put on the table whatsoever with that community. That we would be that was removed across all of council staff.
So you remove the motion?
Yeah.
Remove the amendment?
What's it?
We retain $100,000 for the Broadwood Swing Group. Okay, is there a seconder, please? Yeah.
In year?
Seconder. Trustee Boyd.
No, in what year?
Oh.
I'm willing to take advice from staff on that.
John Husett. Sorry, in year 2. Okay, so it won't have an impact on rates this year, but it will the following year because it's operational.
In the meanwhile, we'll be going to
this capital or operational.
We're talking capital, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so it would be year 3 will have an impact. Okay, so can we have a vote on the motion, please?
On the amendment, sorry, Your Worship.
Beg your pardon?
So a vote on the amendment
On the
to
amendment,
retain
yep.
the 100,000
Yep.
dollars.
Okay, I'm again. Councillor Court.
I'm going to go for.
Okay, Councillor Glendon. Aye. Councillor Collard.
Sorry.
Yeah. Aye. Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Support.
Councillor Stefania. Councillor Busich. Goodness. All by myself. Okay, that now becomes a substantive motion. So I'll put the thing up there, thanks. In favour. Court, Councillor Court.
Aye.
Glendon. Aye. Collard. Aye. Boy.
Aye.
Smith.
Support.
Stratford.
Aye.
Stefania. Support. Busich. Motion carried. Okay, so that now, we need to do any more resolutions on that?
No, we don't.
Okay, so we go to 7.3.
You wish to have an amendment to this motion?
Sorry, because
I have an amendment to the motion. I've divided it to.
I'll move. Do I have a seconder, please? I have a seconder, please.
So my change would mean that so the current motion is no change, so I'm proposing a change.
Can you tell us what it is?
So Aisha's got the wording here.
Yeah.
So it's regarding toilets, specifically for Ahipara around the surf beaches. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of people that go there, and there is absolutely zero toilets. It's actually quite gross. It's a health and safety issue. Dave Collard, who's a local there, is well aware of the hundreds, if not thousands, of people that go there. My motion there is highlights as well to avoid environmental effects from not only high tourism but high use as well from locals. The funding and location of the toilet shall be agreed to with DOC as well, because it's a serious issue for our natural environment. It's a nationally protected surf break under the coastal policy statement. and the local mana whenua as well, who have a kaitiaki group that are funded through our district council, have a high interest in this. They've contacted me about this being a significant issue, and our pilot included in year 3 to give us time in order to come to agreement for funding the dock and the location with mana whenua.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Collins, do you want to...
question about that?
Yes, okay, you have a question on Felicity?
Yes, Ahipara Beach, where is the proposed site in relation to the toilets that are already located in Ahipara?
The current toilets are located on the foreshore, like adjacent to the residential housing, where the reason people usually go there is to go surfing, and which is up past Shipwreck Bay, Tipuhanga.
Can you give me 100 metres or?
Oh, a kilometre.
No,
but 2 kilometres, yeah. Right. It's not within walking distance whatsoever. Okay. Yeah, so you can imagine what happens as a result. A lot of the time you don't have to leave that to imagination, you can see people.
This is the toilets at Shipwreck Bay you're talking about, isn't it?
I've left it as in general to Ahipara so that mana whenua and DOC can provide the direction about where they feel is most suitable to address.
All right,
that.
now that's moved by Councillor Foy. Do I have a seconder, please?
No, seconded.
Councillor Collins seconded that amendment. Okay, is there anyone to speak against the amendment?
I'm not, just in general.
Your Worship, just point of order, that's not site specific. It doesn't actually even say Ahipara.
My motion is
just that.
for Ahipara.
We just put it in.
Yeah.
No, we just put that in. Thank you. Councillor Collins?
Yeah, it's certainly something that's needed. Probably the numbers of people and the stretch of beach is quite huge. And my only concern about it would be where it was located. That would encourage people to use it because it is a very big section of beach that is used in terms of the surf break. And that surf break probably goes for 2 k's once you get around it. Yeah, and there are no facilities whatsoever. Road, the 4-wheel drive mostly. Some people can walk, but they're probably fit and young.
Yeah, thank you very much. Did you want to make a comment?
Just an administrative note, again, just around doing what we're doing with eyes wide open, because excuse me for saying that these are conversations we had in November, and I'm just noting the extra projects that are being laid on here at every amendment. We're only halfway through the list. The bill is going up. But at this rate, 2025 we'll have a record low ceiling, only 20 million left in our headroom for debt, because we're so ambitious as a council and we are now stacking on things that are not on the plan. So, Kate Pai, that's the direction I leave to members, but please with eyes wide open about what this means for debt servicing for the taxpayers.
Councillor Clinton?
Yeah, my concern is this is sort of coming at us now. I'm not recalling that having been discussed earlier. I'm also aware that there's work being done, condition assessment of all public toilets. The information will be used to revise all program work. So this feels like a little bit out of left field, with all due respect. It's not something I can support having been on the table.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to speak against?
Yeah, the same reason I'm saying it's not needed. Just thought it should be consistent from other comments with other places, including what it's coming at us, and we have actually seen the...
Chairman Ward?
No, I was just being pedantic.
Rachel, we're just voting.
That you should consider using the word visitor instead of tourism in line with Northern Bank's new strategy.
Okay. All right. Do you want to write a reply, Felicity?
Sorry, Nashpia. I just wanted to highlight that being in year 3, we do have the option of hopefully gaining the tourism infrastructure funding as well. And this will ensure that we have sufficient time to plan, and in order to know that we can plan for the infrastructure because there's money in the budget. Further to that, the Department of Conservation have open budgets as well that would look to source funding through. So this does not mean that necessarily all of that funding needs to come, and being in year 3, that gives us time to plan.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to put the vote. In favour, Councillor Ford. Opposed. Councillor Clinton.
No. Oppose.
Councillor Collard.
For.
Councillor Foy.
For.
Councillor Stratford.
Opposed.
Councillor Tepanier. Support. Councillor Busich.
Opposed.
Right, voting for it. No, thanks. Oh, yeah, we couldn't fill those. No, I'll vote in favour.
No, it's. Oh, yeah, great, it's not in.
Okay.
Oh,
Hang on, right, now she's come back in.
For 60 seconds.
Councillor, we're voting on this amendment.
I'd like to abstain. Thank you, Your Worship.
All right, in which case, it's carried.
Apologies. Sometimes nature needs to be met.
We'll just finish this. Okay, so folks, over the page to 74A, please, district facilities. And we're improving the retirement funding for the Amapri Hall. The council made all other submissions. Okay, I'll move it. Do I have a second, please? Thank you, Felicity. Anybody wish to speak against? If not, we'll put the vote up, please.
Where are we?
7.4, Amapri Open Only Hall.
Okay,
I'll
yes.
put the vote up, please.
Well, how much
I'm in
is there?
favour.
How much is it, please?
It's already in here.
It's retiming of existing.
It was moved out in error.
Moved out in error.
Okay, vote of these. I'm in favour. Councillor Court. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier. Councillor Busich.
What Rachel's here now.
Yeah, Your Worship. Thank you.
I am sorry, I left forget, Rachel. What are you for?
I support. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm back.
Okay, you're back. Thank you.
Your Worship, can I just clarify where's Councillor Radich is?
He's left the meeting.
Any particular reason?
That I can't tell.
Sorry, councillor Vesich, what was your vote?
Oh, against we. Sorry. You fought, yes. Okay, 7.5 Farnworth Holdings Limited.
Your worship, just a point of order, we have been sitting for 2 hours.
Yes.
We are entitled to a comfort break.
Yep, let's just finish 7.5 and then we'll.
Just A and B together.
Apologies, Your Worship. It's quite a substantial item, so.
You think?
Can I do 7.4B?
And move A and B together on the table that we can speak to.
Okay, let's have a break then if we wish, and we'll come back in 10 minutes. Right, any comments?
Yeah, on this 7.5A, I'm probably going to abstain. The first three items I have no problem with. That fourth item, additional funding, 157,000. Whānau Holding bought this as a fairly late submission. It's to enable speed controls on the foreshore at Rangatane, guardrails, litter bins, and 180 metres of boardwalk. Frankly, with all due respect to Whānau, I feel that's something of a big leap being offered to suggest that this investment will mitigate against the inevitable social, environmental and indeed health and safety ill effects of the proposed reclamation that was talked about this morning. So I can't quite bring myself to vote against provision of guardrails and boardwalks, but I do suggest quite seriously 157,000 will be nowhere near enough to mitigate against the adverse effects of that development. It will be a down payment, tip of the iceberg stuff. So I would say my only real solution is to abstain on this, but I do just flag for the record that I think that's disingenuous, not dishonest, but disingenuous to suggest that 150k is going to resolve the problems that are going to sheet home to the Rangatane residents.
Thank you, David. Any other comments?
Yes, Leadership. I was actually going to comment in the 7.4b, but it applies to this item too, 7.5a, that over the last 10 years, we've spent between $300,000 and $500,000 a year, if that, on marine facilities. Yes, we've now got the marine strategy, but this LTP sees us, it's not just PGF funding that we're having to invest. There's now a Hokianga Harbour line item in here. I know nothing about that, and it wasn't in our last LTP. I don't know whether that's a Whānau Holdings project or anything. Is anyone able to give me some information on that? It's in the PGF. It's not all PGF. What is our portion of funding, and why do I only know about it through this document?
How much is it? Hokianga Harbour Program, 245,700.
Yep.
Maritime Facility, 21,733, and
no, there's another line item somewhere else.
I'm sorry,
Hokianga Harbour Program. Maritime facilities, domains and repairs were scheduled for 2021-2022, reforecasting 31,000 for Okanoni wharf repairs, 40,000 for Momakere wharf repairs, 36,000 for Narrows jetty business.
No, this is separate. So it's on top of what's on that sheet, the amount of money that's being spent on our maritime assets. And we've got, you know, a budget that is, what's the word? Every $900,000 that we deliver in capital works, that's an increase on 1% the following year. OPEX.
Won't be 1%.
But it's it impacts on OPEX the following year because we
correct. It's not at 1%.
Yeah.
So whatever the portion of the rates are. Right, any other comments, folks?
It looks like a governor thing.
If not, I'm going to put the vote, please.
Can we just pause and clarify the dollar value?
I don't think there is a clarification.
Just some clarity. All these items have currently been budgeted, are they included in the?
No, 7.5A all new.
They're all new,
Yeah.
Pukenui, I can speak to Pukenui Car Park, Your Worship. So Pukenui Wharf is one of the wharf that's been renovated. So that's why that is being retimed as part of the LTP. I know about that, and that has been flagged.
Why does it need additional funding? Why not the landing?
It's additional funding, yeah.
Anybody
Nothing's
know
been
why
done.
we need additional
It's got
funding that
holes the size of my car in it.
There's an explanation in there, isn't it?
Order. Andy's got an answer.
There's an explanation in the agenda for all of these on page 44.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne.
47.
Right there, the chocolate fish being
I can give you a minty or whatever the hell these things are.
So just to clarify, I was talking to 7.5, but I hadn't been able to talk to 7.4B. That's why I chucked in my Hoki Runga Harbour question for that. I still don't have any comfort on what that project is and how much our FNDC contribution is, please.
Have we got any answers for that now?
Stand by for Andy Finch. Seems to think about this.
We'll have to come back to you on that, Kelly. We haven't got that information right handy.
Be good to have it before the end of today. Working on it. Thank you.
We're going to vote on this now anyway. Okay, can we have the vote up, please? Right, I'm in favour. Councillor Court?
Opposed.
Opposed. Councillor Clendon?
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Collard?
Favour.
Councillor Foy?
Favour.
Councillor Smith?
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Stratford?
Opposed.
Opposed. Councillor Tepanier?
Opposed.
Councillor Busick?
I'll oppose it.
Your Worship, that was all of the items together. Are we, if it's opposed, are we able to break per line? Because that would mean that all four of those have been lumped together. However, I know in the instance of Pukenui, for example.
Would the council agree if we voted on these line by line? Yep. Okay, we'll do that one at a time. We just go back. Thank you. Right, so we'll vote on 75A1. In favour?
Opposed.
Opposed? Councillor Cleveland?
Sorry, this is typo.
Councillor Collard?
Favour.
Councillor Cleveland opposed, I think.
No, sorry, favour. This is typo.
Councillor Foy?
Favour.
Councillor Smith?
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Stratford?
Opposed.
Councillor Tepanier?
Favour.
Councillor Busick?
Favour.
Right, that's passed. 75A2.
Your Worship, can we ask we're up to in the rates, because I'm really mindful that this is actually a lot.
This was part of the rates calculation.
No, it's all additional. It's all capital and it's none of it's in.
Oh, it's not in the rates at this stage.
It's all
right.
capital, it's not in.
It's capital.
It's not in the committee, thank you. Right, so Waipapa Land Car Park additional funding. In favour, Councillor Court?
Sorry.
Opposed, Councillor Cleveland?
Aye.
Favour, Collard?
Opposed.
Councillor Foy?
Favour.
Collard opposed. Foy in favour. Smith?
Opposed.
Stratford?
Opposed.
Tepanier?
Opposed.
Usage?
Opposed.
Okay, so that's lost.
Can I just remind the staff we are live streaming? It's quite difficult to hear multiple conversations on the road.
If you need to talk, can you pop out in the corridor, please?
Thank you.
Okay, Pukenui Car Park.
Can I just have one question on this one first?
Yes, please.
So this is refunding for year 2 of the LTFP to year 1, so.
Yes, and that's because the PGF money is just being given now.
For what, sorry?
PGF funding.
PGF funding for the upgrade of the Pukenui Wharf has been spent now, so it's been moved out. Okay, can we have the vote up, please?
Moved in.
Moved in.
It's been the same time as
Beg your pardon, yeah, to coincide. Right, in favour?
Opposed.
Opposed? Clendon?
Aye.
Collard?
Favour.
Boy?
Favour.
Smith?
In favour.
Stratford?
Opposed.
Tepanier?
Support.
Usage?
Support.
Okay, that's carried. Rangatani? In favour? Councillor Court?
Opposed.
Councillor Clendon?
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Collard?
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Foy?
Abstain.
Councillor Smith?
Opposed.
Councillor Stratford? Councillor Tepaneer?
Against.
And Councillor Busich?
Opposed.
Lost. Okay, thank you very much for that, folks. Community board. We just.
Yeah, community boards.
Community boards, I move. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, John. Is there any comments against?
Thank you. The Tapu Community Board specifically, and this was highlighted in our deliberations but isn't part of the current motion, about the Doubtless Bay eyesight and the funding request for 15,000 in year one and 10,000 and 10,000 thereafter in the long-term plan. So year one, 15,000 and then 10,000 a year for the remainder of the long-term plan years. The community board is in favour of this. We did speak about this at the workshop. Tapu only Service Centre. Doubtless Bay is a growing area, and in reflection that we haven't done the review of the service centres or the eyesights, this is a small contribution that has a huge impact for our Doubtless Bay community.
So it's 15,000?
15,000 in year one.
What an amendment?
Yes, so that
we provide 15,000 in year one and 10,000 in the following years for
of the LTP, to the Doubtless Bay eyesight.
So I think the intention of staff was that that would be captured later on in the funding requests rather than through the community board.
That's where the error occurred. I should have transferred.
Item 10.
So
that's correct.
So later on?
No, got missed off. So
right, so
it doesn't matter whether it goes through.
So it needs, we can put it in here.
That's right.
Right, so that's moved by Felicity, and I'll second that.
Sorry, it's not.
Anyone want to speak against?
I'm going to.
This is.
Yes, Your Worship.
Please do, Councillor.
I'm going to speak against it, just in regard that I think we need a principled policy about how we support these investments. It's nothing personal against the Doubtless Bay eyesight. It's just that I'm really mindful that we're just chucking an awful lot of stuff in here, and we're going to get to the end of the day and the rates are around 10%. And I think we've lost sight of affordability, and every single project on its own has merit, but taken individually, we lose sight of the big picture. So I want to come back to our fundamental principles base, that we have a policy to really invest money in community facilities. So I'm much more comfortable with that first.
Thank you, Councillor Ford. Councillor Clendon?
Equally, I'm a bit uneasy about it, given that we are progressing to join with Northland Link, who are developing and continuing to develop a tourism strategy for the north. It may be that eyesight becomes a significant part of that, or it may be it relocates. There's an awful lot of undecideds at the minute around promotion of tourism generally. So I'm just a bit uneasy about committee money that may or may not be needed at that site.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the review of the eyesights is planned for next financial year, and there are also suggestions from Eyesights New Zealand and Tourism New Zealand that things may change. There are some proposals with regards to changes where they may in fact move to run some of the eyesights across New Zealand. So until we've done a Section 17A review and until we have further clarity for Wellington in this regard, we just don't know what that future of eyesights might look like. So therefore, for your consideration, anything peripheral to that, like the Doubtless Bay site, although these are small dollars, they are additional dollars, and my recommendation would be to hold that in abeyance until we have further clarity.
Your Worship, I'm happy to amend the motion to just relate to year one to reflect the staff's advice. And that would enable the funding to be applicable to allow the service to continue at an extremely low price to the ratepayer, so we don't have to pay any building costs whatsoever or any staff. and that would allow the review to be undertaken as well. So that would allow both.
I'm happy to second it. I saw someone, Adele and
Yes,
Belinda.
I support councillor Boyd's motion here, because our board has been talking about this for some time, and we just looked through a strategic plan, and this is a good outcome for that community going forward.
Thank you. Belinda, you wanted to comment?
Yes, I just wanted to support what Jean was, saying that, you know, there is a database for registered licensed eyesights, recognised eyesights in key locations, and this is not one of them, and I do think it sets a precedence across the district. We're already putting large money in propping up some of our existing eyesights. I know in my backyard we are, and I think that this could perhaps be funded in some way.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to comment?
Just my right of reply before we vote, I just wanted to highlight that it wouldn't set precedent. The fact is that we only have one eyesight in Te Huku. That is different to the other wards, and this is why this is a different situation to that of the other wards, and small recognition of that in this instance.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. First time at LTP, so I'm going to excuse myself for the question, but how would this be funded, and how are other service centres in our district funded? As in, is it from the ward rate or the general rate?
General rate.
General rate. Whether it's a service centre or an eyesight, it's general rate.
Okay, let's put the amendment and see how it goes. So can we have the vote up, please?
Sorry. Well, right, there you go.
Let's definitely vote.
Just a technical point, should that number be added to, or it says that 15,000 in year one of the plan? It just seems to be an incomplete statement.
The $15,000, that $15,000 line item? What's this, the word? And
I think it's called the Doubtless Bay information.
Oh. Yeah, I think they get it.
Yes.
Doubtless Bay Information Centre, yeah.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. In favour, Councillor Court?
Opposed.
Opposed, Councillor Clinton?
Opposed.
Councillor Collard?
In favour.
Councillor Foy?
In favour.
Councillor Smith?
Opposed.
Councillor Stratford?
Support.
Councillor Tepania?
In support.
Councillor Busich?
You're in favour.
Sorry, favour?
Opposed.
Oh, sorry.
1, 2, support. 4. Okay, so now that becomes part of the motion. So,
do you want to go through?
is any other comments that anyone wishes to make on the Te Hiku?
Can I be a little provocative, Your Worship, and in light of the fact that where the rates are heading, is it timely to have a conversation about whether we significantly increase the slush fund to the community boards?
Correct.
And I've heard all the conversations about how well it's received, and I accept that. I'm not going to argue against that, and I know that they have significant community support. But I'm also mindful that we're heading towards a significant rate increase, and I think it's timely for all of us to consider whether that is appropriate. I'm happy that it is, but I just want to have the conversation.
Okay, just so you know, currently our rate increase is at 6.7%.
Your Worship, is the staff going to clarify what the current numbers are in terms of the community board funding and the placemaking funding, please?
Currently,
yeah, in the draft LTP numbers.
We have increased the community board grants by 25% and increased placement to $100,000 per ward.
And what was that previously? What's
It was 100,000 between the wards before. I couldn't tell you what the ward grants were, sorry. They're all different.
And is it, that doesn't seem to be a voting matter today?
You've given us that direction before.
Okay, thank you. So we've got a vote now. The Hiku A81 is now additional. It's got the amendment added to it. So can I have a vote up, please? We'll be voting on notes, the submissions, etc., and the extra 15,000.
Yes. Oh, share screen first, sorry, here we go.
Right, we just need to vote up, thank you. In favour for me, Councillor Court.
Opposed?
Councillor Glendon.
Abstain.
Councillor Collard.
For.
Councillor Foy.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Support.
Councillor Tepanier. Mr Busich.
Well, it's going to pass. Not supported.
Okay, that's done, thank you, it's passed. We now come to mobile and Sponoroa.
Oh, that's what we're going to do.
And 1 second, please.
Your Worship, I raised a question. I've got a point of order. I raised a question. Can we have a debate about the funding allocation to the board? And you moved on.
Oh, beg your pardon, I thought we had.
No, I'm quite sure that the community boards are all sending me daggers right now, and I would understand why they would be doing it, because they really do turn their minds to how well that money is spent, and I genuinely appreciate it and love them for it. But I'm just mindful that we are constantly adding more and more things to the budget and we're not taking anything out. And there comes a point in time where we have to say, is it affordable to be all things to all people? And can we have a conversation? If that to be defeated, I'd just like to have the conversation.
Okay, can we have a comment or advice on that, please?
One that speaks. The community boards work within their budget. They have very little, and they have a huge impact at that local level down there, which is something we should be encouraging. So I think it's a bit unfair to actually take the money from them when they haven't, they're not the ones overspending, but we're the ones overspending. We should be looking to ourselves to look at where we can actually save rates and save costs. The job they're doing, they're really within the allocation they have.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask Janice now to comment, please.
Sorry, Worship, point of order. We're talking about increasing their budget. I'm not talking about reducing their budget. I'm talking about keeping their funding bucket the same instead of increasing their funding bucket. So I'm not talking about taking anything away from them, and I think that's a very important point of order.
Thank you. Thank you. Janice will respond.
Part of the 5.52%, we had increased the budgets in that area by 401,000, which is 0.45% on the rates, nearly 0.5%. 201,000 of that went into placemaking, 115,000 went into the community board grant, and there was 85k in for the additional staff member that would be needed to handle the increased workload. So that was included in the base 5.52 that we That's what you discussed at this meeting. 0.45.
So 0.45 increase, isn't it?
That's what was in, yes. Yeah. If you decided to take it out, your rates would go down
to
by about
6.4 or whatever.
Can
Felicity?
I answer the point? Yeah. I was arguing for status quo because it's already been included as you heard. So if we're going to debate to remove it, is what I was speaking against.
Was the removal of it not going lower than what was there before? Okay, thank you.
Going lower than what's shown here.
I'd like to speak in support of Councillor Court in the fact that the current, so if the motion was that Council retains the current funding levels applicable in year 2021 for placemaking the community board, that's all operational costs to the ratepayer. I personally think that community boards should be empowered more through their delegations. I don't necessarily think that we need to increase the grants and increase the placemaking fund in order to do that, particularly as it's straight operational spending. So I'm happy to second the motion and for that to go to vote today. I'm very aware that it's 0.5% and that ratepayers will already be squirmish about the current increases in our rates, and we have to make some tough choices, and I'm happy to support this tough choice.
Okay, councillor Tepanier and then councillor Smith.
Thank you. Is this like being moved and seconded and we're discussing it, or are we just having a discussion right now?
Anne's asked on the point of order, but we just have a discussion. So I'm permitting it to debate.
I'm in favour of this. This was sort of settled on a long time ago.
You're in
favour of keeping the increases for the community boards. And it sort of was settled then, and it's only just been brought up now that we're looking at all of these extra add-ons that we're chucking in here. But I think it would be not disrespectful, but the community boards in our communities are assuming that this is something, and I know we can't assume for any of these that it will happen, but it's something that has already been agreed on, that has already come through. I think that if the communities were aware that this was something that we would actually be looking at taking out, they would be up in arms over it. I also know that for the likes of the Highlands Whangaroa, as an example, they're under the pump right now. Like, this is not going to increase any workload. It's just going to realise what the community is already submitting for. They don't have enough money to give away half the time. And that the funding advisor, the impression I get is that they already need another worker in that space.
Okay, thank you. Anyone? David Clinton?
Yeah, just briefly, I understand Councillor Court's concern because as the day goes on, the calculator keeps ticking. But I come back to the fact that money given to community boards dispersed to the community has a very high rate of return, in my view. We get a lot of bang for our buck through relatively small amounts of money granted to all sorts of groups. There's a significant return on that. And I recall the debate we had about increasing the allowance to the boards, and that point came through quite strongly, I think. And frankly, we've signed off on millions of dollars today, and we're talking about a couple of 100,000. So every little bit adds up, I take your point. But really, I think this is not the right place to start bringing it. The return on investment is too significant. And it would be pretty much of a slap down for the community boards if we reversed that earlier indication.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment?
You had 3 people to speak, suppose. I'm happy to hear.
Thank you, Councillor Court. All right, so we will come now to 8.2A. We moved and seconded, I think.
Not yet.
Oh, now moved here, seconded by Councillor Smith.
Sorry, I was happy to second.
Thank you.
Lost the
Anyone
formality.
want to speak against? It's relatively simple. Can we put the vote up, please?
Yes, we can.
In favour? Councillor Court?
Opposed.
Councillor Clinton?
Aye.
Councillor Collard?
Favour.
Councillor Foy?
Favour.
Councillor Smith?
Support. Sorry, I seconded.
Councillor Stratford? Councillor Tepanier?
Support.
Councillor Busich? That's passed. Thank you. We come to district services, dog control.
Can we add in tsunami sirens here? Apologies, Your Worship.
And
Did
the
we
dog
take
control.
8.3? District services.
Oh, district services. Right, gotcha.
It says it's probably under communities. I'm happy to move the dog control part.
Okay, and I'll second. Is there an amendment that we want to add in? I understand, Councillor Stratford.
Was that it? 23?
Yeah, Councillor Stratford wants to talk about tsunami and tsunami sirens.
Yeah, so I'm moving an amendment, but we'll see how we go.
In district
We will.
services?
I wish I had done this at the beginning of the day.
Have you moved?
I move that we.
Have the ladies got it? Let's change it.
I do have some wording, and we'll see where that takes us. Shall we? You did an email saying.
I did, thanks.
Asking for increase in the budget to address the sirens.
Okay, so I'll kick off my corridor.
Is Casey?
She's just finding my words.
Okay, all right. You talk in the meantime.
Okay,
I'll
so.
second, has it been seconded?
No.
Oh, no, the amendment header, thank you.
I'll second it so we can talk about it.
Right, carry on, Kelly.
So I'm moving an amendment that we add, we'll start with $400,000 in the years 1 and 2 and 3. Following on from the LTP presentation we had from Northland Civil Defence on the tsunami sirens needing upgrading, we didn't have any further discussion on it. We listened to the presentation and we've not revisited it. And then in March we had a tsunami threat, and it was highlighted in a submission through the LTP process and also through conversations I've had around the district that there were a number of sirens that didn't work or locations that still haven't been addressed, and they've been highlighted over the last 6 years. So we've got an amount of renewals funding of approximately 37K in our budget, but a siren costs $20,000, which includes installation costs. There are 200 sirens across the entire region, and 60 of them are ours. So I know that the requirement to address that is 1.2 million over 3 years. So that's why it's 400 each year for the next 3 years, and then it drops down. We could reduce it, and hopefully CDM would be able to address the need with a lower budget. But if we want civil defence and our community response groups to be able to stand up and respond to an event, we need to make sure that the resource is in place. There's a group in Russell who are about to walk away from community response because they've asked for their tsunami sirens to be upgraded for the last 3 years and nothing's happened. And they're in a high risk tsunami, area. And it's something that you don't think about. It's not great spending this much money on something that you hopefully never have to use, but being prepared is the number one rule in civil defence. So yeah, that's. I have discussed this with the portfolio holder, Dave Collard. I think it's probably, the amount is catching everyone by surprise. But after the presentation that we had from CDM, I couldn't leave it. And after all the emails that I've had from communities that were really frustrated at the lack of council presence or civil defence, this is one layer that they can feel that they've been helped with regard to tsunami. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Floyd.
Thank you. I'd just like to raise about the motion and thank you to Councillor Stratford, who's one of our talented team members in the National Civil Defence space. I wanted to raise that when the tsunami happened, it wasn't the sirens that we heard, it was my phone. And so I wanted to highlight the change in technology over time and how now, if there's an event, it activates your phone and it's quite shocking actually, so it won't be. And so I'm not sure if we should be spending money on the sirens when we can utilise this technology, particularly at this cost of ratepayer and how much we're looking at rates at this time.
Can I just highlight the black spots?
You can in your right of reply.
How much are phone towers?
Councillor Collins.
Yeah, certainly. It was something that I was at a civil defence meeting recently where they were speaking about exactly this, and it was highlighted in terms of areas where the cell phones did not work or were marginal. Certainly in my own personal case, cell phones were marginal in terms of our reception, so we actually in the end I got it through the cell phone because I went up the road, and it came through the TV. But it's something that really needs to be considered in terms of the spread and the impact that they have in the areas. I know that His Worship Premier lives right next door to one that excites him big time when they go off. But we've got to get this right at some stage or other, and it's I'm suggesting that perhaps what we know that we've got a big huge number that we're looking at, and we're talking about affordability and whether or not we can delay it 12 months and go into the second year first, and to get this done. Ultimately, it's going to have to happen.
Thank you, Councillor.
I also got a question. That figure, that $1.2 million, that would not be simply for renewals, but for widening the scope of our network. So, like you said, $20,000 per siren. That's like 20 we could have each year, but it would be a mix of new and renewals. You're saying that our current budget for renewals wouldn't even buy a new one, and we happen to know that we've got renewals absolutely needed for the current network. Have you analysed the scope for increasing the budget for what we must do to get our current network up over getting it up and increasing?
Civil Defence's response to that was during year one, they could investigate what the cost would be going forward.
Okay, anyone else want to comment? I do want to comment, but anyone else wish to comment? Councillor Smith?
I would like to ask the owner of the motion whether there is any ability to reduce that spend in the first year and stretch it out to 4 years.
I'd be eager to get something. Yeah. Anybody else?
I want to make a comment. So,
okay.
John, you want to comment?
Yeah, similar to what Councillor Foy said, I raised that before with technology on the phone, but I realise that some people may not hear it. I have a question, and that is, there are 60 that we own, but we are upgrading all the others as well. So what happened to get, because it was 20,000 each at 60.
There's 200 across the region. Every other council puts a budget in. We're the only ones that haven't.
Is there currently a maintenance budget in there? What is it?
37,000 we've got for renewals this year. And it...
Most coastline.
Okay, I'm just pause on this. We need to agree that we'll continue beyond 4 o'clock. Also move and or second. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no carried. It's not 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, by the way. I mean 4 o'clock this afternoon. So I just want to comment on this. I support the proposal in principle, but yesterday I had, in fact, Dave and I had a meeting with our civil defence, Dave from Kaitaia and others, and there's ongoing discussion. The issue I have with this is that as yet I don't feel that I know enough about what's proposed. And we've already made, I've got to say, some snap decisions that at the end of the meeting I'm going to talk about. For those of you who are here in 3 years' time, we must do this better by telling people, giving us a whole lot of advance notice of amendments and things that we're going to be doing. In this instance, I'm absolutely know there's a need. When we had the tsunami up north recently, there was 2 areas that didn't sound off because the alarms didn't work, or 3, I can't remember now, and 1 where there wasn't any. So absolutely, there's no question there's a need. What worries me is that here we are rushing headlong into this again we have today on a number of things. And what I'd like to suggest is that we consider delaying this for 12 months while we get the advice from Civil Defence on what should happen and what sorts of needs there are and where the needs are and how we can communicate with our community. And I just remind people that if we were to pass this, that we're at a rate somewhere of 7.15, I think, but
no, we're at 6.74.
We were, but this is adding 400.
This is capital money.
Yes, okay, the following year. Yeah. Following year will have that impact. You're quite correct. I beg your pardon. Make the same mistake again. Yes. So, but I just make a point. I would much rather be waited and got this. So that's my view. That's how I feel. Kelly, you write a reply, please.
So in response to what you've raised, Your Worship, this hasn't just come out of the blue. Civil Defence are a body that deliver civil defence on our behalf, and they came to us and presented the numbers and the need in a workshop within the last 12 months. They also have presented to us in our induction at the beginning of the triennium, and explained everything civil defence to us. And this has come via a submission and me liaising with the Russell community. And the numbers are directly from Graham MacDonald, who is the lead, what is his title, of CDM Auckland, and Victoria Harwood. So I've followed up on everything to make sure that they were the legit numbers. Our network, during that presentation, they talked to us about how aged our infrastructure is with regards to tsunami sirens, not everything else. But they are long overdue replacing. We've got some really old ones that are plugged into the power ports of people's homes, and they're exceeding the they're not meant to be in people's homes. They're too loud. So we've got illegal equipment out there. This is a health and safety risk, and it's our responsibility under which legislation, Anne? Under some legislation, it is our responsibility to it's too late in the day to address this need. It's $400,000 a year. I'm willing to we need to do $400,000. Okay. No, we need to do 400,000, and there's room. It's CapEx, isn't it, Janice? How does that affect the rates? It doesn't.
It doesn't the first year.
Yeah.
Will the following year. Okay, all right, well, thank you for your
I just need to tidy my resolution up.
Okay, so, sorry, through you, your wish?
Like whether or not to buy car insurance and new crash.
Of the 2021-31 long-term plan for renewals and investment in the Far North Tsunami Network. And it's not going to fall on Andy's team. It's done by CDM. So it's not, going to impact on our work streams.
To address the renewal and, sorry, Councillor Bradford, can I say that? I'm ready for to address the renewals and?
You just decide you can.
We've got this. We have to do this. It's just like, wastewater treatment plant. Are you right, Glenn?
Wish we could buy those for 20 grand each.
Living the dream.
Network. And it also needed to say capital program for Janice, if that's okay.
Okay, yep.
Okay, can we have the vote up, please?
Emma's here.
Okay, I'm against. Councillor Court. Councillor Sneedon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier.
Support.
Councillor Busen. Right, that's carried. So that now becomes part of the substantive. Oh no, yes.
It's my one thing.
We just
Well
need a
done.
second to dog.
So we'll just vote on the dog control.
Yeah. Move and second.
Moved, I'll move. Do I have a second for dog control, please? Anybody? Thank you, Felicity. We'll vote on it. Can I have the vote on, please?
Yeah, sure, good.
For Councillor Court. Clinton.
Aye.
Collard.
Support.
Foy.
Support.
Smith.
Support.
Stratford.
Aye.
Tepanier.
Support.
Busen.
Yes.
Carried. Thank you. That's taken us to 10, strategic planning and policy. 10.1 to 10.1A. Councillor Smith, did you want to?
I wanted to move an amendment to this one, please, Your Worship.
To 10.1A?
10.1, so yes, 10.1A.
Yep.
That,
Council notes the submission.
Can I read the?
Yes, please.
That Council note the submissions and commit to re-establishing charges within the Far North District Council Development Contributions Policy to be consulted on through the long-term plan and a long-term plan amendment in year 1 of the 2021-31 long-term plan.
Good idea.
Can I have a seconder, please? Yep. Thank you.
I'll ask.
Oh, sorry. Oh, apologies, Your Worship, that is my motion, so I'm
Do we have a seconder? Yes, we do. Right, carry on, Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship. I recognise that this is work that is in the pipeline and it is substantial work to this organisation, but it is also substantially important to our district. So for me, I wanted to recognise the call that we've heard not only in our pre-consultation, I can't remember what that word is, as well as the consultation, the call to re-establish the charges associated with the development contribution policy. I would like to just double check with Cheryl, however, that the word re-establishing charges is the correct word to be using. There may be another word. Thank you.
An alternative to reviewing and
We've put to commit to reviewing the policy and establishing charges to give effect to the Far North District Council's development contribution policy.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
that's the one, yeah?
I just want to reiterate, Your Worship, that this is a piece of work that is an important
I don't think you'll have any argument. Thank you for that. Councillor Stratford, do you wish to comment?
I do.
I'll give my speaking time to Councillor Vucic.
Okay, Councillor Vucic.
Look, I'm going to support this, but I just want to make everybody aware that in actual fact the development contributions currently would be considering contributions to sewage and water and everything else, and stormwater that is going to change, being a very small thing that we may actually be able to do. So provided that's considered as well, then I'm happy at what that's going to look like. But don't take the time out of what Janice has got to do to look at what that looks like for us financially.
Anyone against?
Potentially, Your Worship, and I'm just going to put through you. I don't disagree with the sentiment. I think development contributions are long overdue.
Yeah.
We do, however, work within a legislative environment that says we must identify areas of growth and we must peg our development contributions to growth. And I don't think we are ready for that yet because Project Darwin is still in its infancy and hasn't been fully developed. Chief Executive, with Project Darwin having been fully developed, I'm not sure we're in a position to fully inform a development contributions policy. I'm also very mindful that today we've asked for a very small team to do a rates review. Now we're going to ask them to do a development contributions policy. And amongst all of this, we have 3 workers here. And I think that while our hearts are firmly in the right place, I think the workload that we are expecting this organisation to deliver in the next period is unrealistic. And I need to say that in order for the Chief Executive to resource the demand that we're making, he would have to significantly increase his workforce, and that would come at a significant cost of the rate. And we have no visibility of that. That is my concern when at the very last resolutions are brought to the table like this, where there's been no time for Sean and SLT to sit down and provide us with the information we need to make an intelligent decision. And I say this with all respect to the mover of the motion because I know her heart is entirely in the right place and I know that this is a good decision. But I'm just playing devil's advocate here that we are not ready with the information that we need and I don't think we have the capacity to deliver it.
Okay. Does anyone want to speak against the motion?
Can we hear from the staff, please?
So through the chair, I really acknowledge the ambition behind the contribution policy. Getting to a point where it can form into across the district, almost town by town, over the next 3 or 4 years into the next long-term plan period. I will say that we are doing some work in staff and outside of the LTP process, which will indulge us to come back to you with details of a programme when at least we can tackle one thing. So to give you some comfort with what's underway, happy to do that. And at this point, if you ask us to put a long-term plan for year 1 or the LTP for the whole of the district, then I don't actually believe that's achievable.
Thank you. Just order. I have got an appointment that I have to go. I'm going to ask Ian to come and see the meeting, please.
Oh, you're all in trouble now. I'm reading on those.
Thank you. I'd just like to seek clarification there because I support what our staff have said, and I don't necessarily think that the current motion precludes the fact that it could just be for our highest growth town or towns in the first instance. So I wanted to highlight that, and I already have through the infrastructure committee, that Project Darwin should really be highlighting the high growth areas first in order to enable development contributions to be established in those areas first, which is clear through the legislation. So can I just get clarity from the mover that the intention is not for the whole district and really is about what can be achieved within year 1 and it could just be one town, the high growth towns?
Madam Chair, are you happy for me to respond? Thank you, Councillor Foy. It's fair to say that this is not a last minute resolution. This is a conversation that we've been having since day 1 that I was elected, to be fair, many others of us as well. I have been given assurance that there would be an LTP amendment in year 1 of the LTP for a development contributions policy to parts of the district. So I agree with you. I don't think that this resolution precludes that. I hear what Andy is saying and I recognise it as a stretch. However, I want to reiterate, I put this resolution together based on information presented to me, acknowledging that there will be a statement of proposal coming to the Strategic Policy and Planning Committee in the following months also. So I really wanted to cement that on behalf of our ratepayers within our LTP that we are committing to developing this policy.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. The Chief Executive would like to comment.
So I just want to support that co-op because I can see where the councillor is going, but I do understand what's inside the machinery of not possible particular timeline. So it's just that last line. I'm wondering whether there's, I mean, what work's being done at the moment, we need to, maybe through this resolution, promise a date, like by the end of July. You would have that timeline that maps out with certainty everything that you asked for today. It just puts for the first time a deadline on getting that paper to you. If that's acceptable to you, when it does come to you, it's going to have all sorts of warts in it because, as you're aware, the condition assessment of our extraordinarily large inventory is part of the calculation which is necessary for identifying what a new developer is imposing on the network when they put something in. I mean, we did need to do that foundational work. And we're probably going to propose to you, as you've heard us suggest before, that this is phased from the East Coast hotspots for development first in quite an isolated way. So we concentrate on the condition assessment there and then phase through the rest of the district, maybe over 3 or 4 years, none of which you'll find all that pleasing, but all of which will be very practical and deliverable. So can we keep your resolution, Councillor, but ask you to address this amendment in year 1, 21 to 31 in some way? Because we just can't deliver it to you, so we're bound to fail.
Don't respond to that just yet, Councillor Smith. Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, as the second supporter, Councillor Smith, my understanding was we would have something resolved by June 22. That was our clear understanding. I think we need to address the elephant, if you like. There are at least 4 major developments being proposed just in and around Kirikiri, and I'm sure there are others elsewhere in the district. We have very few income streams available to us. We've got rates, we've got fees and charges, and developer contributions can bring in significant amounts of cash, which we desperately need. I don't believe it's that hard to establish an argument that we are in need of investment in infrastructure. It's glaringly obvious, I think, that that is the situation. So yeah, I do support, I understand the challenges and the difficulties, perhaps it'll require reprioritisation. I don't know the ins and outs of that. But I do, as I say, I stand on the fact that we were given a clear indication, we both share a belief, an expectation that this would be resolved by June 22, and I'd really like to stick to that.
Thank you, Councillor Clement. Before I give you your right of reply, Councillor Smith, do you wish to entertain an amendment? I think there is debate on the floor.
Well, I hear what the Chief Executive is saying. It's been reiterated to me today.
Just answer the question.
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Your right of reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think at this point I've said everything that I need to say to this motion. I'm happy for it to be put to the vote.
Thank you. Can we put up the vote, please? I'm going to vote against. Councillor Clendon.
Support.
Councillor Pollard.
Support.
Councillor Foy.
Support.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Support.
Councillor Tepanea.
Support.
Councillor Fusich.
Support.
Thank you. It's been unanimously supported, well, not quite. Funding requests. Oh, that becomes a substantive motion, or that's a motion? Thank you. I'll do them individually. Next one is 10.2A. That council approve an operating grant for the Turner Centre 50,000 in year one of the 2021-31 long-term plan. Also move to have a seconder, please.
Happy to second, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I have no comment. Councillor Smith, the floor is yours.
Now I understand the reservation for seconding. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would love to sit here today and advocate for all the amazing requests that we've had for community funding. Most of all, they support an acknowledgement for the application that they made to us and the recognition of the ongoing decades of work that they have made. However, today, as much as it pains me, I won't be advocating for any further amendments to this resolution. I do want to specifically support 10.2C. The Council instruct the Chief Executive to commence the development of a community operational funding policy and framework within the next calendar year. This is an incredibly important piece of work that will look at how we fund all of our community facilities owned on ratepayer land or on behalf of the ratepayer going forward. So I'm in support of this recommendation today. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
We're just doing A.
Sorry, very hard. There's more conversations at the same time. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor.
Yeah, I'd like to address, in fact, to move amendments to 2A and to 2C. I'm not sure I should do both. We'll come to 2C later.
I'm doing them individually.
So I put an amendment to 2A to read that the council approve an operating grant for the Turner Centre of 150,000 in year one of the plan, and then add the words and agree to adopt the $1.1 billion debt. Adopt may not be the right word. I'll take advice from our CFO on that, but for the moment, adopt the $1.1 million debt in line with their submission. To speak to that, the 150k is...
Thank you, Councillor Clendon. Can I get a seconder first, and then I'll allow you to speak to the motion? Do I have a second?
I'll second it so that you can speak.
Thank you, Councillor Tepanea.
It's getting late now.
Thank you, Councillor Clendon. You can speak to your motion.
150,000 was a request from the Turner Centre, and that money almost exactly equates to the discount rate offered to community users of the venue. Essentially, that 150k is channeled straight back into the community. There are alternative mechanisms. We could insist that they go to the community boards and seek that funding before they book the centre, whatever. But that's a very complicated and roundabout system. I think we have to keep in our minds, talking about the Turner Centre, that the submission told us, the submitter said, that absent an upgrade in their funding, in their financial situation, they will face closure within 3 years. And that would be a significant loss of an enormous social and cultural asset in the far north. I'm aware that money, at the moment, I think we've got the worst of both worlds. The centre is constrained from doing some useful upgrades and development of the facility by the fact they've got this $1.1 million debt sitting on their balance sheet. Council is paying, in the last 12 months, we paid $38,000 in interest on that debt. This year it's anticipated, I think my memory serves, we'll pay about $4,000. The only winner here is the bank. The constraints is on the development of the centre. We're paying essentially interest on debt money. My suggestion is we essentially take that 1.1 million off the Turner Centre's balance sheet and put it onto the FNDC balance sheet. We don't have to pay it out in year 1 or year 2. It simply would sit on our balance sheet rather than theirs. We have invested and are investing significant amounts of money in sport and recreation, and I support that, but we do tend to underspend on arts and culture, particularly performing arts. The Turner Centre is unique in the district. It can facilitate a full orchestra, it can facilitate a large musical production, it has currently multiple use sites, and with some investment from the bequest money they do hold, could service a lot more events, community demands generally. There is currently an equity issue, I'm aware of that, that everybody wants each of the wards to get an equivalent amount, and I support that. But for reasons I'll come to in the later section of this motion, I do think we can deal with that. So I think we have to, I think the best way forward is to get out of this very stagnant situation we're in, which serves nobody's interests, to allow for that 150k and adopt that, or rather, move that 1.1 million debt off the Turner Centre balance sheet and onto ours, which in effect imposes no extra cost over what we're making currently. So that's my proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Fenton. I'm going to ask the staff to answer in a moment because I think there's some legal challenges with what you've proposed. But before we go there, Councillor Tiffania, you were the seconder of the motion. Do you wish to speak? No, thank you. I'm now going to hand the floor over to the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer.
Just that on the first challenge is that this is a really substantial, not necessarily a bad idea, but a really substantial proposition that we have an opportunity to put in the consultation paper, but it made the cut, so it is unconsulted. It's had something to think about. But more importantly, and to be practical, the transfer of debt is possible by a grant, which is OPEX. So for a $1.1 million relief of that debt, we would expect to see something like 1.2, 1.3% leap in rates on top of what we're currently grown to. That's, of course, very substantial. You could approve this, of course, but that's really substantial. That rise.
Thank you, Chief Financial Officer.
To compare with the CEO's comments, we can't just absorb the debt onto our balance sheet. That's not possible because there's nothing in our books that it relates to. It's not our asset. So yes, it would all be an operational cost. If we were to do that in year 1, your rates would be at 8.07%.
Thank you. So we've heard from the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer. Is there any other elected member that would like to comment? Councillor Vucic.
I can't agree with that amendment. I realise that you can't let the Senate fail or get up for that matter. And as Councillor Smith pointed out, the second bit that we really need to look at is the 10.2C, where we can get the detail on how we can solve this problem. If, quite frankly, if the Turner Centre is non-viable, that's what we need to consider. And then there's a much more serious problem here than just continue to prop it up and
Councillor Busich's comments and his sentiment as well. I think that if a operation is not sustainable, not viable, then the operation itself needs to be reconsidered. Tiahu is asking for the same amount in a different area, and I think if the Turner Centre needs to look at its viability in terms of diversification, I think that's something that needs to be considered. I don't support the amendment, but I do support the 50,000.
Are there any other comments from the floor? Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the council delegate to this facility, I felt it was fitting to comment. So as much as I would like to support Councillor Clendon in this notion, I am fully supportive of a bigger picture approach and a long-term approach. The comments from the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer make me uncomfortable. However, I do want the opportunity to recognise what Councillor Foy has raised and commend the Turner Centre for the work that they are doing in this space to build their viability. So I think it's important that we support them, but right now, unfortunately, I can't support the amendment that Councillor Clendon has put up. Thank you.
I've now had 3 councillors speak in opposition to the amendment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in support of the amendment? Councillor Clendon, microphone is yours.
I think it might be appropriate to withdraw it.
Do you wish to withdraw, or do you wish to put it to the vote?
Oh, we can withdraw it, it's fine.
Okay, so we'll let the minutes record that the item was withdrawn, and the mayor is back in the room, so you can resume the chair at... Oh, sorry, I'll just finish that one. 10.2A, the council approved the operating grant for the Turner Centre of $50,000 in year 1. Did we move that?
We did.
We did, okay.
Councillor Ford
Your Worship, we're at 10.2. I can't remember.
So we're on division, we're voting 10.2A.
Okay, so the vote is on in favour of Councillor Court.
TRD, Your Worship, 10.2B.
Oh, sorry, we need to vote on.
We need to vote on A.
10.2A first, we've got to vote on.
Yeah.
This is 50,000 a year for Turner Centre. Okay, I'm in favour.
We voted on the amendment, so now we've gone back to the
You
original
have to go back
motion.
to the original.
Okay, so my apologies, I'm confusing myself. So we're voting on 10.2A.
2A, that we give 50,000 to Turner Centre.
Okay, for
Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier. Councillor Busich. So that's carried. We go to 10.2. Tiahu Charitable Trust, 50,000. 2B, I beg your pardon. I'll move. Do I have a seconder?
Can you be the second?
Pardon?
Move it.
You want to move? Of course.
I'll second it.
Dave wants a second. Okay. All right. Is there anyone wants to speak against? If not, we'll put the vote. I'm in favour.
Aye.
Clendon?
Hang on, we just got to get the... Yes, okay, we'll get the second. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier. Councillor Busich. What did I do? Did I leave Councillor Collard out?
Yes.
Councillor... Aye. Oh no, I'm meant to vote.
Aye.
He is today. Right. So, and I'm Councillor Foy moved and Councillor Collard seconded. Okay. 2C, instruct the Chief Executive of Community Development Community Operating Funding Policy and Framework for the next calendar year. I'll move. Thank you, David. No, I don't. No,
I'll do it.
Councillor Foy. Anyone want to speak against?
Your Worship, I'm concerned that it's not time bound. I'm equally mindful that we have just moved a whole raft of stuff that probably going to age the Chief Executive by 10 years in the next 12 months. So I'm very keen to see it become time bound, but I'm also mindful not to put undue pressure on the organisation. So I'd like to take some guidance from the Chief Executive on when he thinks this could be delivered.
So it is saying within the next calendar year.
How about financial year, because that's when we would enact funding.
Sorry, it's just commencement.
Yes.
Your Worship.
I get you, right, okay.
Your Worship, can I call time out, please?
Yes.
For the organisation, in matter of urgency, please? Can we please turn the cameras off?
Are you on an adjournment?
An adjournment.
Adjournment.
Turn the
The
cameras
meeting is adjourned.
if you want to just let us know when you're ready to go back live.
Yep, does this move the 10.2?
We have.
It has?
Most of your stuff is seconded by councillor Foy, but yet to be voted on.
Right. Okay, so we'll put the division.
Waiting some more.
Okay.
What are we up to?
We're up to 10.2C. Okay, we're voting on it.
So it's as recommended.
Vote, I'll vote in favour. Do we have a Anne Court? Pardon? David Clinton?
Aye.
David Collard?
Favour.
Councillor Foy?
Favour.
Rachel Smith?
Support.
Kelly Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Debonair?
In favour.
And John Busick? Okay, so that takes us through 10. Now we're into 11. 11.1. Thank you. 11.1.
I'd like to move with an amendment.
Just, thank you both very much. I just need to tell you that I just had a meeting with a lady called Liz Owen, who runs the play centre here in Ohio. And they've, the Ministry of Education just came through and studied 6 play centres up here. Of the 6, 2 got highly commended. Ohio was the toppest, if there's such a word, highly commended. This one in the whole study that they did. They are looking now and have been talking with Nina and with Rob Coops to look to the Kaihau Play Centre has been vandalised. And there was talk, and that's why this report is where it is, that we demolish it and get rid of it. They are now saying that they are keenly interested to take over, to refurbish it, to run the play centre, and they want the opportunity to do so. So I would suggest, rather than 11.1a, that we leave this lie on the table at the moment. She's going to write an email tonight, and she's been talking to John, and she's been talking to Moko, and she's been talking to the community board, etc. And they're all keen supportive of. So I would like to just, rather than put this, I'd just like to move a motion to say, I recommend this matter lie on the table, and then we can consider it as it goes forward. Do I have a second?
We do. Is that going to be a problem? Do we have to pass this?
No, because it's an operation. No, just a matter we need to consider as we go forward.
There's no money attached to it.
There's no money attached to it, so we can just do it as it comes.
So wouldn't actually be any harm in passing the resolution? Would there be any harm in actually passing the resolution that you've...
My amendment, Your Worship, which wouldn't stop what you're suggesting, would be that we just simply put to enable a new user to enter into a new lease.
Okay.
So it would take up the clear the site element, which wouldn't preclude us from clearing the site.
Right.
So can you move that? Because the biggest problem, which I'm not aware of, is we are saying we've created a stalemate by saying the site must be cleared. So we got that.
So it would read that Council acknowledges that work will continue to identify a legal solution to enable a new user to enter into a new lease.
So we got that there, please? To enable a new user to clear the site and then...
To clear the site?
To just enter into a new lease.
So take and clear the site out.
And take up
to enter a new lease with a new... Now, are you moving that?
I am moving.
Okay, John Busick is secondly. Does anybody wish to speak against?
Is this A and B together? Sorry, Your Worship. Is this A and B together, or is this just A and B?
I'm happy for it to be together.
Yes, no, A and B together. Are you happy to put together? Right, all in favour? Oh, sorry, I'll put the vote. I'm in favour. Moved Moko and seconded John. Division. I'm in favour.
Aye.
Councillor Court, Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Collard.
Aye.
Boyd.
Aye.
Smith.
Support.
Stratford.
Aye.
Tiffany. Usage. Right, that's carried. Thank you all very much. That a report, we've already done that bit. 11.2, funding for land disposal consents. The council approved the additional 330k to the operation budget for Whitewater and Brunel staff to review land disposal at Kaiko and Kaitaia. Are you moving, Felicity? Do I have a second, please? Oh, thank you, Moko. Anyone want to speak against?
I think one that needs to be done. I'm just concerned about the workload that staff have got, and given that we have to go out and get consent currently, which we are doing. I'm just wondering about the timing. Could we?
We'll address that at the end of the meeting, John.
Sorry?
We'll address that as we discussed at the end of the meeting.
All right. So then we leave it as it is.
Just leave it as it is at the moment.
So what I'm trying to say, the funding may not be in year one.
That's possible.
It needs to be in year one to align with the consents.
Yeah.
We can't do consent.
But we'll have to wait until we
can discuss it later, but I mean, as it is, we can.
Okay, Kelly?
As stated in the infrastructure committee meeting, it is a requirement as part of exploring, renewal of consent that we explore disposal to land. Yeah,
Okay.
anyway.
All right, I'm going to put the resolution. Can you put the vote up, please? I'm in favour. Councillor Court.
In favour.
Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Favour.
Councillor Boyd.
Favour.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford. Councillor Tiffany. Councillor Busich. Right, that's carried. Thank you. So 11.3, you've got it there. Right.
Happy to move this one.
You're moving, Moko. Is there a second?
Just a point of order, these are just updates that don't actually need to be moved. The next one that needs to be moved is just 11.4.
Okay, amendment as a result of
Taken
this.
as read.
Thank you. Corrections and updates. Thank you very much. You're quite correct. So 11.4A is the council approved 50,000 in year one to enable operational resolution to establish Mary Wards.
Happy to move.
You're moving. Thank you, Felicity. Is there a seconder, please? Thank you, John. Does anybody want to speak against? If not, can we put the vote, please? I vote in favour. Councillor Court. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Aye.
Boyd.
Aye.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tiffany.
Support.
And Busich. I'll put a tick in my clock, please. Right, so that's carried as well. So that brings us to the end. We need to now go back to page 19 in our discussion this morning. No, beg your pardon, that's not correct. Page 12, is it? Thank you. I think it's fair to say now that the decisions we've taken, and we did agree that the decisions, we would leave this lie on the table until we've taken the decisions that we've taken now. I don't think any of those decisions have changed any of the discussion.
Your worship, I wish to signal a further amendment.
Which is we've discussed
on the advice of both
Yes,
Chief Financial Officer. That would be to add an A8.
Yes.
Which would be to move the civic kaikohe line item in the long-term plan to move it all over by a year. It's currently in years 1, 2 and 3.
Right, move
but
it out.
to leave a $50,000 provision in year 1 to enable our working group to continue.
Have we got a resolution somewhere in the
that would do the
yeah.
So I made that up on the spot.
just that we defer the line item relating to the Kaikohe Hub.
Civic Hub.
Civic Hub line item on the LTP to use
2, 3 and 4.
with a $50,000 commitment remaining in year one of the LTP.
That's it. Good, well done.
And I'll second that.
Yes, just they should get it up on the board.
This was, if I could speak to it now.
That's an
Yes, you can with some rationale.
I wouldn't want the people of Kaikohe to see us doing this and to think that this is a letdown for them. This is getting moved further out, which I've spoken to before, but this is something that we've already discussed in workshops about the realistically realising when we're going to be able to do this. We have a current working party who are working towards the new Kaikohe Library and Civic Hub. And this is just one of those things that wasn't moved over already, that we are moving over, and we're making really good progress at our working party level. And I'm looking forward to seeing us actually get it done.
John, you want to make any comments?
Yeah, just a comment. Well, what was covered at all, but I just, was it included, Janice, in this year one rating, the original costing, and therefore have we reduced the year one rate?
It was planned to start year one.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, right. Okay, does anyone want to speak against? Okay, well, what we've already...
Mr. Mayor, could we just see it?
Yeah, we can. Sorry, folks, getting there. It's on caps at the moment, but I'm sure nobody's minds at the moment.
You can uncap it later.
There we go.
Working it too hard.
Here we go.
Move the Civic Hub line LTP 234 with a 50,000 commitment remaining in the year one of LTP.
Can we just add in the Kaikohe Civic Hub?
You just sent me another one.
Oh, okay. Janice has, in her wisdom, given us some amended wording.
Okay.
Sure can. As a total.
So Janice's proposed wording is to retime the Kaikohe Civic Hub project in the capital program for the 2021-31 long-term plan from years 1 to 3 to years 2 to 4, leaving a 50k provision in year 1.
Great.
Okay, you are happy with that, John? Yep. Kelly, you want to comment?
Yeah, I wish to support that wording because it's in 2 lines in the LTP, so that addresses it.
Not the library.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, anyone want to speak against?
Just need to change the numbering, I'm being pedantic.
Thank you. No, that's good.
Kaitaia Airport should be B11.
Kaitaia Airport is B11.
This is 8.
This is 8. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to do now is put...
Can I comment before we move on? Councillor Stratford asked about the Hokianga Harbour 2 million. That shouldn't be, that can come out.
Thank you.
That's an error.
Got you some money back.
Wow.
So we can remove, I don't know whether you want
Do we need an amendment
No.
to that effect, or?
We just take it out.
we can change the, we can add it to 4. When we get to do the resolution for 4, we can remove it.
A4.
Yeah. Remove the 2 million.
So the movement of...
Oh, yeah, that's going to change.
What's going to what?
My head's hurting. Right. Because we've just retimed the civic hub, so I need to get a new number.
So we can vote on the amendment now while Janice works out that number.
No, can I just get the wording of 4? The movement of 2.49.
I need to rework the number.
We need to put the amendment on the table.
Yes. But if it's 2 million, can't we just reduce it to 4.95?
Sorry,
Like that pop-up box at the top of the screen.
We don't want to disconnect. No.
there we go.
Molly, can you please just confirm that we're ready to go live again?
Should we talk direct to the camera?
Yeah.
We are live.
We're live, okay, thank you. So now, have we put this motion? We haven't voted on it? Can we have the division up, please? Right, I'm in favour. Councillor Court?
In favour.
Councillor Clinton?
Aye.
Councillor Collard?
Aye.
Councillor Foy?
Aye.
Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier?
Support.
Councillor Vucic?
Aye.
Right, that's carried. So now what I want us to do, and unless there's anything seriously urgent, we're going to now, having discussed this and nothing we've done has changed any of these, we will vote from A1 to 8. So that's the page 12, and that includes the airport and it includes the civic hub that we've just done as well.
Just, sorry, Your Worship, in light of the motion to move the Kaikoura Civic Hub,
I beg your
does
pardon.
that change?
With the amendment, yes, we need to take.
Does that change?
It does.
No, because all we're doing is moving them. So the quantum doesn't change, we're just doing it in different years. This 2.4 is for the whole 10 years.
There's the whole 10 years, right? Okay.
So you're not going to come and ask me for a further amendment?
Okay, so can I have the vote up, please? Division?
Just want to put the whole thing together.
No worries, just put the division up.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Just put the division vote up, please, Casey. Thank you.
No, Casey, that one needs to change. That's
Yeah,
quite
no, we're voting on this page here. Okay, thank you.
Can you read out the resolution?
Oh, okay, so the resolution, it's on, what's on page 12, okay, the written words. So A1 is the addition of 975, etc., etc. 2 is the addition of 1.2. 3 is the forecast of budgets of 7.7, etc., etc. 4 is the movement of 2.495. A5 is the movement of 2.937. 6 is the movement of 17 mil. 7 is the airport. And 8 was the Kaikoura hub. Okay, can we have the division up, please?
Can we make now reads 495
Oh, you want to take the 2 out of that?
2 out of that.
Okay, take the 2 out, thank you.
If you could take the 2 out for the.
Thank you. Right, put the division up, please. I'm in favour. Councillor Court?
Aye.
Councillor Clendon?
Aye.
Collard?
Aye.
Councillor Foy?
Aye.
Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier?
Support.
Councillor Vucic?
Right.
Thank you, that's unanimous. That's well done, team. Thank you very much. That brings us nearly to the end of the meeting. We have a further resolution now, as discussed previously, that we want to put up. Aisha, when you're ready, please. Right, so just so for those who are watching and listening, today we as a council have passed a number of resolutions asking for certain issues to be addressed by the Chief Executive and the staff. We also need to understand be realistic in the ability of the organisation to deliver. So this resolution is asking the Chief Executive to tell us what's possible to deliver and what isn't, so that we understand that if it isn't delivered, that it's been failure, that we will may not be able to address all those things. So I'm going to move. Do I have a seconder, please?
Aye.
Thank you, Councillor Court. Does anyone wish to speak against the resolution? If not, I'll put the vote, please. Division up. I'm in favour. Councillor Court.
Aye.
Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
Aye.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepania.
Support.
Councillor Busich.
Right.
Thank you all very much. That brings us.
Can I just say appreciation for that consideration? That's impressive and appreciated.
Thank you very much, Sean. And quite honestly, it's what we can expect from this council for our staff who serve us well. So we really do appreciate that. Felicity?
Thank you, Richard. Are you just able to acknowledge the staff and all their hard work that we've had a long day of deliberations, but they've done an extensive amount of work on. And we've had some very talented staff here. You know, some people that equal probably 5. So I just wanted to publicly acknowledge them and their work, and thank you for choosing to be part of our team.
Thank you, Kelly.
I'd also like to add to that all the work that the staff have done towards the rating review. That didn't quite land where we wanted,
We expected.
where it was expected to today, but that's what happens when,
We deliberate.
deliberate. But that competition isn't over, and I really appreciate all the work that rating team did.
Thank you all.
Can we also acknowledge the elected members? I particularly like to acknowledge my colleagues who can now go home and see what their better half looks like, because you probably haven't seen them in a while. I'm very mindful that a number of you have been working until midnight, starting again at 4 a.m. in preparation for today. It's not always acknowledged or appreciated, but it has made us quite a formidable team. So thank you. You know who you are.
Thank you all. In closing, I'll ask Morton to give us a closing here, but just before he does, I just want to add my comments to those that have already been made and say a sincere thanks, Sean, to you and your team. There's been a huge amount of work, and I've been most appreciative of the answering the phone, which has happened from time to time. Thank you very much, and for all the staff issues that I've raised and that we've all raised, and also the fact that, can I just say to my elected members, and I mean elected members, not just the councillors, but all the elected members, thank you for the time, as Anne has said, that you also put in, and the respect that we pay our staff, because they deserve it. We've got a bloody good team. As I said earlier when we had the presentation first thing this morning, the unfortunate thing is that the majority of the community don't see the good work that's going on. They see that little bit that doesn't quite make it, but there's a hell of a lot of good stuff that does happen. And this morning was just one example of it. So I want to say to each and every one of you, thank you for being a team. The nice thing about today is that, while there are issues where we didn't agree on, it's never been personal. And that's what's really important. And the important thing is to respect the fact that when a decision is made by the majority, that we all are there part of it. We do appreciate each and every one of you for the way in which you've addressed today. It's been a challenging day, and we just need to carry on moving on together for the betterment of our community and, most importantly, our people. So thank you. With that closing remark, I'll ask you, Moko,
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, for the invitation to close us with the karakia. We made it. We made it through. Kelly reminded me that we also probably want to thank our ratepayers who gave 800 submissions on this long-term plan. There's 70,000 people who live here, and they entrust us to make all of these decisions on how much it's going to cost to be the council for our district that provides all the services and makes it he whenua rangatira. And so with that, I'll close us with a karakia. Ma te wairua te atua tātou e manaki me te aki. May the Spirit of the Lord always guide us onward and forever. Amen.
Thank you, everybody. Drive